agent, one of the three most powerful men in sports. You're crazy.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Kids, the weekend is almost here. You can feel it. You're at work right now. You're like, get me to 5 o'clock. Get me to 5 o'clock. Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and that somewhere is right here with Jeff Phelps and me as we get you ready for the weekend.
We're out. We don't have to.
We're out. See ya.
Thank you, everybody.
We're in the second hour of afternoon drive.
And that's a show.
And we're done. No, a lot of stuff going. Be a hero. Be a real hero. See ya, Cleveland. See ya. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. The orchestra is led by our man Dan Menigan. Meredith Kane is here as well. We are going to talk to Tom Withers at 11 o'clock. I am very much looking forward to talking to Jeff's longtime friend from the Beaumont, Texas days, and now he is the Lakers play-by-play voice. He is John Ireland, and he'll join us at noon, so I'm looking forward to that.
Laker. Why would we have a guy from the Lakers on today?
Well, remember when LeBron played for the Lakers? Remember that era?
Well, that was just like a couple days ago.
All right, Jeff, I'm going to dive right into it. You know how I am, and as I've said this time and time again.
Dan, don't we know?
I truly won't believe it until I hear LeBron actually say he's coming back to Cleveland.
He's not going to say. They're just going to send out an email.
An email. That's what they're going to do? A fax. They're going to fax
it. SI? Is it like S before?
Who gets it this time?
I'm coming home again.
I think Rich gets it. They'll do it on his podcast or something like that.
Yeah, you know what? That's probably true.
Unless...
Got to be some sponsor on that, baby.
Unless there's another reason why would he give it to somebody else? I don't know. I don't know why he gave the last one to somebody else. As long as Jim Gray has nothing to do with it, I'm good with it.
The people doing the documentary will be involved.
Well, maybe it is. Maybe it'll be a part of the documentary, or maybe they'll announce that they're doing...
You think today's the day?
I don't know. It's Friday. Well, you know, when the NFL wants things kind of buried, they do a news dump at 5 o'clock on Friday, right?
They wouldn't do Friday then.
No,
wouldn't you do Monday and then have a whole week to talk about it?
The slowest day in sports, Jeff. The slowest day in sports is actually next Wednesday.
It's the day after the All-Star game in Major League Baseball.
But that's also the same day as the ESPYs.
All the more reason. Do it on Monday.
I think you do it on Monday, and I am fully I am 99.9% sure it's both James. That they're going to, and maybe that's what the holdup is, and maybe that's what they're waiting for. That I really feel like LeBron is coming back. I feel like
remember, longer it goes,
the better it is for here. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
And I also think Bronny's coming with him. They're going to figure out a way to bring him in.
Well, of course he is.
Well, I'm just saying though, but I don't know if that was a slam dunk before. I don't know, and I still don't. Look, I'm telling you, it's like a press conference. When someone says something on the dais, it's true, and the second they walk away from the microphone, it may be false.
The old Trail School pennants are still up in his room in Akron.
And that's what I think.
You can just move right back in.
But I kind of, there was a lot of buzz yesterday, and we had heard talk that maybe yesterday was the day. If LeBron announced it today, then he's got the whole weekend to talk about it. I'm sure they'll be talking about it.
But nobody's going to talk on the weekend. Everybody takes the weekend off.
I don't know.
You just called it a news dump. That means Friday.
At 5 o'clock on Friday, it's a bad time normally, right?
So he's not doing it today. He's doing it Monday.
Or Sunday night.
Nope, Monday. Everybody will be at work in front of their keyboard.
See, I would do it Sunday night. I would do it Sunday night. Because then you would have some people that didn't know.
8 o'clock in the morning on Monday.
Dan, do you agree with that?
Can we get to
him
and tell them to make it 10:15 on Monday? 10:15 on Monday.
No, they won't, because Dan won't run it. It's a press conference. If he does a press conference, we're all in trouble. We'll never hear it.
That wasn't very nice.
You think he's doing a press conference?
He's not doing a press conference.
That would be kind of cool. Wouldn't it be great if he did a press conference on Monday?
Oh, hell no. He's not doing a press conference.
Yeah, there's no money there. There's no... that you're giving the team the opportunity to own the rights to that moment. Right?
Right. He'll do that.
When's he doing it, Dan? First of all, do you think he's doing it?
I'm not putting a date on this because I don't trust anything he's going to do until he does it. I think guessing what LeBron James is going to do is kind of pointless.
I just think we're done.
Oh, my God. We're going to do it for 4 hours.
All right. But it's one of those, like, minute you think, especially him, the minute you think you know what LeBron James is going to do, he goes and does something else. Like, we all thought, oh, yeah, he's going to go on national TV with Jim Gray. He's going to do it at the Boys and Girls Club of America. He's not going to embarrass Cleveland on national TV.
It was beyond embarrassing.
And then the last time they were like, oh, yeah, he's looking at this place, he's looking at that place. There wasn't a whole lot of rumbling that he was coming back to Cleveland until they hit send in Sports Illustrated. The only one that we kind of had an inkling was the Laker move.
I feel like we're at the point now where I do think he's coming back. I didn't until today. I'll be honest. And I'm just getting inklings from people that I trust. And now I kind of feel like, but I do definitely think it's both. It's the entire James gang.
Well, of course it is.
So yeah, but you make it like it's so matter of fact. It's not. It's still two players.
Can't leave the poor kid sitting out in Los Angeles all by himself.
Why not? Why couldn't you?
I'm being funny.
I know. I'm just like, what? I mean, at some point you're going to have to split away from your dad. I do think he wants to have that. This is why I'm kind of torn on whether LeBron would retire this year or next year, because I think he wants the Gordie Howe moment. And I don't know if you remember, Gordie played with both of his sons at one point. And there's like that. There's a picture of them. And Gordie Howe was a hockey player, for the folks out there that don't know. But he had the chance to play with both of his sons at the same point. And that picture is burned into my mind. And I could see LeBron having that picture of him and both the boys next to him wherever they play. And I'm sure that if they need to next year, if they can figure out a way to do it, that all three of them would be here if that's what happens. I don't know. Can you lean into it, Jeff? Can you lean into the fact that everything kind of feels like it's pointing in this direction?
Yes. Yep. I'm leaning.
And what does that mean, though? Does that mean we're good for a year? Does that mean...
What do you mean? The team good?
Yeah.
The team's already good.
Okay, but does that give you a more secure feeling towards getting to a championship tomorrow? And by the way...
not at all.
Does anyone have LeBron fatigue at this point, too? Like, this is the first time I've really had this feeling that he's... I know that we were all kind of going back and forth. I was kind of waiting for the announcement yesterday, too, to be honest with you.
I don't think there's any question, Andy. If he can play the way he played even last year for the Lakers, he'll certainly help the team's cause. But I don't think it makes the Cavs an Eastern Conference favorite. I think it enhances their chances. But I think there are other teams that are really pretty good. And at some point, LeBron's play has to decline a little bit. It's probably already started. And John will talk about that when we talk to John Ireland at noon. But, you hope that if he comes back here, it's not the time where his play would fall off the cliff. And knowing LeBron, I don't think that would be the case at all.
There's also this talk about LeBron and documentary. This is why I really want to talk to John Ireland, because I got to believe that he's had, especially the guy that owns a production company, right, that they've been doing documentary stuff behind the scenes for a while. It would just make sense. Why wouldn't you, if you owned your own production company and you were trying to build something towards the end? And although I will say this, that if he has a production company around him 24/7, that you would think this would be his last year, right? If they're 24/7.
Well, it'd be a long couple of years otherwise.
Yeah, that's a long way.
I can't imagine having...
Although it worked for The Office, for Dunder Mifflin. It worked pretty well there.
I can't imagine having a crew following you all over the place and then not having that be your last year. But you never know.
It is interesting.
People would watch it either way.
So let me ask you this. If that's a part of the deal, that the Cavs are on board with it, because didn't we, I don't know if I read this or not, or if someone told me this, that the Spurs hated that idea and wanted nothing to do with it, and that was one of the reasons the Spurs kind of backed off this, that they didn't really want to be involved with the LeBron 4.0 sweepstakes.
Yeah, I can see that.
I can see that too.
Yeah,
if I'm an organization, I don't know if I want
plus, they have a star who's getting a lot of the spotlight.
Yeah, they do.
You know what I mean?
And maybe he deserves his own production crew.
If they wanted to go too nuts over everything, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it was a team decision like, you know what, we want to focus on Wemby and the young guys, and I could see that being discussed in a meeting.
I got to tell you, as a coach, I think it would drive me crazy having a documentary crew around all the time.
Oh, without question.
It would drive me insane. Because at what point do you tell them they've got to leave the gym, or do you want to be the guy that says, all right, get out of here, and because you're trying to work on stuff? Not that the documentary crew is going to give out any video footage, although you never know of practice and what's going on before you play a team. But by the time you get to the playoffs, those teams know each other anyway. And, you hit game 3, game 4, there's no practice video or secret play that you're probably going to draw up that could or couldn't be run. And by the way, I'd probably put some plays in that I know I'm not going to run that look a little quirky just to see if my information was getting leaked out. I would do that.
Oh, my goodness. Is that a pick and roll? Wow.
Are they
unbelievable?
Is that a 1-3-1? Isn't that illegal? Is that illegal?
They're setting a screen for a shooter?
Can you lean in? I think I can lean into it now too. That I'm starting to get comfortable with the thought that now watch, he'll come back and crush me and end up picking another team, I won't be crushed. I won't.
Here's the deal.
Crushed is when he left the first time. That'll never.
He's already decided on the Cavs, but he heard you talking about it. Now you're leaning in. Hey, Rich, call the Warriors, will you?
Tell them we're done.
Call the Warriors. We're in. I don't want Baskin spoiling my surprise.
No, I'm because I'm the only one that matters in this scenario. How much better of a team will they be with him?
Can you tell me how he's going to play at the age of 42?
No.
Then I would think they'll be a better team.
Just pick the average. How's that sound? What's the average type of play we need from LeBron to help this team at least get past the Knicks?
If he can do what he did last year, Andy, I would think that would be more than enough to make them a better team for the Eastern Conference. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're going to be the champs or the Eastern Conference champs, because I think there are other teams that are really good, and I am concerned a little bit about, okay, can they scheme enough shots for everybody? Can Evan Mobley still be a factor here? Because I think if he's not, I think that's a problem. And I just want to see it on the floor before I go ahead and say, hey, these guys are going to be the best. Because you have a 37-year-old James Harden. You got a 42-year-old LeBron James. You got Donovan Mitchell making more money than both of them. And you've got Evan Mobley sitting there saying, I would really love to get more than 13 shots in a game. Can I do that with you guys here?
Kenny, looks like you have some work to do if they bring him in.
And there's poor Jared Allen sitting there saying, what? Get a rebound? Put it back up? Okay.
All right, so
I'm with you.
I get a call last night. Now here comes the thing. But I was on a national show last night, and the guy asked me, so if LeBron comes back to Cleveland, are they going to have a giant party there? Are they going to have a parade? And I'm like, I don't think it's like that this time around. I don't either, but Jeff, nothing this week has given me
be looking at it differently.
Nothing this week has given me any indication that Cavalier fans are going to go through the roof with excitement about LeBron James. I think they'll be happy, but I don't. It's not like the last time he came back.
Well, but Bronny might be a different story. Hey, another 6'2" guard.
Are you through the roof if he's coming back? Are you through? I just don't. I don't feel it. I got to be honest with you. I think you're excited that he might come back, but I don't think you think it's the end-all, be-all. 216-474-0092. Tom Withers joins us at 11. John Ireland at high noon. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
just started his second round. Darren Clark's at 400 par. He's about to begin round number 2, and Mike Weir's at 400 par. He'll start his second round at 10:36. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Head over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Tom Withers, Associated Press Emeritus? Or still a little bit of Associated Press, right?
Still doing it.
Still a little bit. So, and he's been doing a great job when he comes into the station, and he's sitting in as a fill-in host for us here. We love having him on, and, of course, it's not news until Tom Withers says so. He is joining us at 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock is when we will talk to Tom, and no one, well, he is probably one of 3 or 4 guys that have covered LeBron's career from like pretty much day one that I can think of, the hardcore guys, and like did Olympics with him and did a bunch of stuff with him all the way through while he was in Ohio. Let's put it that way. So I don't know how much he was covering him when he was in Miami, but so I'm looking forward to talking to Tom Withers as we kind of sit here and wait for news on LeBron James and whether he would be coming here, if Bronny's coming here. It could be a very interesting weekend rumors are out there left and right. They have been for a couple weeks now, especially once LeBron, dropped the hammer on the Lakers and said, hey, I'm not coming back. But the Lakers clearly had a game plan going into it for LeBron not to coming back. By the way, they were just spending money left and right as soon as LeBron left. And John Ireland, the play-by-play guy for the Lakers, is going to join us at noon. So we should have some good information throughout the day. If not, maybe the information to find out what LeBron is going to do. Yesterday's story was that, teams that had an interest in LeBron were sending voicemails to Rich Paul, his agent, Clutch Sports guy. And, that I don't know how much of a story that is, but I think that probably happens more often than we think. But that's kind of the scenario for actual, news, I would say. But still there's this undertone over the last 24 hours of, man, this thing feels like it's getting closer to Cleveland. And maybe it's a diversion. I at the end of the day, I wouldn't put it past Clutch and LeBron to do that. But this one kind of feels like, I don't want to say the cat's out of the bag, but it does feel a lot more like he is getting closer to making a decision to coming back home, if he hasn't already. If the team already knows it. Part of it, Jeff, I think, is the pieces in the background to make sure that everything works out the way they want it to. Remember the last time he came back, the pieces in the background was to trade Andrew Wiggins to get Kevin Love here.
Yeah, but that didn't happen until later.
No, but it was something that the Cavs knew they were going to have to probably do, and LeBron had probably, his camp had probably pushed that a little bit, going, hey, you're going to have to give something up, and that was Wiggins. To get Love, to get better, to see what they needed. And they were right. They won a championship, and we got to see a lot of the Cavaliers in the NBA Finals. One of the people that we saw in the Finals on the other side of the floor was Draymond Green. In fact, you may say his suspension in 2016 may have made him an MVP candidate here in Cleveland for helping out the Cavaliers get to a championship that year. And there has been more talk about Draymond Green over the last 24 hours than there has been, the whole time. I think, Jeff, you and I had said something early on about Draymond being a free agent, and it was like a what-if kind of thing. And I do know there are folks out there saying, hey, I've been talking, or the media's so slow, I've been talking about this for a while. Okay, all right, well, good for you. I can throw a ton of darts at a dartboard, and one of them is going to hit a bullseye. And maybe, there are folks definitely that know what's going on. But there is a time and a place, and I know Jeff and I vent a lot of stuff before we talk about it on the air. We hear about a lot of stuff that we're like, I need more clarity on that. I need to talk to somebody that I know or I trust, or I can't just go off one guy who went on Twitter and said, hey, the Cavaliers are, they're going to, I don't know. Giannis is coming to the Cavs, something, silly like that. Yeah, well, I read it on the internet. It has to be true, right? Yeah, that's not true?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But when you talk about Draymond Green, you saw my face light up. I'd love to have him here. Love to. And
Can't have enough guys in their late 30s, early 40s.
It's not the age thing. It's the intimidation factor. Although my fear is that you get him like
Not Shaq.
no, but is he Kendrick Perkins? That's my. I don't want him.
I hope he's
you
better
know
than,
I love
better than Perk.
Yeah, you know I love Perk, right? Loved him when we got him because he was
From Beaumont. That's why.
Yeah, that's exactly why I was thinking. Wow, can we get a guy from Beaumont to come here? No, it's just it's the intimidation factor, and like how many times do we hear somebody say the Cavaliers are playing soft? Like I told you, I did that interview last night. The guy I was talking to said,
You mean that big national show?
It was a big national show, yeah. Although we're a big national show now too. Now that we're on YouTube and the internet, right? That makes us a national show too. I don't know if you know that. Why do you look at me with such disgust? I got news on Channel 43. When you were doing 43, you weren't national, bro. You were local, regional. Now, this is big time, 92.3
You
The
don't
Fan
think
stuff.
I didn't know that?
I'm just making sure. Think about how far you've come along in your career. I'm proud of you.
I used to get emails from people who watched in Japan.
They saw Channel 43 in Japan?
I didn't say 43.
What are you talking about?
Just keep going.
You must be talking.
Come on back. Sorry.
Later in your career? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. But it was a big deal. I mean, 43 was on in Columbus, just so you know.
That's great.
Just so you know. Would Draymond Green be a good fit if they could get him on this deal?
Well, he could play small forward while LeBron played power forward. Well, no, that wasn't even a rim shot.
I was wondering if there was a rim shot there too. So just so you know, you were not alone on it.
Seriously, don't
It
you
felt
think?
like a rim shot.
It did.
I mean, on the extreme, I think it's an extreme outside shot that Draymond would leave the Warriors and come here. Where would he play? Small forward. And LeBron would play power forward. And Draymond's not coming off the bench.
No.
Remember, Draymond had Kenny Atkinson with him in Golden State. I mean, there is a little familiarity factor there.
That kind of makes me think that maybe that's a good thing.
Well, no, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe.
Where'd Draymond go to college? That's right, Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
Where does Michigan State play?
They
the
play
Gilbert
for Dan
Family
Gilbert.
Pavilion.
Yeah.
There are things there. Who's on vacation with Draymond, according to reports right now in Puerto Rico?
And that was my next point.
That'd be LeBron James.
You're good with it? Would you be good with Draymond coming too?
As long as we can dust off Magic and Bird and bring them in too, I think that'd be great.
Now you sound cynical. Like
Well, I am. How many old guys who don't play 70 games in a season are we going to bring in, keeping our fingers crossed that they're going to be all healthy in April?
There's only 28 games you really got to worry about, and they're after the 82.
Well,
if you've got to play that many,
I can't even argue with that.
Can those guys
that's
give
why
you
I
28
said,
games?
You keep your fingers crossed that they're all good to go in April.
Dan, yes or no on Draymond Green?
Oh,
What if it's a part of the
See,
package?
Dan feels the same way I do. Oh,
well, because the problem is I love Draymond Green. I have always been a Draymond guy.
he's a winning basketball player.
God, he's
No one's
so
calling the Cavaliers
good.
soft if they bring him in, even at 56 years old.
He's so darn good. I know how everybody around here hates him, and pretty much everyone around the league hates him as well.
I
except for
wouldn't
the
hate
fans
him
at
if he
Golden
came
State.
here. If he wears
But,
our
like-
uniform, I don't hate you.
So here's the problem.
Aw,
So he's 36.
Okay.
If you brought him in,
he'll be 37 during the season.
be 37 during the season,
3 of your starters would be 37 or older.
you would have to pretty much kiss Jared Allen goodbye. Because my assumption would be Draymond would play the 4 and crunch time 5, and then Evan Mobley would be out there at the 5.
Do you disagree with that?
Because Draymond's a center.
Well, what
At
you
heart.
laid out.
Draymond's 6'5".
Oh, I know. Jeff, I'm aware, but in the same way Charles Barkley was a power forward, Draymond's a center.
I disagree with that.
Okay. The 4 rings on his fingers would like to have an argument with you over that, but sure.
Well, they Golden State played positionless basketball for a good portion of their run. They just had guys on the floor playing team ball.
Who guarded the centers, though?
Okay.
What do you guys-
LeBron has guarded centers too.
The guy's built like a brick house.
Yes.
I mean, he's
Well,
perfect for that role.
He's a wimp compared to LeBron.
I don't know. Draymond would get a little dirtier than LeBron on a lot of those defensive assignments.
Well, that's not what you said. You said he's built like a brick.
Yeah,
but he's a wimp compared to LeBron.
Oh, you're saying body type.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I
listen to you. It's more body action.
I think we're having a different conversation.
Yeah. He's scared of no one or anything.
I think Draymond is a winning basketball player. And how could you turn down a winning basketball player?
That's my problem. I'm going through that in my head right now going, how do I turn this down? And at the same point, I'm like, you would crater any future past 2027 if you
You'd
did
be
it.
going all in, that's for sure.
And if you hold the title over your head at the end of it, people aren't going to care that you've cratered 27, 28, 29. Nobody's going to care. But, boy, if you don't.
I can't even argue with that.
The only part about Draymond that I'm concerned about, and that it's the same concern I have for LeBron, it's what Jeff is teetering on, is so you're in it. How can you be in it all in, basically using their lines, for 1 year hard with these two guys because of age and Harden, right? Because of age, and still be able to build towards the future. That's why, like, the thought of Kuminga is super exciting for me. Like, I think about Kuminga in this group, but I still need the other guys in there too. And you know how many more years you're going to get out of him than you would out of these guys. Now,
do you think Draymond would feel more loyalty toward LeBron, or would he feel more loyalty toward Steph Curry and Steve Kerr?
I think it's Kerr
and the entire franchise at Golden State.
Yeah, no, I think it's more.
I do too.
Unless Steph's trying to make a different kind of name for himself.
He's not. Steph wants to play it out and win.
No, I'm sorry, not Steph. Draymond. Like, if Draymond wants to be.
Yeah, but he's at the end of the line too. You know, what different name are you going to make for yourself?
I don't know. Does he think he's Durant coming over to Golden State when no one thought Golden State could get better? He comes over and you're like, whoa, right? And the Cavaliers found that out.
Durant was in his prime.
I understand that, but is there some of that kind of a feeling in the back, whether you're in your prime or not? Mentally, you still feel like you can play and contribute.
Well, I think he can still play. I mean, he would look. You got Harden and Mitchell. You're going to need somebody to do the dirty work.
Well, he could do the dirty work,
right? Nobody would do it better than Draymond Green. But I just think it's might be a little bit of a pipe dream, and then boy, it would get even more complicated for Kenny to put it all together. I wonder what kind of a relationship Draymond has with Kenny.
I don't know. Have you heard anything bad? I haven't heard anything bad.
I've not bothered to check because it's
it's something
I would
assume.
I would assume they got along just fine.
The interesting thing too is Draymond's best asset is his passing. I mean, that's what he's best at.
As is LeBron's.
Right. And so
as can be Harden's. Dude averaged over 10 assists for 8 seasons.
That's lovely.
He can.
How many?
Let's come. Hang on, guys. Hold on a second. Let's talk about this when we come back because it's worth debating with you two. 216-474-0092. Would you be on board with Draymond in this whole mix? Because the more we get closer to this, it definitely feels like LeBron is getting closer to the Cavs. Bronny is getting closer to the Cavs. And then what are the parts around this? And then also, what are they going to have to get rid of that's on the current roster to get into this situation? We'll talk about that when we come back, too. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
And you know what that means, don't you, Mr. Phelps? That means I'm done.
Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, more of Andy and Jeff. Check them out on YouTube if you dare. Here on 92.3 The Fan.
That guy makes coming to work worthwhile every day.
He does. He does. Except sometimes, we have to be super nice. Kiss is something. Sometimes I feel like we have to do that. But I think he's earned that.
Well, an artist deserves that kind of treatment.
He does?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Because there are times, like I listen to him, but what is it, the 940 update, we're all sitting in the room with him, and we all have to be very, very quiet when this is going on. And then we have to praise him when it's over.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he's earned that. I
Sure.
think he's earned that. So
I mean, if we don't applaud, he gets cranky.
We are on another day of LeBron watch to see when this thing, I believe now is probably going to be official soon enough, unless something takes a drastic turn. Wasn't convinced until the last 24 hours that he was 100% coming back, and I'm still at 98% sure that he's probably coming back. But I mean, it's just I'm hearing too many things around the outside and like little leaks and things that might be 100% true.
Hearing things.
Yeah.
For instance.
Yes.
This doesn't necessarily matter.
Okay.
Just got an email from somebody. Guy named Steve. Steve, thanks, bud. Appreciate it. He has a buddy who's a PGA pro who works in the area. Just informed him that LeBron has recently joined a country club in Akron.
I've heard multiple country club names now.
For whatever that's worth.
Joined.
Well, LeBron does come back to Akron, and it's home. He still has a house here.
But why would you pay the fees to?
Because it's LeBron and he can afford it.
Yeah, but how many clubs do you need to belong to here? You know what I'm saying?
Well, didn't you get word that the one you heard wasn't really the deal?
At first, I heard he was in, like it was done deal, and that maybe he put in the application.
But, a lot of guys.
Why would LeBron James have to put in an application?
A lot of guys belong to a lot of country clubs.
Yeah, I mean, but do you want to belong to our club? Okay, you're in. Okay. I don't think it's that
You're
hard.
in here. Write the check, please.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there isn't. It's not like you have to go through the initiation process, and they're not going to haze him, and he'll be all in, right?
Yeah.
Could you imagine trying to haze LeBron to get into a club? I don't think it'd work.
Haze? Do they do hazing for country clubs?
I
think the hazing for country clubs is there's another zero behind that, sir.
Yes.
Put that in the little box.
Thank you, sir. I'd like another zero. So I want to get back into this. I know the phone lines, people want to talk about LeBron, whether, and Draymond. I mean, is Draymond a possibility of coming here?
You're making Draymond up, aren't you?
I think it's fair game
you're
to talk
just
about.
Making that up.
Well, they're playing golf, right?
Well, they're in Puerto Rico. I don't know what they're doing.
You don't think they're playing golf while they're in Puerto Rico?
I would maybe they are, but I don't know.
Do you think they have good golf courses in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, absolutely they do.
Have you played any of these, or?
No, but they do. They're nice. They're nice courses.
I was gonna text my one resident friend that is from Puerto Rico to make sure that there are good.
Hopefully Sandy will tell you yes.
Why would you out me like that? Why would you do that? Hey, Dan, I want to ask you one question before I kind of go back to this LeBron, Draymond, whatever stuff. Are we rooting for anybody in the World Cup? I know we just had an update on it.
We're talking basketball.
I know.
World Cup?
I need 1 second because I heard it in the update, and I gotta just kind of get it off my chest. Are we rooting for anybody?
That's the way you establish a subject, a little topic, Dan, and then go.
Can you stop?
Right when you're ready to go to the phones, and we have people who would like to talk about it.
I know. I'd like to get there.
How about the World Cup?
Jeff, I'd like to get there quicker, but I just had to ask Dan that question.
Can we do it in headlines? Let's just put it in
Just
headlines.
give me the team to root for. That's all I'm asking for.
I can't tell you who to root for.
I'm asking you.
I'm not going to. What do you?
Pick Argentina.
Let's do it in headlines, because then we could get into what you're looking for and then get your team to root
Okay,
for.
well, I'm going to leave you with this, and then we'll go to the phone lines. We'll talk about LeBron, and we'll talk about what's going on there. I am not happy with Belgium. I think they're whiners, and I think they forgot where they came from in this tournament. That's all I'm going to say.
Take your waffles and you head home.
It's not about that. I'll go back and tell you the rest of it later. But these guys we got to stay exactly on the rails because that's exactly how we do things.
But I mean, you've done a fine job of establishing everything, and then all of a sudden, Right, people want to talk.
All
Hey,
right.
How about
I
the
hear
World
you.
Cup?
Throw your chocolate off a bridge.
Oh, my God. The ghost of Poobah is in the house.
God
Chuck.
bless him.
Chuck is in Rocky River. What do you got, Chuck?
Hello, Chuck.
Yo, happy Friday, guys. How you
Happy
doing?
Friday to you. Is there
What I
somebody
got
you're rooting
over
for
there?
in the World Cup? I'm just kidding. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm not, just whatever color I like the most. I don't
There
know.
it is.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Team in blue.
So I want to talk about Draymond. I can't stand Draymond Green. He got that nitty gritty ball play. He's very. The thing I don't like about when he's rough with guys is that he don't stand on it. He'll beat you up and then go make an excuse why instead of just saying, "Hey, I didn't like him." But I love him for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I love it.
The reason why is because we will get the most out of these young guys. See, young guys respect guys that got rings, and not only a ring, multiple rings. Him and LeBron on his team, Draymond's a very underrated passer. He can get you 10 assists. He can get you 10 points, and he can get you 10 rear-naked chokeholds, too. That's a good triple-double. Me.
You forgot a well-placed foot, too, Chuck.
That's, is he wrestling under the stars if he signs tonight? Out in Avon? So I'm hearing. Maybe.
The most about it to me is just the pedigree. How to close out games is something that the Cavaliers have had huge problems with. Situational basketball, Atkinson needs help with. And who better to give you help with some veterans that know how to get it done? Atkinson kind of needs some help with I wouldn't say holding guys accountable, but he definitely isn't tough on the guys. Those three, that combination I love. And guess what? Yeah, we would have to get rid of Jared Allen because if Draymond Green punches anybody in the face if he came to the Cavs, I think it'll be Allen.
Really?
You know what I mean? He don't like guys that
What
smile
about
a lot
soup?
or whatever.
Would he throw soup at them? Different story. Thank you.
I love it, but man, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Hey, have a great weekend, Chuck.
Thank you, Charles.
All right, Jeff, as we remain on the phone lines because this show is 100% moving forward and steady.
What do you think of pro lacrosse?
That's not. Was anyone talking about as pro lacrosse been a
That's
topic?
my point, Andy.
No, what World Cup is, I don't know if you listen to the updates like I do because I respect our update anchors. Obviously, you don't. I was listening to what I heard, and I just wanted to bring a little point out there.
Hey, Chris, do you run into famous people at the grocery store?
Does he?
That, by the way, that is a deep cut, if anybody remembers that one, because that was still an all-timer of Les Levine.
I think it was great.
That was so good. I'll never forget that.
Oh, man. See, we should live by less rules. That's what it should be. If he had one lasting impact on this society, it's less rules, right or left. It doesn't matter. We're going in a different direction. Ruben!
Go
ahead, Ruben.
What's up, Ruben?
How you doing, gentlemen?
What's up, man? How are you?
I haven't had a chance to talk to you in a long time. And as a former friend of the show, Andy, focus. We're talking basketball.
Thank you, Ruben.
Oh, man.
I'm playing, Andy. I'm just.
It's all right. Why would you make yourself we have never taken away a friend of the show status from anyone.
Well, it's been so long.
That doesn't mean
we're not now either,
guys,
Ruben.
You're
listen, Ruben. Like you had guys. How old are you, Ruben? Just throw it out at me, will you?
50 plus.
You're 50 plus. You had guys in high school you still talk to, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you don't have to talk to them every day, do you?
One of them that I just ran into, I had to reintroduce myself to. So
that sucks. Well, he wasn't really one of your good friends anyway.
We were the three amigos in high school. That's how bad it was.
Now you're Dos Amigos, so that's okay if you got the other guys
but
still.
Beyond that, let me say this before I forget.
Yes.
If you were the chosen one and you've lived your life for 23 years as the chosen one,
yes,
wouldn't your last absolute opportunity for free agent be milked? I just want to say that because people get so aggravated with LeBron, but this is his last.
I don't think anyone's aggravated. Not this time.
Maybe I should stay off the Twitter then, because people are losing their minds. They really are.
No, you want a straight, narrow mind that goes off the track every once in a while, talk to World Cup. You just keep listening to us. We're good.
But I do think he's earned the right, knowing that this is his last go-around, to have a little fun with it.
Yeah, if you're the chosen one, don't you want to come back to the Holy Land at the end?
Absolutely. He said it when he first signed with L.A. The first week he was there. He said, I can see myself going back to Cleveland and retire. So for me, this isn't a surprise. But as far as Draymond, because I know you guys got to go, but as far as Draymond go, I think Jared is going to be collateral damage, partially because of spacing. partially because LeBron likes to tinker with a team when he comes in. He wants to bring at least one or two of his guys. So if you see anybody, and I hate to see Jared go, but if anybody from that starting five would have to go, I think it would have to be the big man.
All right. I think, I mean, I can't argue with what you're saying. I just hope it's not true. I hope it's not right.
I would hate for it to be true, but
Jared.
Look at history. He tinkers with a squad every time he comes, wherever he goes, whether it was Miami, when he went to L.A., he tinkered with the squad. When he came back here, we got rid of Wiggins, got Love. That's what happens with LeBron. I mean, it's not ever him.
Can you blame him because of some of the lineups they had when he first got here? I mean, and what the Cavs were trying to do to put it together. And he wants to make sure that he's got a team that can be there at least when the playoffs start, right? I mean, that's what he
saying
had
about Sasha Pavlovich.
Hey,
it'll be my job to clean up after that championship. So if we don't win one, I'm not going to be mad. But I'm expecting with him and Draymond, if he comes, that basketball IQ and toughness to be the last pieces that this team needs. We got everything else.
All right. Thank you. I think that'd be a good.
Thanks, Ruben.
Wouldn't that be a good sports job? Cleaning up after the parade, knowing that you had the parade. Is that a sports job?
I don't believe so.
I can think of some pretty bad sports jobs. In fact, I've been doing that for a while. When we come back, Tom Withers from the Associated Press. He will join in and be a great part of the show, as he is each and every time. Tom's history with LeBron is very good. He has an amazing resume when it comes to covering LeBron James. So we're going to get what his thoughts are on where the Cavaliers might be in this situation. I don't know. I just feel like we're just waiting for the announcement. And I don't know. Everything seems to be leaning this way. Now, could it turn? Yes. But it doesn't feel that way, and it feels like it's going to be Bron. It's going to be Bronny together, and we'll see where they'll go. By the way, I mean, you were great to Bronny when he was here last time. The fans that were at the game when the Cavaliers beat the Lakers by like 30, I think that was before the trade. So, and the fans that were there were amazing to Bronny. So I think, that if that didn't touch his heart, I don't know what would. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. What a night of NBA Summer League as number 1 overall pick AJ DeBanza faced off against number 2 overall pick Darren Peterson. AJ led all scorers in the game with 27 points, and Peterson led the Jazz with 24. Both of these guys look to be living up to the hype, and both should have major impacts for the Wizards and the Jazz in their rookie seasons. I'm PJ Glasser.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Norway was trading at 2.5% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $3,740 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know what they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Nick Wilson right now. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free in 48 months with 0% interest. Save as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 216-243-6648. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Don't let summer slip away. At RCDRV, your adventure starts here. Motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers. Shop hundreds in stock right now. Parts and service too. Find your Freedom camper today at RCDRV.com. Freedom is calling. Will you answer?
Broadcasting from the 92.3 The Fan Studios, fueled by True North Convenience Stores, Kobe Altman and the Cavs could look to make a big splash in July. Stay tuned for all the latest free agency and trade news across the NBA. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 is brought to you by Perino Builders, Remodelers, and Furniture. Need inspiration for your new build or renovation? Check out PerinoCustomHomes.com. Guardians back in action tonight for the second half of their road trip. They'll be down in Miami to take on the Marlins. Guards are coming off a 5-2 win over Minnesota yesterday and looking to continue that win streak tonight. Parker Messick will get the start. He's 7-5 with a 2.80 ERA. First pitch, 7-10. Even though the Guardians have only won 4 of their last 10 games, they're still back on top of the AL Central, tied with the White Sox for first place after Chicago got swept by Boston in their 3-game weekday series. The White Sox will kick off a 3-game weekend series against the A's starting tonight. Cavaliers tip off for Summer League play this afternoon. They'll be facing off against the Indiana Pacers. Naquan Tomlin and Malik Thomas are both on the summer roster for the Cavs out in Vegas. Tip off 4:30. And Scottie Scheffler has missed the cut at the Scottish Open as he was sitting 2 shots over the cut line. This is the first time Scheffler has missed a cut since 2022 when he didn't make the weekend in the FedEx St. Jude Championship, officially ending his streak of consecutive made cuts at 78. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. You can listen to us on the Odyssey, the iHeartRadio, or the TuneIn apps.
All right, here we go. So there's a guy who I think has a litany of knowledge when it comes. Is that the right word? Litany of knowledge. On LeBron James and understands his career path and understands his influence in Northeast Ohio and understands his influence on the organization, the franchise, and his importance in not only Cleveland sports history, but also in the national sports scene. It is our good friend Tom Withers, and you know we always say it's not news until Tom Withers says so. And of course, Tom spent all those years with the Associated Press, and Tom is now set to join us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Right hotline. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Hey, hang on a second. LeBron's about to putt.
Okay, hang on a second. Did he?
Hey, Draymond, pull the flag. Pull the flag.
Who are you telling to pull the flag?
I'll give you that one, Bron. That's a 4. Okay. Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are they both coming here? What do you think?
Oh, my gosh. Wouldn't that – by the way, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something, right? Oh, my God.
Talk about a 180 about thinking LeBron was going to Golden State if both those guys ended up here.
Draymond here, yeah.
Yes.
We can relive the Game 5 moment. Maybe they can put that on that court across the street across from the Rocket Arena now. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned that last time I was on. They did a great job with that down there.
It does look cool.
Should go. It really is. I hope people go down and check it out and bring your ball with you and get a couple shots up. Yeah, really nice. So, yeah.
Jeff was doing a free throw clinic there last time I walked by. It was pretty cool.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. He was doing Rick Barry's and overhand.
Sure.
He loves Rick Barry. You know what? I used to tell my girls when I was coaching that the greatest free throw shooter of all time shot him underhanded. So don't be afraid.
I met Rick
but
Barry
anyway,
once.
here we are.
Nice guy. Not really.
Great guy.
Wait. I cannot let that go. Jeff, what do you mean, not really?
There have been stories, Tom, about his sons, right? They might not have had the
yeah
patience. Didn't have patience.
Well, Rick was a
tough guy,
a complicated man.
He's been on our show before.
Irascible. Like there's some good adjectives to describe Rick Barry.
Yeah.
But hell of a player. My goodness.
Could play.
Yeah, no question. So here we are 16 years later on La Watch again, right? Is it something else?
Yeah, 4.0.
I was just thinking the other day, in 2010, when life was a little bit different. I mean, we're so consumed with social media now and connections and our jobs and what have you. With the AP then, we were so afraid of it happening that I had to hunker down at home, even though I had a laptop and you could go other places to do your job. But it was the same week that my son went to Cooperstown, and it is one of the regrets of my life and career that when TJ went and played in Cooperstown with his Westlake team, I was back at home on LeBron watch. So I haven't let number 23 forget that either. So, but all is good. Here we are, and yeah, I'm sure you guys have been talking about it all morning or all week and all month. The signs are pointing very positively towards Cleveland, but I'm just not quite there yet. I'm not quite at the point where I can say, matter-of-factly that he's coming here because I still, while I think he has probably made his decision, I'm not sure he's really told too many people. So closely guarded secret, and we wait again.
Tom, if he can play like he played last year for the Lakers.
Yeah, you take him, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he'd definitely help, and he was really good last year.
Yeah.
I wonder, would people expect too much from a 42-year-old player?
That's a great question, Jeff. And I think yes, because he's LeBron also. He's not just the 42-year-old player. He's also King James, and there are always, outrageous expectations that come along with him. So, I think the variables that I don't think are getting discussed enough, Jeff and Andy, are, how does he fit in from the standpoint of the egos, and can he take on the role that Dwayne Wade took on when LeBron went to Miami, right? Kind of the second soldier, if you will, right? This is Donovan Mitchell's team. I think, what happened earlier this week, I don't think, it kind of came and went pretty quickly, and we had all known the news from about a week earlier or whatever. But I think Donovan, committing once again to Cleveland, first of all, said a lot about him and his character and the fact that he's kept his word every time he's talked about Cleveland. But it also shows that this team is still committed to building around Donovan Mitchell for the foreseeable future. And so then you start to factor in LeBron James and all that comes with him. And then if you want to add Draymond Green into that, anyway, you've just come off a season in which you've had a hard time kind of integrating James Harden into a new system, right? Now you're going to have to do that all over again. Not to say that you can't do it, but it's just that it's going to take a little time, and you're going to have to figure it out from the basketball standpoint, never mind the financial standpoint. And I'm not sure the Cavs are currently in position to offer the kind of contract that LeBron James would be willing to take. So I think there's still going to be some other moves that will be telltale signs before this does happen, if it does happen.
There are things that go along with LeBron when you take LeBron. You get the benefits of being able to have a chance of winning a championship every year he's on your team, although, Lakers will say they looked at one. But, one of the things that, Tom, that is interesting, because we see it with Shador too, is having a film crew around a guy all the time while they're playing. And it sounds like wherever LeBron's going next year, there's probably a film crew that's going to be with him, and the team would have to sign off on that probably before they would ever want to bring him in at this point. But what do you? How does that affect things? I
don't think it really matters as much these days, to be honest with you, Andy and Jeff. I mean, you guys have been in clubhouses and locker rooms and press boxes and on the field. There's camera crews everywhere now. I mean, every team has their own in-house social media team that is like constantly, fluttering around these guys like butterflies. It's just, it's nonstop. And so I don't think it would be necessarily, invasive to the point of being a distraction, Andy. I think it's something that I think you're right. I think the team has to be willing to kind of go along with it. But in this case, with this player, a once-in-a-generation type player, we all know what he has meant to Northeast Ohio and Cleveland in particular. I think anything that comes along with him is going to be welcomed, whether that's a camera crew or everything else that's going on.
It is interesting to watch this stuff play out. And I was thinking about this driving in. Okay, if LeBron comes back and part of the deal is a documentary crew being around him, I didn't think it was a big deal at all because he's LeBron James. It's it's the same reason why when Kobe's last year, he would do a press conference before and he did a retirement tour thing. But when Shador has it and they're holding up the press so that Shador's team can get into a room, it's irritating. And it's don't we need to worry about being, a champion before we start documenting?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I was just going to say that, Andy. Yeah, the other two guys that you mentioned had more than earned the right to have those kinds of perks, right? Shador, obviously not to this point, and that was more of a that's all the social media and the younger generation driven kind of TikTok, look at me type of stuff. Whereas the other two guys you mentioned are essentially chronicling, two of the greatest careers that we've ever seen in the NBA. So very different cases. And again, I don't think it would be a distraction necessarily, Andy, but and the one thing I did want to mention as well, and I posted this on social media a couple of weeks ago, LeBron and his family were, and I heard this from a person very close to him, they were genuinely moved by, what happened in January when he came back with Bronny and the ovation that he got. And you saw how emotional he was down on the scorer's table. And, it was just a reminder of what home means to him and vice versa. And so I think that plays into this as well. I think there's still that, that bond and that pull of coming home. And if you saw the social media videos that he did over the holiday weekend with, the whole crew from St. V. And it's amazing seeing those kids now that, I started covering back when they were sophomores in high school, grown men with families and careers. And it's wonderful. And it's great to see how all of them have turned out. It's a real credit to LeBron and the loyalty that he has with his friends and that entire community, the way they raised those kids.
What was interesting, too, about that game in January, because I was thinking about this, too, that the way the crowd reacted to Bronny. Yeah. I mean, if that was my kid and and Bronny has nothing to do with the basketball part of this whole thing, but, the Cavs were up by 30. And Bronny ended up with 8 points, had a dunk in that game, remember? And it was the crowd didn't care that he was wearing a Laker uniform. It was, okay, I guess they're rooting for LeBron's son to do. I mean, again, this is a Laker player that the hometown crowds, it was like they were rooting for a kid from Old Trail.
It was the same thing. It was the same thing the year before, Andy, the first time they came back, because I went down to the shoot around before that game, and only because I've known Bronny since he was born. He was sitting over on the bench, and after his dad, sure enough, his dad didn't show up for shoot around. Imagine that.
Shocker.
And so Bronny was there, and they kept him off. The media relations crew for the Lakers was like, Bronny's off limits or whatever. I was like, Yeah, except I know him. So I went over and I said to Bronny, I go, man, it's unbelievable you're back in here. I could remember you riding up and down the elevators in this building while your dad was playing.
Yeah.
And we had kind of a laugh. We had a laugh about it. But you're right. I think, and, from a basketball standpoint, I do think that means a lot, though, Andy. I think LeBron looks at that, and now that I think we've figured out that Bronny is, I think he is a rotational player in the NBA. I think he can play a part on somebody's bench, whether it's Cleveland's or LA's or whoever's. And I think LeBron looks at that and feels like, God, how cool would it be if I came back with my son and then launched his career here in Cleveland? So I think that's a part of it as well.
Tom, how would Dad fit on this team? Next to Harden, Mitchell?
Yeah.
From a straight basketball standpoint, how do you think Kenny makes that work?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing too, Jeff. And as I mentioned to you guys a couple weeks ago, I still think a lot of this hinges on, James Harden and what they want to do with him and whether or not James Harden can kind of morph into a different kind of player for the Cavs. I think we've seen, and especially those of us that have watched LeBron his entire career, he can be whatever you want him to be out there, right? Point guard, sure, got it. Center, need me for a little bit there, got it.
Yep.
He'll do whatever needs to be done. So I'm not worried about LeBron and his ability to fit into whatever Kenny designs. I think it's more incumbent on the other players figuring out how they would fit around LeBron. And then tangentially to that is how do we then fit around Donovan and how do we make sure Donovan, gets lifted the way we need to lift him? How does Evan fit into that? Is Jarrett Allen a part of this future going forward? So I'm not as concerned, Jeff, about how LeBron fits in as how everyone else fits around LeBron and then those other key pieces that are already in place here.
All right, so what are we looking for then to watch this happen? And I think obviously, Schroeder and Strus being moved are going to have to be a part of this. And then, Allen is the other part of it. So what are we kind of looking at here?
I think just what you said, Andy. I think it is those other smaller moves, right? And then, the only thing I worry about, and I know, Jeff, I've heard you talk about this before as well, Jarrett Allen is a guy who played exceptionally well this year in the playoffs, right?
Yep. He sure did.
And
can we just 1 second? Can we stop saying that? Now, I'm not saying you said it, but I heard this again last night. So these guys play soft. I didn't think he played soft at all during the playoffs.
That's nonsense.
It is absolute garbage. Okay, good.
Yeah,
all right, I'm glad
unfortunately for Jarrett, the comment about the bright lights a few years ago has trailed him. Some people have not, been very forgiving with that. I thought he played his butt off. I think they just ran into a monster in these playoffs in the New York Knicks, who were on a heater run like we've ever seen. Other than, it's funny, at the unveiling of the court downtown, I even mentioned that to a couple Cavs, front office people. It was like, the only team that I can remember being on a heater like the Knicks was the 2016 team that we had here, right? I mean, they did the impossible, right? And so my point is, though, if you move Jarrett Allen, then who's going to rebound, right? And you're still up against the Knicks and the Celtics and the Sixers and the Magic and that young Hawks team. And, oh, by the way, the Pacers are going to be healthy. I mean, the East is formidable. And so, if you're going to move a key piece like that, you better have a backup plan in place. I thought it was interesting, Jeff, and I think you've mentioned this guy before, and I've liked him throughout his career, and I know he's a little bit older, but Valanciunas got released the other day by the Nuggets.
Yeah.
And while he's 34, that's still a big body. So there are those smaller little things like you mentioned, Andy. There's a smaller other roster moves that I think are going to have to take place for this to happen. And then subsequently there's going to have to be some other moves that then you use to fortify the roster, assuming that LeBron is coming.
I want to ask you a baseball question. They just keep floating along. Here they go. Tom, the platooning and the pinch hitting drives me nuts. Does Stephen Vogt have an alternative, or is he trying to milk everything he can out of this lineup?
He is. Jeff, that's exactly what he's doing. It's kind of the survive and advance type of mentality here, while you're missing two of the best offensive players you have and the face of the franchise, right? So I see where you're coming from. I know it's tough to not see the same lineup every day. I think this is what he needs to do until he gets to the All-Star break. They get Hosey back. They take a deep breath, kind of see where they're at. I think it's a credit to them that they're still hanging where they are. And I know that's also got something to do with the AL Central and it being wide open and the Tigers underachieving and, now and the White Sox overachieving or whatever you want to say about them. And after seeing them last weekend, guys, I think they're going to be hanging around all year and maybe beyond that. That's a pretty good team. They got some good young pieces. So, Jeff, I see where you're coming from. I mean, Bazzana hits first one day, seventh the next. You're moving Manzardo up and down. I do think it's interesting that Stephen Kwan has come on the last few weeks. This is a guy that, he looks much better in the box. And Chris, I covered the game last Sunday, and Chris Antonetti went to some lengths to kind of defend Stephen in terms of, some of the analytics that people bring up in terms of, the velocity off the bat and velocity speed of bat and those kinds of things, and just pointed out that Kwan has just been getting himself into bad hitting counts. But you've seen him pushing the ball a little bit to left field here and there, right? Gets on base now and again. The other night he hit 3 ropes and they were all caught. The next night he walks and hits a bloop single, gets on base. So they're doing what they need to do, Jeff. I'm with you, though. They still need that big bat in the lineup. I mean, Rhys Hoskins has not really delivered, but then again, he's hit a couple home runs the last couple of days. But, getting Chase DeLauder back, and he's been great in July. He's also hitting left-handed pitching, which, was kind of a little bit of a knock. Yeah, and was a little bit of a knock on him, right? So having him back in, and I think once you get Martinez and Ramirez back in there, you're actually going to really be able to make a run and hopefully put some wins together and stretch it out here a little bit in the division.
You bring up Chris. Jeff has talked about this the last couple of days. When you're pinch hitting for your number 4 hitter, you're pinch hitting for your number 2 hitter.
Drives me nuts, Tom.
And you have to ask yourself, who's making the call? Is it vote in the moment, or is it premeditated, or is it coming from Chris, or is it this all?
It's vote in the moment. No, it's vote in the moment, and I think it's interesting that he does have the kinds of options that he does have, right? I mean, David Fry is a real, Swiss Army knife that you can plug into a lot of spots, right? And we've also seen nights where he's batted leadoff. There's been nights where he's hit cleanup, and so. They've got those kinds of players. Schneeman's also the same kind of guy, right? You can do a lot of things with them, and those are indispensable players. And let's be honest, guys, those are the players that have gotten you through here over the last few weeks, right? I still can't get over that in one game, in 5 innings, you lost the number 1, 2, and 3 batters in your lineup, including, a multi-time All-Star at third base and the best player in franchise history. So, they've survived. They've managed to salvage, the finales of some of these series in recent weeks, and they're hanging in. And I think that's about all you can ask for at this point, and we'll see what the trade deadline brings or doesn't bring.
As always, we love talking to you. It's not news until Tom Withers says so. And, Tom, it is now news. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Thomas.
Anytime, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, we'll talk to you soon on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Plenty to digest there. Some LeBron interesting thoughts. And then Guardian stuff, too. So I want to talk about the Guardians, too. And, especially with the trade deadline coming up in Major League Baseball, what could the Guardians be thinking? We'll talk about that next. 216-474-0092.
World Cups. I'm Mike Conti.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to our show. Listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app, or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. We like to do that over the air and then have your smart speaker just start playing.
Yeah,
that makes people
you'd
mad.
have to say, hey,
yeah,
and then it would make it work.
Yeah, but now you can find us on YouTube as well. Ken Carmen, Anthony Lima, 6 to 10, Andy and me, 10 to 2, Nick and Jonathan, 2 to 7. Live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. And you can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
It is Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. You just had a chance to listen to Tom Withers. And, you know, if you missed that interview or you missed any moment in our show or any other show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration, integrated restoration. Those are our friends, and give you the ability to kind of help out and listen to Tom Withers again. And then if you can't, or you're just not around, John Ireland's going to join us coming up in about a half hour, the play-by-play voice of the Los Angeles Lakers. So we're looking forward to talking to him, trying to get some L.A. perspective on this, and about Bronny, who's still on there. Although I don't know, can he? He's probably, maybe when we talk to him about Bronny. Yeah, I would think so.
Well, you can ask him about a player.
Yeah, I don't want to get him. I just don't
want to get John in trouble.
Yeah, but we don't work for another team, so it's not a big deal.
You just ask him, what's he think?
What's he think, Jeff? What's he think? How'd I do? I was practicing for the interview.
It was really good.
Thank you. I feel good about that. So we had Tom Withers on, and Tom kind of laid it out the way I think the way things are shaping out right now. Now, could things change in a second? Yeah, they could. We're talking about LeBron James, and no one saw it coming. Well, I shouldn't say that. It was a unbelievable turn when he made the decision the first time. And then, when he came back, I think it was unexpected. Yes, there were some rumblings right before, but nothing felt like, it felt like you were looking at the steak. You weren't biting into the steak. And then after it happened, you get to eat the steak. And so then...
You do a lot of steak references.
I'm a big fan of steak.
Yeah, I know you are.
I am. Actually, I had a really good steak skewer the other day.
Nice.
I just want to share that with you.
Glad we got you to not cook them well done anymore.
On the skewer, you had your choice. It was either pink or no pink. And I said no pink, just so you know. Don't look at me with disgust. That's the second time today you've done that to me. And I'm
wasting your money.
It is. Why? If you enjoy the flavor of it, what's the difference?
It loses its flavor the more you cook it.
I disagree with you, especially the way it was seasoned. I was
get Rocco on the phone.
Thoroughly enjoyed it, and some people just like to eat it that way, and that's okay, Jeff.
Everybody's entitled to eat it whatever way they want it, even if they want to waste their money. They're allowed.
You're cutting me deep, man. You are cutting me deep. But I think Tom kind of sees it the way we've been talking about it, and we're going to see it, that it feels very, very strong that LeBron's coming back. Feels like Bronny's coming with him. I don't know. There are other movements, though, this team is going to have to make. And I also think that that when you look at it, that what are they going to do with Max Strus? What are they going to do?
What are they going to do with the entire rest of the roster, Andy?
Yeah, that's kind of the way to do it.
It really is. I mean, what are they going to do with the rest of the starting four? What are they going to do? Is it going to be Harden, Mitchell, LeBron, and Mobley? And then you find somebody else? You're going to move on from Jared Allen, which I wouldn't want to do. You're going to keep Max? There will be work to do. And that's not a bad thing.
No, it's not. Look, you have to improve. Like, if you're Dan Gilbert, you want to improve, right? I'm like, that's what he strives for every year, and he's not scared to put money behind it.
It's interesting to me that they've obviously made the determination that no matter what happens with LeBron, it's Harden and Mitchell. That's what they're going to move forward with. And, maybe they had to do that when James agreed to the trade, to waive his no trade to come here. And if so, that's okay. I mean, James has been a hell of a player throughout his NBA career. I just wonder if he can elevate those around him enough to make it work here. And this will be a fascinating team to watch next year, Andy. It really will. I mean, even if LeBron doesn't come back here, this will be a fascinating team to watch because expectations are sky high.
The other part of the whole conversation with Tom was, Strus and Schroeder. And I wonder how that changes the flow of what's happening now behind the scenes. Don't you think this is all down to behind the scenes?
Andy, I don't know. I mean, what do they have to move financially? If LeBron's truly not interested in money in this move, then why do you have to move some of these guys?
I don't know. And Strus is the one guy I want to hang on to.
Well, in a perfect world, you'd want to keep Schroeder and Strus. Why not?
Because do they have to trade one of those two guys to the
Make
Lakers?
The money work?
Well, no, to bring Bronny here. They're going to have to figure out a way.
Bronny doesn't make nearly that much money.
So how do you all?
I don't know. I mean, they can figure that out. But in a perfect world, as long as you're collecting veterans, you want to keep Schroeder and Strus. But I don't know that that's possible.
I think so, too. I don't know where they're playing.
Those are two guys who can play, Andy.
Yeah.
They can play.
So they're in your second five. And
well, I mean, they're running into a numbers game a little bit.
All right.
I think.
Let me jot it down. Go ahead.
Well, it's off the top of my head.
Right.
Strus, Schroeder, correct?
Yep.
You don't have to worry about Keon Ellis anymore because he's not here.
No.
And neither's Larry, neither's Dean Wade.
Oh, Larry was still here? I didn't notice that during the playoffs at all. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, you didn't notice it about Keon Ellis either, did you?
Yeah, I still trying to do that.
So there's Craig Porter, who they signed to a contract.
Right.
There's Tyrese Proctor, who they seem high on. Naquan Tomlin, Sam Merrill, Jalen Tyson. That's 7 guys on the bench. So who's going to play, who's not? That doesn't even include Malik Thomas, who, he's a 6'2 guard. Bronny's a 6'2 guard. Boy, that works.
Do we have any 6'2 guards?
I think we do.
Are you sure?
But that's a lot of guys.
It's like we open up the closet. It's like rations and supplies.
It's
like toilet paper, I think. It's like, hey, do we have any more 6'2 guards back there?
Strus, Schroeder, Merrill, Tyson, Tomlin, Porter, Thomas Bryant, Proctor, Thomas. That's 9 guys outside of your starting 4. Well, that's a lot of guys, man.
Isn't that?
And that's why Kobe Altman will have work to do.
I think that work is going on now, though. That's only I don't know.
It better be.
I just don't. I don't see the pieces. Like, right? I don't know. And then could they trade away?
You know what's lacking out of all those guys I mentioned?
Experience,
wing depth.
Yeah.
I think Strus is a more of a 2 guard, but he can play. He can play a little 3 if he has to.
I'm trying to think of assets.
Tomlin could be a big deal for this team.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have a first round pick for another. Next year, you don't.
Yeah, I think it's 3 more years, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Next year, you don't.
Pick swap.
You've got to take your pick the next year, which they're probably trading anyway.
Which is a pick swap if it works in Utah's favor.
Huh. Wow. So I don't. Do you have the assets to be able to? And then, by the way, if you do opt to bring in somebody else, you're going to put yourself back in the second apron, which is what I think we're all planning for anyway. After they sign Harden,
yeah, sure seems like it.
So it's weird because you're in it for the now, but could you destroy the long term? I don't know. John Ireland's going to join us at high noon. We'll talk to him about all this too. Plus, I want to get back into the Guardians. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There is none. I wish I knew. It's taking his time, man. Really evaluating things, taking his time. And I've really left him alone. Play golf, do what the things you need to do. He understands where things are. And so when he gets ready, he'll let me know.
That was Rich Paul. That was on his podcast today, Game Over, right, with Max Kellerman. And he said that today and just said, hey, we're just kind of hanging loose here. LeBron's on vacation. I also think that that's also been, like, part of the story that gets blown out of, like, Jeff, how many years in a row does LeBron vacation around here? Like, it happens all the time.
Every year?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great place to be during the summer.
This is not vacation. He comes home in the summer.
Yeah, he comes back. It's like, he's at college all year. And then,
I don't think you vacation if you actually have a house. And,
it's vacation from basketball, though.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
So he comes home for the summer. And then maybe he wants to be here for the summer. Or at least
certain parts of the summer.
Any chance when do they move into their new practice facility? He may have to have them pick the practice facility up and then move it out of downtown and send it out to, Brecksville, right? Just because he doesn't want to drive that extra 15 minutes.
Keep dropping it further
Especially,
south.
I mean, do you know how disappointing he's going to be?
Put it in Richfield.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad.
A lot of room out there on 303.
Or maybe he's got a gym at the house, doesn't he? Can't they just practice at his house?
I think he does. Actually.
I mean, everyone's working remote. Why can't he work remote? All right, we're going to have the team over. We'll just do everything here in the backyard. Wouldn't that be a great way to live? Roll out of bed, right to practice?
Yes.
It's kind of like being on the road, though. In some ways, same thing, right? You got to hop in a cab, though, or do something.
Team bus.
Well, yeah, bus. I forgot about that. Sometimes I forget about the little things. So John Ireland's going to join us here in a couple minutes, and I'm looking forward to talking to the Lakers.
Play game.
Yeah, and I think did he do Beaumont Golden Gators at one point too?
No,
he didn't. But he was a fan of theirs while he was in Beaumont.
I'm guessing he was covering them.
All right, well, we better make sure.
So I believe that was his time frame as well.
ESPN just put out a piece about free agency and, in particular, obviously LeBron James and what 6 teams can offer him. And I just want to dip into what they said about the Cavs, and then maybe 1 or 2 other teams here, because somebody else said something about their team in the last 24 hours. It said what the Cavs can offer, and again, this is from ESPN, the next contract of James Harden, who declined his option so that they could stretch this thing out. So not including Harden, Cleveland is $25.3 million below the first apron and $38 million under the second million. If a team uses more than $6.1 million of the signing exception, then it is hard capped at the first apron. Okay? For Cleveland to open up more than $6.1 million, it would need to either trade Max Strus or Dennis Schroeder. That's from Bobby Marks. And I think we've all been aware of that. So, again, for them to have – but they still have the mid-level, right? And I don't know where the mid-level plays into this. I don't know if you guys know or not, and I'm assuming you don't then. Then it says that as a part of the story, it goes into their pitch. So, like, what the teams can pitch to LeBron to make him want to come here. It says, obviously, the Cavs pitch is a final homecoming, and it played 11 seasons, over 1,000 regular games. His first...
Not that they have to make a pitch.
I think they need to make a little pitch. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that. You don't think the Cavs have... look.
I mean, if there's any place that he doesn't need to be sold on, it's here. He either wants to or he doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. It's one or the other. But I think we also still, you still wonder, because it'll come up every once in a while, where are the hard feelings gone between Dan and LeBron? And it feels, Jeff, like they are. I mean, they had to be a little bit, at least 80% for him to come back in the first place. He could have come back knowing that it was better for him, better for business, better for his story to come back the first time, even if he didn't like Dan.
And Dan Gilbert had to think, how do I say no to this?
How did he say? And, Dan...
And the same thing this time around if it were to happen again.
Yeah, and Dan's apologized for the letter, which I think
said he had a little emotional at the time.
Yeah, you think he was a little bad?
He actually said That was the edited version.
He said, "Woo!" According to the pitch, though, for the Cavaliers, the roster is appealing to, built out with size, Mobley and Allen, ball handling skills with Harden and Schroeder, and scoring with Donovan and Harden, and also shooting with Sam Merrill and Strus. Like, we haven't talked about Sam Merrill in this scenario at all.
I don't think Sam's going anywhere.
I think everyone seems to be content on that too. The Cavs are expensive and ready to win. They are expected to be a serious finals contender or face a significant roster overhaul. James would walk into that pressure, but with nothing to prove personally. That was according to Brian Windhorst said that. I agree with that. Like, the pressure is different if he's here than it would be. If he goes to Philly and they don't win, or it seems like he's holding, or something goes sideways in Philly, that gets ugly quick.
Yeah, but I think he'd be in a similar situation because Philly has Jaylen Brown and Tyrese Maxey, and Tyrese is a clutch client, and LeBron loves him, according to Rich Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And they also have Joel Embiid. I mean, LeBron wouldn't be LeBron at this point in his career isn't going to be the main guy anywhere he signs. I mean,
no.
And the heat's not on him. No pun intended.
Not even Minnesota.
No
right?
pun intended there.
Yeah.
He would be a piece added to try and get them over the top. And if it didn't work, he's not going to get the blame. That's not going to happen.
Mm-mm.
He wouldn't get the blame. You know, if he comes back to the Cavs and let's say they get knocked out in the second round, who's going to get the blame?
Oh, the Cavs.
Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah, for sure.
And probably Donovan. At that point, Donovan would get the blame.
Kobe?
Well, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Kobe Altman would get the blame there, too. All right, let me talk about another team. Let's go Golden State. And first, I'm going to tell you what the Warriors can offer, and then I'll talk about this pitch here in a second. That, the Warriors can offer, again, this is according to ESPN, barring Moses Moody's $12.5 million contract, Golden State has $3.9 million veterans exception available to offer James. A Moody trade would put the Warriors $38 million below the first apron hard cap. If Draymond Green signed in the $20 million to $22 million range, the Warriors would then have the flexibility to sign players to a veterans minimum and still offer $6 million to James. So he'd be looking at like $6 million there. Now, Steph Curry, who, by the way, I don't know if you know this or not, proud of his Akron roots, at least being born here.
At least he was when he could try and rub it in LeBron's face back in the day before they became, great buddies.
Yeah, and speaking of the great buddies, he talked about the thought of having LeBron come to Golden State.
I don't have a percentage. It's kind of up to him. I feel like any place he'd call and say, I want to play there, you'd move mountains to make it happen. And I know we're in that boat as well. So the pitch is we want to play good basketball, be around people that know how to play the game, hopefully, raise our floor on our competitiveness this year. There's good golf in the Bay. We're an organization that's been there. He knows that, and that's really self-explanatory. It's just a matter of where he sees himself fitting. And at the end of the day, that's up to him.
Not chasing him is what I just heard there. Would love to have him. Think he would be a great fit to the Warriors, but he doesn't sound like he's chasing anybody. Nor should he.
Should any team be chasing a guy who turns 42 in December?
From a basketball or from a business standpoint? What's he worth to a team that
the Golden State Warriors don't need any more business assets, Andy.
No.
Neither do the Cavs, really. Cavs fill that place.
Yeah, but you're talking about attendance. There's always more to it than that.
Yeah, I know. But
what's a sweet cost these days?
And I don't mean this in any derogatory way toward LeBron. He's had his day. And now, though he would help a team, it's not about him. This I think, Andy, unless he goes to a team and he becomes like the Finals MVP, I mean, this is perhaps the last absolutely huge spotlight that LeBron's going to have in his career.
Mm-hmm.
If he goes somewhere and he becomes, say, the Finals MVP, that's a different story. But this is it, man. He's in the spotlight right now. And wherever he goes, he's not going to be the number one option or number two, and that's okay. So I don't know how big of a draw he'd be. If he goes to Miami, okay, he's back in Miami. Oh, wait a minute, here's Giannis. He goes to the Bay Area. Oh, wait a minute, that's Steph's team. He comes here. Wait a minute, this is Donovan's team. And though he could be a big help and you'd love to add him to your team, I'd love to put him on the Cavs. That'd be great. But I don't think it's not. It's just not the same as it used to be. And that's okay. I mean, that's natural.
From a business standpoint, what does it mean? And I'm just trying to think about that. I mean, you talked about seats, right? So, I mean, just a quick Google search will tell you that you're looking at anywhere between, for a suite, it's like $4,000 to $10,000 a game. So 80 to.
I could see, maybe you sell some 40. More big money stuff because people want to be in on the last year of LeBron.
And it's almost like the last year of the stadium. Like, remember how everyone was like, "Oh, I got to get to the stadium. It's the last year there before they move."
We're assuming it's the last year, though.
Yeah, we are assuming, but you also probably would assume that if LeBron opts to come back in, ticket prices probably go back up, or would go up, or you'd have increases in things that are all things Cavalier. I mean, that's just kind of, I'm not ripping the team for doing it. I think it's kind of standard operating procedure at this point, right? You get a big name back on a team and things, first of all, like the second the news gets out there, your ticket rep is calling you like within seconds, right? Oh, hey, want to make sure you heard the news. By the way, I just want to make sure you haven't re-upped yet.
We could upgrade your seats.
Yeah, why don't you come on down? We'll take care of you. We'll throw in some new WNBA tickets and let's sweeten the pot a little bit. Yeah. And by the way, have you seen the Monsters lately? Because I can take care of you on the Monsters, right? I mean, I think we've all kind of understand, and I think it's just part of the game. It's their job. So I'm not going to get mad at anybody for doing that. It's just they're going to try to get a little bit more. It's I like. Same thing with the Browns. The Browns they have a new venue to go play at, and guess what? You knew this was coming the minute they said they were moving, and and they've done it over the years too. But from a business point of view, how much new revenue does that bring an organization? Maybe it brings new sponsors, bigger sponsors in, new people to advertise, on the ribbon boards or on the outside, or maybe new people to have a logo on the floor during the game. By the way, their TV contract is in a weird flux and limbo for next year, or I don't know if it's limbo, but it is, right? I don't even know if they announced where they are next season.
We all know where they're going.
Well, we all think we know where they're going, but
we all know where they're going.
But if somebody came in, if there was like a national regional partner that had big bucks, wouldn't you rather let them do it and do all the sales on it, and you sit back?
Point that out to me. Where is it?
What, another one? I don't know.
Well, it's not there. That's why.
Unless the NBA says, you know what,
we're going to do what MLB did and take it over.
Yeah, like I think the Blue Jackets are in the same.
That.
The Blue Jackets are in a weird spot too. Like, where are they going to be next year? I don't know where we're going to watch them. If you're a Blue Jackets fan, I think these are all kind of weird little things out there. All right, let's come back. Let's get the scoop from L.A. And we talked to John's a super friend of the show, right? He's reached that status. He's been on with us since the beginning.
I'm sure it'll be an honor for him.
I'm sure. Well, at least to talk to me. I don't know about you. I think he's tired of you.
Sure he is.
He's got Phelps fatigue. John Ireland, Lakers play-by-play voice. He is going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
for this afternoon's contest at SoFi Stadium is at 3 o'clock. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long.
All right, let's win 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice of John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Styx, or Billy Idol, Blossom Music Center. Enter the code word EYES, EYES, EYES. And do that by the end of the hour at 923thefan.com. You'll get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation, where for a limited time you can buy 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99 at blossommusic.com.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, kind of on LeBron watch, waiting to see what's going to happen. So let's turn to a friend of the show who had some epic wars against Jeff Phelps back in their days when they were battling against each other at, I don't know what, Channel 14 and Channel 12 or whatever it was.
4 and 12, actually, yeah.
That was pretty close.
Yeah.
All right, 4, and I don't think there is a 14. Or is there no 13? I can't remember back in the dial days. It doesn't really matter. Back when they were in Beaumont, he is a super friend of the show. He's also the play-by-play voice for the Los Angeles Lakers. He is John Ireland, and, of course, he's on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hey, John, how are you?
Hello, bud.
Boys, I am doing great. Andy, good to talk to you as always. And, Jeff, did I just hear you read a Billy Idol promo?
How about
that? Billy Idol still touring?
Well, if they wheel him out, yeah.
Yeah, but man, the musicians, Jeff, that are our age, that are cashing in at the money trough.
Isn't that great, John?
I went and saw Steve Miller last year. He didn't look like Steve Miller. He didn't sound like Steve Miller. But I still paid too much for the ticket. Those guys are living their best life.
I don't know. When the Rolling Stones came in here, was that last year?
Yeah.
And it was sponsored by ARP. I was like,
it really was.
I was like, damn, that's my wheelhouse now, man. What am I talking about?
Andy, have you ever seen the movie Almost Famous, the Cameron Crowe movie?
Yes. It's been a while.
Okay, so I was flipping channels the other night, and there's a scene in that movie where it's about a mythical band called Stillwater, and Jimmy Fallon of all people is in this movie, and he's trying to sell Stillwater on getting a new agent. He wants to be their rep, and he says to them, "If you think Mick Jagger is still going to be out there flopping his lips when he's 50, you got another thing coming." Now Mick Jagger's 80, and he's still out there flopping his lips. But I digress, boys. As usual, I've hijacked the show.
He can still move though. That's what's crazy.
Yeah,
it was a good show. It really was a good show.
Aren't cheap either. You got to pay top dollar to get in to see the Stone.
Or you have to know Jeff Phelps to try to get in.
Yeah, that'll do it.
I've been riding that coattail for years, Andy.
That'll do it.
Is that true? How you got the Lakers job because of Jeff? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I had a lot to do with that.
It didn't hurt. I'll tell you that.
You know, John has done sports talk for 35 years.
Yeah, I've been very lucky, guys. I'm similar to you guys in that I've been on the radio in one way, shape, or form for way too many years than they should have allowed. But Mason and I's first year together was in 1994, and we're the longest running duo in LA now. We outlasted the News Talk guys about 2 years ago. So we're living on bonus time. If to put it in World Cup terms, we're in bonus time for sure.
That means you get to anchor on what, KTLA's Good Morning LA or something. At some point they'll have to put you on there, right? Doesn't everybody get to anchor that? Yeah.
Yeah, we go on there a lot, but the problem is, Andy, as I've gotten older, it's too early in the morning for me. If I'm going to get up that early, I better be golfing.
Good point. Good point.
Speaking of getting too old for that.
Speaking of golfing,
is the basketball world media, everybody, are we making too much fuss about a 41, soon-to-be 42-year-old basketball player?
You are not. Okay. Jeff, had he been healthy, he would have been All-NBA last year. He is still putting up numbers, and you guys should do this when you're bored one day. Compare his numbers over the last 2 years to his first 2 All-Star years in Cleveland. They're very similar. This guy is still a top 15 player in the league, and I think I'm not 100% sure. I'm sure you're going to ask me about this, but I think you guys are getting him back. I've connected enough dots where could he go to Philly? That would be an unbelievable team if he was with Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe. That would be probably the best team he's ever had. But I can't see him going to Philly. Jeff, you and I have talked about this for years. He has a great appreciation of NBA history and his place in the game. And I think he cares about stuff like that. And I think the perfect storybook ending would be to go back to Cleveland. But I don't know any more than anything else. If I had to bet on it, though, I think you guys are getting him.
And Bronny would probably be coming with him, right? You got to make a trade with the Lakers to get Bronny. Don't you think so?
Well, here's the thing, Andy, about Bronny. Bronny is not LeBron. The comp I would use is when we drafted Lonzo Ball, his dad, LeVar, was just a walking soundbite. I mean, the dude would not shut up.
Oh, we know.
And,
we ran half of it.
Yeah, and Lonzo was not that way. Lonzo was, and still is, very down to earth. He kind of got hijacked by injuries, but very down to earth, super good dude. The guy who's most like LeVar in that family is LaMelo, and I would compare Bronny in this scenario to Lonzo. Bronny is not loud. He's not bombastic. He's not look at me. He works really hard. He's probably improved more. If we had a most improved player award, he's probably improved more in his 2 years in development with the Lakers than any other player on our team. So it'll be interesting, Andy, to see. I think if LeBron asked the Lakers to do it, he would trade him to wherever he's going. So in this scenario, let's say LeBron goes to the Cavs. I think if he went to Rob Pelinka and said, hey, can you please arrange to get Bronny to Cleveland so I can finish my career with them, I think the Lakers would do it. This was like the nicest breakup of all time, guys. They're like showering each other with accolades as they're both like walking away from each other. It's really weird. But that would happen. My guess, though, Andy, would be that Bronny would want to make his own path. And the Lakers like him, and JJ likes him. JJ Redick likes him a lot. And so I think that there's a possibility that even if LeBron goes to the Cavs, that Bronny would stay here. But I'm speculating.
I just remember the 2 times that he's been over the last 2 years, especially the last game. What a warm welcome he got. He played there was a 30-point game. Cavs won it here, but he had 8 points in the dunk, and like I was saying before to Tom Withers, who joined us from the Associated Press, I was like, it wasn't like he played for the Lakers. It was like he was a kid that went to school here, even if it wasn't high school, that was getting the warmest of ovations. Not because, I don't know that it was so much because he was LeBron's son, but because the crowd genuinely liked him in that scenario. It was a really interesting dynamic to watch Cavalier fans just outwardly root for somebody on the other team. It was weird.
And Andy, to your point, and I've never been able to properly explain it. I've asked Bronny about it. I've asked LeBron about it. He is, until we traded for Luka, he's now the 3rd most popular player on our team. But before we had Luka, Bronny was the 2nd most popular player on our team. His reaction when he would walk into a building just to warm up. People forget, because you and Jeff and I are all older, that the social media generation grew up on this kid. They've known him since he was a freshman in high school. And so he has a gigantic following. I really like him. He's super easy to root for. I think he's going to get an opportunity to do what he wants here. I think that if he wants to go to Cleveland and play with his dad, if that's where LeBron goes, the Lakers would facilitate that. And if he doesn't, they would continue to develop him. We've already picked up his contract.
Right.
It's not a lot of money. He makes like $2-3 million a year. But and by the way, Jeff, since when is that not a lot of money? We would have killed for that when we were younger.
Exactly.
But
younger
or now?
Come on.
Or now. John Ireland joining us. He's the play-by-play voice of the Lakers. LeBron coming here. If that happens, John, you got James Harden. Donovan Mitchell's clearly the top dog here. Evan Mobley needs his shots. LeBron would not be the number 1, maybe not the number 2 option. He wasn't in L.A. after the Luka trade and with Austin Reeves going nuts. How'd LeBron handle that?
Unbelievably, Jeff. If you look at our March, if you guys are bored one day, look at the Lakers in March of this year, of 2026. We just started rolling people. And good teams. We rolled the Knicks. We on the second night of a back-to-back, and Jeff, this was the worst back-to-back I've ever been through. We got into Miami at 6 o'clock in the morning. That night, Luka dropped 60, and we beat the Heat. And the reason that team went 15-2 in March is because LeBron agreed to eat third. Luka ate first, Austin Reeves ate second, LeBron ate third. And guys, they would single cover him, which LeBron obviously never sees. We played a game in Houston where he went 13 of 14 from the field because every time they put their best defender on Luka, they put their second best defender on Austin, and that left the third best defender on LeBron, and he just torched him. And so I think the narrative that LeBron would not accept playing behind Donovan Mitchell or playing behind Evan Mobley or Harden. I don't know about the Harden fit. I kind of feel weird about it. But if this happens,
yeah, so do we.
If this happens, LeBron would have zero issue. Jeff, he told you this years ago, and he said it to me. Because he's the NBA's all-time leading scorer, people think LeBron always wants to score at the end of games. He'd rather get an assist. He's been that way since he was in high school. And, what he wants, guys, is the ball. He wants the ball at the end of games, and then he'll decide what the best basketball play is. When Kobe played for us, he wanted the ball at the end of the games so he could shoot it. But LeBron's not that way.
John, have you noticed, and you've seen LeBron for 8 years, longest run continuously with any team was with the Lakers here. What decline have you seen in his game, if anything drastic?
It would be, Jeff, and this would be the one concern I would have about the Cavs if he goes there, it would be defensively. He can still guard people, but he kind of protects his energy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And he knows that at the end of games he's going to need to have energy to run the offense. And so we were not a good defensive team last year. Our three best players, Luka, Austin, and LeBron, were not good defenders. You guys have Evan Mobley, who's going to be all defense every year, and Jared Allen, who's a good, a rim presence. I would worry about Harden, Mitchell, and LeBron defensively. But Kenny Atkinson's a really good coach, and he would probably figure it out. But that would be my answer to your question, is that if there has been any decline at all, it's not on offense. His numbers are identical to what they were when he was 25. It's on the defensive end. And remember, Jeff, he was an all-defense player in the middle of his career for 4 or 5 years.
Sure he was.
He's not that guy defensively anymore.
I'm just the number that concerns me the most is 42. And John, you've seen it. Jeff's seen it. I've seen it. Guys that are really, really, really good all of a sudden hit that wall and fall off in the NBA. I just don't. He is so not every guy that's ever played in the NBA that I don't know when that time might come. It's that number 42 on his birth certificate that scares me. And not enough to say I don't want him this season or the next couple seasons. I wonder how. At any point, did you ever think that age was kind of like, okay, I see where Father Time's catching up?
It's a great question, and I've been waiting for it for 3 years, and he's just not that guy.
I know.
Prior to LeBron, the guy who had averaged the most points a game, age 40 or older, was Vince Carter when he played in Dallas, and he averaged 8 points a game. LeBron, at that same age, was putting up 27, 8, and 7. He's the one guy. I mean, Jeff, you remember Mike Mancius, his trainer.
Yep.
He's still with him every day. Mike's the best in the business. LeBron spends a ridiculous amount of time and money on his body, and he's just the exception to the rule. He's Tom Brady. He's George Foreman. Every once in a while, a guy can figure out how to play at an advanced age, and it doesn't reflect in the game. Everybody, I know what you're asking. Every player we've ever seen has hit that wall you're talking about.
Yeah. Not
him. That's not to say he won't hit it moving forward, but with us, it never came. The only time he didn't play 100% was he would take plays off on defense occasionally, but not so much that you would take him out of a game. I mean, he works on he's Brady. Tom Brady was effective when he was 44, 45 years old, if he wants to, guys, LeBron can play till he's 45. I don't know if he wants to, but he's 42 now. His birthday's in December. Yeah, I mean, come on. He keeps proving it every night, and pay attention to what your eyes are telling you. There's just been no drop off.
John, do you think LeBron is pleased with the way his 8 years in LA went? And was he ever, Kobe, Magic, Kareem, those guys are Lakers. Do you think he was ever accepted as a true Los Angeles Laker?
I don't, Jeff, and it's been probably the biggest mystery of my career. I don't understand why Laker fans treated him the way they treated him, and I think it has something to do with why he's leaving. It's not the main reason, but the fact that they have never appreciated him for what he is and how he came to our team 8 years ago when we missed the playoffs for 5 years in a row. We were playing a bunch of guys like D'Angelo Russell and, Larry Nance and Brandon Ingram, all these young guys, and they were fun to watch, but they weren't winning. And LeBron got here, and within 2 years, he got us a title. He set the all-time scoring record here. For my money, Jeff, he was this way with you. He's always faced the music with us, never tried to duck out. And the Laker fans, maybe because he's not Kobe, maybe because they were turned off by all the off-the-court stuff with Clutch and Rich Paul, and they blame him for the Westbrook trade. Laker fans never accepted him, and I think that's a very small part of why he's not coming back, is that they just didn't get – maybe he didn't get L.A. I actually thought he was great, but L.A. fans never got him. Jeff, my show, the day he announced that he wasn't coming back, was a 45-minute party of don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Wow. That's rough.
Yeah, weird, too.
It really weird. Is. He played great basketball there, John. He really did.
He did. And by the way, he put us back in the playoffs. He got us a title. He led us to 2 different Western Conference finals. I mean, he delivered on what he decided. Jeff, he's the only player ever in the history of the NBA to be the best player on 3 different championship teams for 3 different franchises. He got a finals MVP in LA, in Cleveland, and in Miami. Nobody's ever done that. And yet the Laker fans just never embraced him. It was weird.
John, I got one question non-basketball, so if you have another basketball question, ask me.
I do. Okay. If there's a spot other than Cleveland, John, what is it for LeBron? Is it Miami with Giannis? Is it Golden State with Steph and Draymond, perhaps?
I will limit the list at 4. I would put Cleveland, if I was doing a pie, I would say 60% Cleveland, 20% Golden State, 15 Miami, and then that small one for Philadelphia because they would be so loaded. I just think you look at that lineup and you go, am I really going to pass up a chance to be in a starting lineup with Maxey, who I think is the most underrated player in the league, Maxey, Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown coming off of an All-NBA year, Joel Embiid when he would be the 5th best player in your starting lineup, former MVP, and LeBron, might be too enticing to not at least consider. But I think it's Cavs or Warriors in my opinion, whatever that's worth.
All right, my real quick, I just want your opinion on the Myles Garrett trade. We got about 30 seconds on Myles Garrett coming out there.
Very surprised they were able to pull it off. The Rams always go for it, Andy, and I think it's going to lead to Aaron Donald coming out of retirement, and they are going to go on an Avengers-type tour with the Rams this year. I think they're going to be the favorites to win the Super Bowl, and I'd be surprised if they don't at least make the NFC Championship game. They are loaded.
And we should feel good about Jared Verse?
Very. Be over-the-top good. He could turn into Myles Garrett. You'll love him. He's not there yet. He's not Myles Garrett yet, but he's tremendous. Great player, great guy. Have you had him on your show yet?
No, we haven't, have we? No.
Yeah, get him. He's great. You guys will love having him. Andrew Berry was really smart to insist on Verse because he could turn into an All-Pro, 10-time All-Pro for you guys.
John, as always, thank you. Best of luck, and you're a super friend of the show.
Thanks, buddy.
Have a great day, boys. See ya.
We'll talk to you soon. John Ireland, Lakers play-by-play voice, and as I said, super friend of the show on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline 2020 now.
1-800-358-6868.
The first big baseball move in July could involve the Guardians, and this is the place to talk about it. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. John Ireland, Lakers play-by-play voice, just joined us again. If you missed a moment of that, you can always hit it on the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, and that's powered by Integrated Restoration. 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. What do you think what John had to say there?
Big on LeBron and what he has left. That's for sure.
I to be honest, I
thought he had plenty left.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. More than what I thought.
I mean, John's watched him for 8 straight years here later in his career, and none of us here in Northeast Ohio have.
No.
Laker games.
That would mean staying up late.
Yeah, 3 hours behind us, it's a different deal. But John said the only slip there was defense, which we all can understand. And again, I think he'd be a great fit here. But they'd have to figure some things out. They really would. And, man, I would hate it because I think it's set up to be really good, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's set to be really good with Harden, Mitchell, LeBron, and especially Mobley and Allen. LeBron knows how to use big guys. And I think it's set up to really be something. But then it would be up to Kenny Atkinson, and it would be up to LeBron and Donovan and James to make that work with that backcourt rotation. And if LeBron ends up playing the 4, okay, do you slide Jarrett off the bench as a 6th man, where he might thrive in that role, where he would get more offensive touches, maybe? There are a lot of things, a lot of ways you could go, but they would have to figure it out. I don't think it would be a seamless transition. And it's because those 3 guys, LeBron, Donovan, Harden, have been so ball dominant in their careers.
I found it really interesting to think that after 8 years in L.A.,
his longest run here was 7
consecutive.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that it was a party on John's show for the folks in L.A.
Isn't that weird?
No, because it's L.A. I think that's the only reason why. And you can
be sure that bothered LeBron. You know what I mean?
Well, he had to deal with the ghosts of Kobe and the ghosts of Magic.
Especially Kobe.
Yeah. And
because that's so recent.
But what John said, it's like people don't want to. It's the same thing we have here.
Kareem, too.
Yeah, but I think it's the same thing we have here where in the years before LeBron, we would have been ecstatic that the Cavaliers made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, whether they won a game or lost. And for what the Crew did this year, or the last couple of years even, to be able to gain success in the playoffs, it's LeBron changed all of that when he played here, when they won a championship. The bar got raised. And there are times when I sit here and I would talk about, man, I am such a loser for sitting here and accepting the fact that it's cool that they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals, even though they got boat raced. But there's also a part of me that I still think people don't want to look at and say, and he brought it up too, that, the Knicks team that beat us this year was not going to be stopped, not by any of the teams they played in the East and not by the West when it was all said and done. And that maybe the role and run that they had this year was better than what the Cavaliers did in 16. Again, remember, the Cavs had to fight back to win the championship. The Knicks never really had to fight very hard to get through some of these, except for maybe the first
people.
Yeah, except for maybe the first series, right? And
yeah, they were down 2-1 to the Hawks.
Mm-hmm. And how the whole dynamic of what we consider success, in some ways, I think it's good. Hey, we're not going to sit here and because we do it with the Guardians. I mean, should we be aggravated by the fact the Guardians can't fulfill their destiny and win one of these?
Destiny.
One World Series? I don't know. I'm just trying to look for another word. I'm tired of waiting on them. I'm tired of waiting on the Browns to win a couple of playoff games to get back to it. Like, again, loser mentality. Just get me to an AFC championship game right now. That's what a loser thinks. A winner thinks, how are they going to win the Super Bowl? But part of me says I can appreciate the fact if they could get to an AFC championship. Part of me appreciates that the Guardians or the Indians can get to a Game 7 and unfortunately not win against the Cubs, which would have been the only other team in Major League Baseball that that people would have been like, oh, I want the Cubs to win. Right? I think we fight as Cleveland sports fans of, fear of missing out, but also accepting mediocrity. And I don't want to do that. And LeBron is the one athlete in my lifetime that made me not have to accept mediocrity. And I think that's part of the nostalgia of wanting him back. And then listening to John Ireland talk about it and understand that maybe they didn't appreciate him in L.A. Even as mad as we were the day he went to Miami, that anger was out of appreciation for all the things that he had done for this organization and city to take them to a championship against San Antonio.
And whether it was legit or not, a thought of betrayal.
Yeah.
But that, Andy, that all went away when he came back and they went to the finals 4 years in a row.
But I also think he got it. He understood it I think he understood why fans felt betrayed. He wasn't just, and just like the fact that he's playing at 42, he's not just another player. Like, his body is not just like another player. His ability to play the game at 41, 42 years old is not just another player. John said that. 3 years he was waiting for him to fall off, and it never happened. And so if you want to take that mentality and apply that to when he left for the first time, the anger was because he wasn't just another player. And the only time that, I felt bad for him because I thought he had every right to leave because he was a free agent, because that's the way the game is set up, that we don't ever get mad at an organization when they let a guy go. But when a guy had the opportunity to leave on his own and manufacture something in Miami and then be able to turn that into a championship scenario, I was never mad about that. And we've had this conversation 10,000 times. It was the TV show that absolutely drove me nuts.
No.
Drove me nuts. You didn't need to do it.
How about that?
So he's not another guy. And maybe in LA he was just another guy.
Well, that's a city of stars. And here's a guy late in his career who had already moved a couple of times and apparently not fully embraced.
No, and I don't think he'll be just another guy when he comes back either.
That might mean that coming back here, Andy, is, a little salve on that wound.
From being just another guy in LA,
from maybe not being appreciated in Los Angeles. I mean, if he comes back here and it doesn't work, he's not going to get blamed.
No,
he's not.
He's not at all. All right, let's do some headlines when we come back. We've got some Brown stuff we need to get to too throughout the end of the show. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Clearly, if you want to be a part of the show, and we love having you as a part of the show, it's 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Any last thoughts here on LeBron and where we're at? Again, if something breaks with LeBron, tuned. I still have a feeling, and I said it when we open the show. You think it happens Monday?
Monday.
I'm going to go Sunday night, Jeff. Monday. Everything. I mean, I think we're
People
already
are sleeping Monday night or Sunday night, Monday morning.
Jeff, there's
we're
a
all
reason.
back at work. The intensity of the work week is just kicking in, and boom, it happens. Andy.
Don't you remember the old line?
It happens. Boom.
There's a reason 60 Minutes is on Sunday nights. Because everyone's back home from the weekend.
Does anybody watch 60 Minutes anymore?
I don't know. Is it still on there?
I don't know. They have 75 different correspondents now.
It takes like 30 minutes to get through the open.
Give me Ed Bradley and Morley Safer and Mike Wallace, and let's call it Dan Rather, and let's call it a day.
Wow, Jeff, so like you've got to change with the times a little bit. Just change. Okay, so again, I going back to the top of the show just to reiterate, I went from this whole feeling of I'll believe it when I hear LeBron say it. I believe this might be happening. To now, I really believe this might be happening. The question is, what are the pieces going on behind the scenes that need to happen to make sure we cross the finish line to get LeBron back here again? And then how much of the puzzle did they have to change to make this work? And how many other guys could be coming in with him? I think that's the exciting part too about this is what could happen to the rest of the roster. How do they do this, and then how do they dance around these aprons with the first and the second? So they're all sitting out there. Headlines next, right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
4:30. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All right, so we'll be in standby mode for LeBron if anything happens here throughout the day.
Standing by, Andy.
Yeah, I know. I still don't think fans are giddy. I can't. Once there's an announcement, I still wonder.
It's real weird, isn't it?
It's very weird.
Yeah.
It's kind of in the weeds. Maybe because it's summer. I don't know.
Maybe because he's 42.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. But I think if and when it happens, I think you'll come out with full voice after that. Until then, we need a guy who is full of voice as well.
Full of something.
Yeah. Time for this. Headlines. Spanning around the lake. From Cleveland to Buffalo to Leamington to Detroit. Here's Dan Menigan.
Kidding me? I hardly span the panic room.
Is Leamington City on the other side? I think it is. It's on the other side of the lake.
You got me.
I don't know.
I was wondering what the heck you were talking about.
All right, it's probably more pub for Leamington than they've ever had in their entire career.
Don't map good.
You're not a good mapper?
No, I don't
map
good.
I gotta
but I'm
Google
glad you brought up Canada, so we should start right there. So, one of the early moves of NBA free agency / trade period was Kawhi Leonard getting traded to the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, that was big.
Anything like that, but the Clippers to the Raptors. Raptors sent back Brandon Ingram, a couple of picks as well. They were talking long-term extension.
Sure, big deal.
Well, to give you a good old-fashioned Lee Corso not so fast, my friend, apparently the investigation that is taking place involving Kawhi Leonard possibly, maybe, allegedly, taking money from a nonprofit organization that was donated to, again, possibly, allegedly, donated to by Steve Ballmer and paying it into his pockets that the NBA is in the middle of the investigation of that was brought to light by Pablo Torre on Pablo Torre Finds Out, is causing a halt on this entire thing because the NBA announced that whoever gets Kawhi Leonard, congratulations, you also get the punishment.
Oh.
And so...
Really?
Oh, yes.
Now, see, that doesn't sound right.
And so now the Raptors have hit the pause button on this bad boy until we are done with the investigation.
That's not the way that should be, is it? Seriously.
So there's no NIL involved in the NBA. Is that what you're trying to say?
There is.
Or old school NIL.
Yeah, now you're talking. Because
it's
now
old school NIL.
We're a duffel bag under the table right now. We're the old McDonald's bag that you look in there and go, oh, okay.
Shouldn't be that way, should it?
I can count to 100.
The new team, unless Kawhi were to be suspended, the new team shouldn't have anything to do with punishment for what
I think so
another
too.
team did.
Yeah.
It's silly. Silly.
Huh. By the way, if you want me to come back, I have an NIL story for you too. Keep going.
Oh, good.
Well,
can't have enough of those.
Let's expound upon this a little bit, just because. I mean, you would think that would slightly be the case, though, because let's say if Kawhi is suspended, I don't know, 15, 20 games,
mm-hmm.
and a guy who's, 37, that matters. I mean, you're not signing him for a long-term deal to begin with.
Although he might enjoy the fact, oh, good, I get to rest for 20.
I thought the same thing. I thought exactly the same thing.
It's Kawhi. Come on, man. How often does he play 80?
The old Paul George move. Okay, I see what you're talking about here.
Does that make him ineligible for awards then, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
But more than anything, it would make things a little interesting. So keep an eye out on that one, because boy, oh boy, that is an interesting one to state the least. Gentlemen, we lost one of the great streaks in sports today. Scotty Scheffler will not make the cut in the Scottish Open.
Yeah.
It is the first cut that he has missed in 78 events, which stretches over nearly 4 years.
You know what that means?
What?
Vacation.
Means he wins the Open Championship.
It's a good point. But they always say the Scottish is a good chess to see who's going to pull it together for the Open.
He'll be steamed. He'll be focused. He'll win it. Calling my shot right here.
Okay.
My Scott shot.
Was he just... do we know anything about his play? Like, is he injured? Is he...
I mean, besides poor, no.
Yeah.
Besides poor.
I mean,
Sometimes
he
these
said, do we
guys
know
push
anything about his play? I mean, and that sums itself up. Again,
No, don't sell yourself short. You're a tremendous slouch.
I'm not in Scotland right now. For all we know, they could have drank that out of beer, too. So we'll see where it happens.
True point. True point.
On Good Morning Football today, Derek Carr said that it would take, quote, a special situation for him to come out of retirement. Multiple teams have reached out this offseason and to gauge his interest and said retirement as well. Gentlemen, the longer this goes, the more I think the guy's just retired, and that's the end of it. And I don't think we're going to get
That's not what I'm hearing,
Phillip
man.
Rivers type of thing.
A source of a source of a source says he loves pierogies, and he was hoping that there might be a spot for him here. I'm just saying. It's just all based on the pierogies. Now, this was the cousin's uncle of the source of a source of a source. So just so you know.
We like to refer to this as REO Speedwagon journalism. I heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend that Derek Carr likes pierogies.
That's what I'm hearing.
Or has been messing around.
I don't know.
No, I like mine better.
What would be another reason why?
The alternate version.
Is there another reason why you'd want to come here? Come to Cleveland?
No.
We have a pretty good retirement plan. Kind of looking for a quarterback still.
They want to give him a $230 million guaranteed deal.
All right, so one LeBron thing that I wanted to throw into headlines as well. Have you
Hang
guys...
on one second. You do know where he's from? He's
Derek
from Cody.
Carr?
Yeah, he's from Cody Kessler country. He's a Bakersfield guy.
Gotta like that.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Have you guys seen this whole thing that apparently these teams told Shams Charania of ESPN that Rich Paul has been telling teams to make their pitch via voice memo?
Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, I saw it.
Right there alone, I understand why LA's annoyed with him.
Why? That's the most LA thing ever. Seriously.
Right there.
Does
right,
that become? Is there anything more
annoyed.
LA about that?
I'm immediately annoyed. I don't even have a part of this. And I'm like, you pretentious ass. You mean to tell me you can't read? Take some time and read. Like
but if he's got a translator on there for him, it's already reading it.
Pick up the phone.
He could read it from there
and have a conversation.
Exactly. Stop it. Oh, this message will go away in 2 minutes if you don't listen to it. Shut up.
That's
Pick
one
up
of
the phone. Like, that stuff alone, and I hear people going, LA had enough of LeBron. It's like, yeah, I have enough of it too. That's ridiculous. That's so dumb. What are we doing?
That's one of the things that I could see that would drive certain people nuts, like owners. It's like, hey, we're good. Let's
Guys who host headlines from a panic room, yeah.
Sure. And that's, Andy, that might be a small part of the little doubt that people still have if he would want to return here or anything else. Maybe Dan Gilbert's just like, you know what, we've done this twice. We're good. You know? I don't think that's the case. If I had to bet your money, Andy, he's coming back. But I could see part of the Cavs organization thinking, we've had enough. Thanks.
Yeah, do you know what this reminds me of? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the movie he was in. Kevin Bacon was in a movie called The Big Picture. Did you ever see this movie? And this, to me, defines L.A. Okay?
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
That's an old William Goldman novel.
Well, this is a movie called The Big Picture, where Kevin Bacon is this red-hot kid from college who's a director. And he gets his opportunity to make a movie, the movie that he wants to make, and he says, we're going to do this every way. It's my way. It's good. And Michael McKean, Lenny, from Lenny and Squiggy from Laverne and Shirley, is his videographer or cinematographer in this case, right? And they're like best friends, and their best friends are best friends. Now all of a sudden he becomes this big-time Hollywood director, and he's too cool to hang out with him. And this is like right in the beginning of cell phones. And Bacon pulls up to go to lunch with Lenny, and he's like, oh, he's really excited to see him. It had been months. He had already like fired him from the film because the studio wanted somebody else. And the phone rings while he's in his car, and he makes Lenny get out of the car while he's taking the phone call. And then he gets back in, he drives around the corner and takes him back home because he's too cool. To me, that is the whole LA. Will always be the LA vibe to me. So I am not shocked at all by the fact that Rich just wants voice memos about the pitch.
Pretentious. All right, gentlemen, we talked about it yesterday. There was a missed connection that took place at CLE at the Cleveland airport where someone was trying to find who could possibly be the love of their life.
Yeah.
That was the maintenance guy. Gentlemen, we have an update.
We have a love connection?
We have a love connection update. Update everyone has waited for. This was on the Reddit page for Cleveland on the missed connection at the Cleveland airport. He has been found.
Really?
Wow.
A guy I reached out to from the Instagram post gave me his account, and I messaged him from there. I can confirm he's single.
Yay.
That's a beautiful thing. We'll update again when possible, but thank you to everyone who shared and spread the word in times of lots of bad news. I'm glad we could unite behind a common goal to find a missing connection. If you're the dark hair maintenance guy at the Cleveland airport who hurt himself while working on the flight, and then she goes on to repost the whole thing there, but she found him. So
well,
there you go,
nice.
Kids. Maybe love isn't dead.
And
Maybe it's just hibernating.
That was at the Cleveland airport?
Yeah, it was at Hopkins Airport. That was from yesterday, the maintenance guy.
Very nice.
Yeah, see?
Congratulations.
There is hope and love out there.
That's fabulous.
Do you think you had anything to do with this?
Not in the slightest.
I'm giving you credit, Dan.
Okay.
We're giving you credit.
I'll take it. All right, boys, we'll end with this.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
Here you go, Andy.
All right, go ahead. Who am I rooting for?
All right, so I got a couple.
I can't tell you who you root for. I'm asking for your help.
All right, so France beat Morocco 2-0. Kylian Mbappe with one of them. Ousmane Dembele got the second one as well. France continues to look like a wagon right now. Spain, Belgium will be today at 3 p.m. Yes, I misspoke. That happens from time to time. Let's not dwell on it, you pretentious ass.
I will bang the Belgium for you then. How's that sound?
All right. So let's find you a team. So
slowly.
Do you want? That's well done. Do you want a team that's at the top so that you could root for the winner from the very beginning, or do you want somebody who's a little bit farther down? What are you looking for in a team?
I need a team that I can. I don't want them. I want a hard-working team just like the city of Cleveland. Give me a team that I can respect and not have to hear them whine. Because I got to tell you,
it's got to be Norway then, right?
All right, then it's Norway.
I mean, that makes sense. You probably have arguably the best player in the tournament right now. It's either Mbappe or Erling Haaland. Some people would argue with you that.
I mean, they did beat Brazil. That was a pretty big deal.
That's a pretty good one. You've got the cheer because you got the row as well, which is a really fun thing to do. It's nice to have all that stuff. You got the Viking drums.
Yeah.
I think your answer is probably Norway.
All right, I'm writing it down. Norway's my team now, Jeff.
Because England is too much of a front runner for you. I can't see you getting behind the English.
How about Argentina?
Argentina, you feel like a bit of a front runner.
Do you?
I think. I don't know.
I don't know. I still got
Messi's like LeBron's age almost.
Yeah.
I'm still wondering about World War II. So keep going. I can't get. I'm not rooting for Argentina.
It's understandable. All the vacation homes that took place after that. Yes. Permanent vacation homes.
Yeah.
I can't see you with Spain. They feel like too much of a front runner at this point, though. Yamin Lamal is very, very fun. Lamine Yamal, I should say.
So can both teams lose there? Because I am like super mad at Belgium. I'm just mad at them. I'm mad. I'm mad because they got all. Belgium. I am because they got all huffy and all righteous about the red card, but yet no one talks about that lame penalty kick they got at the end of the game against Senegal. Like that was ridiculous. Senegal should have won that game. They were up 2-0. They choked. And then in the end of cheating time, Belgium ends up getting this very, very borderline penalty kick before they would have gone to penalty kicks in overtime. So I just think...
So the U.S. could have pottied themselves in front of Senegal instead of Belgium?
That's fine. I would have taken that. I just didn't think Belgium deserved to be there.
I'll tell you what, boy, that's good.
And I'm not rooting for them.
Good soccer analysis right there.
Which one?
All of it. You were fabulous.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think your answer is Norway. I think that's your winner.
All right, and Morocco's out, right? So
yeah, Morocco's been knocked out.
Yeah, I was thinking about Morocco there for a second. I don't know, it was a whole desert feel. I don't know why.
Desert feel?
Yeah, why not? I don't know.
I don't think Morocco's a desert, is it?
Does Morocco have any desert in it?
I think Morocco's like,
Oh, did I say desert? I meant dessert.
Paradise.
I meant dessert. Same word. Different spelling. Same spelling. Different word. Yes, we'll play Why Are We Dumber at the end of the show. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Let's come back. I've got some Brown stuff I want to talk to you because I had a conversation about Shador yesterday, and I'm trying to figure myself out.
All right.
216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
It is football talk coverage on 92.3 The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He is Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. We are on LeBron watch. How's that sound? Is that a good way to put this?
We don't have
LeBron watch 2026.
We don't have to be until Monday.
Well, we have to be at least for the next 57 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
Then it's the other show's problem. Again, I'm feeling a little bit more confident, and I think everyone's been kind of feeling confident the last 48 hours, but I'm feeling a little bit more confident.
For no apparent reason?
No, I have reasons to believe. I've just talked to some people that I trust and I believe, and it's just kind of they are close. It's about as close as it's going to get. Like if it goes sideways now, I'll be shocked.
Okay.
The question is and is I thought it was interesting when we were talking to John Ireland that the way the Lakers feel about Bronny, that maybe they want to keep Bronny, that maybe and I don't know. It would be weird to watch LeBron play against Bronny, but then again, it was weird to watch Bronny play with LeBron. So
and at some point, it would probably behoove Bronny
to be his own man,
to not be on his dad's team.
Yeah, it's coming. It's just a matter of when.
Yep.
All right.
Well, we're assuming it's going to happen.
So again, we're waiting for LeBron, right? We're waiting to see what he wants to do.
Doesn't mean we don't move forward with our show, Andy.
No.
Otherwise, it's going to be a pretty boring 56 minutes. Do you hear anything yet? No. Me? No.
What's going on?
I don't have any. Dan, you got anything?
Hang on, let me refresh Twitter.
No.
You got
nope,
cricket?
Nothing there.
Did the crickets hear anything?
There you go.
We should hang on. Let me check the TikTok. Nope.
Nothing up there on the TikTok?
Nothing. Okay. Any of the old school ones?
Anybody got a Friendster? I forgot my password.
Nice.
Is it on AOL?
Might be. I'll check the message boards.
Trying to think of what the original. There was one. I can't remember the name of it now. I was.
Are you thinking MySpace?
Nope.
Or Live Journal?
Nope.
Zynga?
Nope.
Okay. That's all I got. I don't know if there's anything earlier than that, Andy. Unless you're just talking about your physical diary with the lock on it.
No, in between that there was. I was on it in Montana, and I cannot remember. This was in the early 90s. Why can I not remember the name of the? It was well before all of those. Someone will.
The phone book?
No, but when the new phone book arrived, man, we were all Navin Johnson. We were so pumped. We were just excited. It was like having your name in the newspaper at that point.
This is really nice. Look how close to the toilet I am.
This is going to drive me nuts. Hang on.
This is good radio.
I don't care. And so someone's screaming at the radio right now, looking at it going, I know what Baskin's talking about. It's going to drive me nuts. Anyway, so again, with this LeBron stuff, Prodigy, that's what it was. All right, now I feel better. I knew Sears had something to do with it. It was Prodigy. Do you remember Prodigy, or you weren't born yet, Mayor?
The answer false.
Oh, the silence is deafening. All right, so anyway, so this whole LeBron thing's going on, right?
What we hear.
I got to get back on the train. So I got a call last night from a national show. We talked about that. So I was on the show last night, right? And we're doing all this basketball stuff, and at the end, he's like, "Hey, what's going on with the Browns?" And I'm like, "Well, obviously they made the trade, and that's a big deal, and it's going to be hard to replace Myles Garrett." Then he goes, and then I said, "But I'm still wondering what the quarterback position is going to look like." And he said, "What's the best case scenario?" And I'm like, well, the best case scenario is that Shador Sanders jumps off the page. He's got a new offensive line. He's got new wide receivers. He's going to be in this opportunity period to go out and win the job. But if he doesn't, obviously the trade with Myles Garrett gave them another first-round pick. Therefore, you have a little bit more ammo if you want to move up in the draft next year, if you need to move up in the draft next year to get a quarterback. We all know that story, right? I walk away from doing this interview, and I'm like, I keep saying Shador Sanders, man, if this works. And I'm going back and looking at the numbers again. I mean, it is – if you're on the Shador bandwagon and you're excited, and I'm not trying to be cynical. I'm not trying to be optimistic. I don't know if there's somewhere in between.
It's called reality.
I don't know where it's coming from. Like people that would think that this is going to happen and this is going to be the end-all be-all that Shador Sanders can be, because the numbers behind it just don't carry water. They don't. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the rankings again from last night, and Pro Football Focus ranked 42 out of 43 last year. Warren Sharp metrics.
Warren was on the show this week.
Yeah, ranked 45th in completion rate, 43rd in EPA per dropback, 44 out of 45 touchdown to interception ratio, ranked 44th in self-caused pressure rate. And I know we talked to him about that earlier the week.
Yeah, Warren was not impressed.
Am I lying to myself?
No.
So, I think we want this to work. I want it to work. I want to go out and buy a Sanders jersey for my kid. Not going to lie, right? I want to be able to say, here's the quarterback of the future for the Browns. But every time I go to do that, I keep saying to myself, the Browns don't have a quarterback. I want it to be Sanders because it makes sense. It makes it easy.
Well, it makes it easy. It's the best option of what's here. But I think anybody, Andy, who is convinced that they have the right guy already, there are two words, and I shared them with you before the show. Hope, and that's okay. Right? I mean, you're allowed to hope that.
Mm-hmm.
And hype. Hope and hype. That's what fuels the Shador stuff right now. Has he had some moments where he's looked pretty good? Yeah, he has. Yeah. But honestly, most every quarterback in the NFL has had some moments where they've looked pretty good. It's looking pretty good most all the time that makes you a good NFL quarterback.
If we have a decent quarterback this year, we're going to win games. I believe that. I believe the defense is going to help them. And craziest thing, and I brought this scenario up to you this morning, is what happens if they're 9-8? What happens if they're 9-8 and they get medium play out of the quarterback spot and good play out of the defense, and they end up being 9? I mean, we've seen that all the time happens in the NFL. Team 500 or just over 500 can't be 500 anymore until they have the 18th game. But I'm sitting here like pulling my hair out trying to figure out why I can even be limited in my optimism about Shador Sanders based on what we watched last year. I hate analytics. I hate it. I can't stand it. But we use it to set the standard for everything in sports. And I want guys that know the game, that sometimes can and have the right gut feeling to make the right call or to understand it, no matter whether it's baseball or football or hockey or I don't even care, any of these sports, right? Basketball, I can't legitimately look at myself and sell myself and go, well, this is a slam dunk. And I hear our fans, but I don't know, are they Browns fans? Are they Shador fans? What are they? And what I'd love to have some of the energy and the juice that you have to want to believe that Shador Sanders is the answer. The afternoon show, I think, has, right? Those guys are all in on him. I think so. I'm pretty sure. And, okay, all right. If you are, I love your enthusiasm.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, hope
is good.
I mean, a lot of people the same way I do, but I got to tell you, there are a lot of people who go, is there any way Shador's going to be able to pull this off? Is there any way Shador's going to be the guy?
He did have some moments last year, but until you stack it up on a regular basis, and anybody who looks at what happened in his time at Colorado and is convinced of that, it's like, well, okay, good luck, because college is a different beast.
And people take it like fans take it so personal if you don't see Shador a dozen roses. Oh, look, it's beautiful. It's not. It isn't. It's not even close. He's ranked 42 out of 43 on Pro Football Focus.
Had the 49th best completion percentage in the NFL last year. Out of 50 guys, the top 50 who are ranked, 49th.
I mean, I can buy into the fact that
doesn't mean he can't improve and get better. Let's just throw that out there, and I hope he does. I hope that. But there's that word again, hope.
Well, I'm banking it on the fact that the offensive line was subpar last year, and that there was no wide receiving core. At least to write home about, right? Like that's the whole basis of this conversation. It's to me, it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. I do want to see what he can do next year. And there's part of me thinking, remember Troy Aikman when he first came into the league in his first year, they were so bad.
Well, their team was awful.
Yeah, they were not good. And so maybe someone will say, and then maybe I'm thinking, maybe 3 years from now I'll be like, man, that Browns team was awful. Shador really, they gave him a great opportunity by letting him cut his teeth with that first team.
I hear a ton about accuracy. And we obviously, you clearly haven't seen it in the NFL. If you see it in practice, that doesn't matter because
no, it doesn't.
Nobody's running at you, and you're throwing to wide open wide receivers because they're not defending them. But accuracy in college is different than accuracy in the NFL. Everything in college is different than the NFL, and that's why I'm hopeful that he can build on it and become something special. I'm hopeful. Blind faith is a little rough here.
Is that what it is? Is it blind faith in Sanders?
No, I think it's just hope and hype. I mean, there's been a lot of hype around him, Andy, and that's okay. There's one guy that I always think about when it comes to college guys. Let me tell you about him next.
All right, tell me after the break. All right, we'll do that. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Am I the only one that sees it this way? I mean, I'm kind of pulling my hair out on where we're going with Sanders and what they're really trying to accomplish and what he's trying to accomplish and what the ceiling is on Shador Sanders. 216-474-0092.
Northeast Factory to
Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Jeff, before we went to break, we were talking about Shador Sanders a little bit and how hope and what was the other word used?
Hope and hype.
Hope and hype drive the Sanders conversation.
Do you think that's fair, by the way?
The numbers will tell you yes. That's very fair. And
I don't think there's anything wrong with being hopeful. And there's been a lot of hype around him, and a lot of people are buying it, and that's okay too. But I think the reality of the situation is he's a young quarterback, like a lot of young quarterbacks, and he just needs to get better, and hopefully he can. I mean, and it would be so awesome if he ends up being the franchise quarterback. Why? Because he's here. You already have one. That would be great, rather than keeping your fingers crossed and trying to acquire one.
You look at the numbers again. I'll give them to you again. Pro Football Focus ranked 42 out of 43. And if you're saying to yourself, well, those numbers are skewed because they didn't really feel like they had a wide receiving core, and the offensive line was a mess last year,
and only played half the season,
and doesn't have a full season number, and then you can get into the whole argument about reps. Again, I think the only legit argument against the reps is when they made him the number 2, and you had 2 rookie quarterbacks. In that order, they needed to get him some reps. Otherwise, 2s aren't getting reps with the 1s. They're just not. But they are going up against the 1 defense.
Which is good.
Yeah, which is really, I think, what you want most of the time, isn't it? Yeah. So I just thought they should have got him more reps when he was the number 2. I'm not getting into this reps argument because Dan's head's going to explode. All right, you had another quarterback thought there, though. And if you want to hop in, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092.
Well, it goes back to kind of my thought where I said we've seen a lot of young quarterbacks look pretty good at times in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Have we not?
Yeah.
And if you're basing stuff on what they did in college, that's not the way to do it. And there's been a lot of talk about Shador and accuracy, and productivity at Colorado and everything else. He did complete 69% of his passes. 74% of his passes at Colorado. But I always kind of trend back to one guy in particular, and I'm leery of college guys for this reason. So Shador led the nation in completion percentage in 2024. This guy led it in 2021, led the nation in completion percentage. Their quarterback ratings in their last years, Shador was 168.2. This other guy was 168.7. Shador won 9 games at Colorado in the Big 12, which wasn't Big 12 like it used to be, diluted and some other teams in there. And this guy won 9 games, was 9-5 in Conference USA, which isn't as good as the Big 12 that Shador played in, but still, he was 9-5 in Conference USA. And the completion percentage, very good. They both led the nation. Shador passed for 4,100 yards. This other guy passed for 6,000 yards. Shador threw 37 touchdowns. This other guy threw 62 in his senior year.
I like when you do the other guy.
And they had 10 interceptions for Shador. The other guy had 11. Okay? So the other guy, as good as Shador was at Colorado, this other guy had the stats that blew him out of the water. The other guy is former Browns quarterback Bailey Zappi. And that just, my only point in bringing this up, Bailey Zappi had some moments when he was playing in the league, still in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my point. Guys can look good at times, but maybe not ever be able to put it all together completely to become the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you base everything on what they did in college, beware. And so, Zappi was pretty good with the Patriots, had a few moments, didn't he?
He did.
And he's kicked around since.
Yeah.
is with the Browns in 2024. And hopefully Shador can take what he learned last year, build on it, and go on to a much better career than Bailey Zappi has had so far. But, I mean, Zappi was stunningly good. And interestingly enough, in this comparison, they each started their career at a smaller school. Jackson State for Shador, and I believe it was Houston Baptist for Bailey Zappi. So just let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's pull for the guy, Andy. It would be awesome if he is so good this year that the Browns don't have to take a quarterback in 2027. It would be awesome. But the reality of the situation is he has a long way to go to make the Browns not think they need a quarterback in next year's draft, given that they have the assets.
Luke is in Elyria. Luke.
Hey, Luke.
What's up? First-time caller. What's up, guys? Long time listening.
All right, appreciate you calling, man.
We appreciate that, yeah.
So my take is, this is different than, DTR. We just threw him out there. We had a whole bunch of injuries. But I think,
did we throw him out there against Baltimore? And people were cheering for him like he was going to be the greatest quarterback we ever had, and that did not work out. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I was having flashbacks to that game.
Yeah, totally. I don't think we should get our hopes up. The stats tell itself. But, you have to go in with, it's better than Deshaun. So give him the ball, see where it goes.
Is it better than Deshaun? I hate to say it to you. Is it? On paper, it isn't. It's not. His right, Jeff. His completion rate. I thought we were
the completion percentage that Shador had his rookie year, and again, a lot of people are saying he's so accurate. Deshaun Watson in every year of his career has had a higher completion percentage than Shador had last year.
Right on. I just feel like you don't get the optimism, though, putting Watson out, especially with the injury history.
Yeah, I don't know. Should you have optimism? I
agree with you, Luke.
Although I do think he's your starter today. That Watson
I agree. Shador is going to give the fan base much more optimism than if Deshaun's the starter.
I agree.
But in order for that to happen, and Luke, thanks, I agree with you, Shador's going to have to beat him out. And depending on what report you read, either he's really close or he's nowhere close. So again, that goes back to hope and hype.
216-474-0092. Chris is in Cleveland. Hi, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
Hey, fellas. How you doing this afternoon?
Good. How are you? Help me out, will you, man? Help me out, because I'm foggy on the
We're
whole thing.
hopeful, Chris.
Yeah.
We're hopeful.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I like what Phelps said about hope. And so what I'm saying now is really about hope, but also, listen, analytics and stats are analytics and stats. But what I used was my eyes. And last year what I saw was Browns had a makeshift offensive line, which was the worst in the league. We had a leading running back who was really good, who was injured for the second half of the year. The team had 49 drop passes last year, which was the most in the league. Our leading wide receiver was a rookie tight end. And Shador had an actual opportunity.
Chris, that hurts, by the way.
It's huge. And Shador didn't really have an actual opportunity to compete until he ended up getting thrown in the game and being able to learn week by week. So my only last thing I just want to say is just to kind of tap in almost what the last person said, but Deshaun and Shador shouldn't be close based on Deshaun's experience, right?
Right.
But if it's close, if they say, hey, it's close, it should be Shador because it shouldn't be close. With the years of experience, the way that Deshaun knows how to read offenses and defenses, if it's close, it should be Shador. And that's my feelings on it.
Yeah, let me ask you this.
Chris, I agree.
And financially, what does that mean? You've got to pay Deshaun anyway. And I do think one of the reasons Deshaun's still in the mix is because of the money they've invested in him, and they just don't want to light money on fire. But, you're still on a very friendly contract with Shador, so if it works out, your theory does make sense.
Yeah, listen, it's not my money. I pay for guys to come cut my grass just because I don't feel like cutting my grass. That's just my choice, right? So that's completely on them. They made the choice to pay him. it wasn't a bad decision at the beginning because other teams was looking to do the same thing. We just decided to give them guaranteed money. So the money part isn't part of it. It's about playing the game, and I think if it's close, again, it shouldn't be.
It's a great point.
I think
great
Shador
point.
should be the guy.
All right, Chris, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
That's really that's a good way to put it. If it's close, it shouldn't be. Chris is right about that, I think.
Can you see Deshaun Watson sitting off with a clipboard?
I still have a hard time with him standing on the sideline as a backup quarterback. But if he can't beat out a second-year guy, Andy, who was 49th in the NFL in completion percentage last year, then he should be standing there with a clipboard.
I still think they're going to hand him the ball the first week of the season, even if it's close.
Maybe.
Because you know
what you can be sure of? If they're both on the team for the regular season, they'll both start games. Yes?
Yeah, at some point, yes. At some point, I don't know. Lou, how are you?
Hi, Lou.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, I don't know what this all this talk about is, and everybody wants to compare Shador Sanders stats from last year. Here's the problem. The offensive line was basically crap. The Browns basically won their last two games, had no business winning their last two games. Aaron Rodgers basically gave the Browns the victory in Pittsburgh because he didn't want to be a footnote in some record book like Brett Favre was. And then Cincinnati, the worst defensive line in the NFL, and they sacked Shador Sanders 6 times. 6 times. And we still won that game. So Shador is not going to start week 1. It's going to be Watson because of the contract. And it's Jimmy Haslam and everybody else putting in Monken's head that he has to they have to go with Deshaun Watson. And that's what's happening. But
don't you think they're going to let Monken pick?
No. The Monken's just happy. He's 60 years old. He's happy he's got a head coaching job. They're not going to let him. I mean, they'll take his opinion, but I know that Monken wants Shador. Because if he did, he had of the 3 quarterbacks, he had a better. He started 7 games. He was 3-4. They should have won the Tennessee game last year, and they gave Buffalo a hell of a run for. They always play Buffalo tough, but they just didn't have it. The receivers, the offensive line, no running game. It just the offense was pitiful last year.
Can you get me to 21 points? Is that? I mean, you look at that too. Good phone call. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Appreciate it.
Hope and hype, Andy.
Hope and hype. Do that. I've got one other thing I need to talk to you guys about. We'll do that when we come back. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Hey, maybe last weekend with
Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
LeBron Watch 2026 continues in Northeast Ohio, and it'll continue on after our show with Afternoon Drive, and I'm sure through every show after that. How's that sound?
That'd be Volnick.
Yeah, probably. Your guess is that if this does become official,
baby.
Monday. Dan, you want to guess?
Monday sounds lovely.
I'm going Sunday night.
I just don't care anymore.
Oh, what?
I'm so done.
Do you have LeBron fatigue already?
Oh, yeah.
Dan's already had it for about 12 years.
Any word on if we'll carry all of his press conferences?
No. That's
But
no, affirmative no.
You'll be all in on that if that happens, because Dan loves
If he
press
comes back, I'll bet there's no press conference.
Did he have one last time?
I don't believe so.
I don't think he did either.
He'll have his yelling while basketball's bounce time.
Maybe he would like that, Dan. That's why he does it for you. Just so you know that.
What, basketball's bouncing while he talks in the background?
No press conference. It is pretty amazing that we still do that, right? Like, can't they pull these guys off into a corner where there's no basketballs bouncing in the background so you can actually hear what they have to say?
Andy, you don't know it's a basketball press conference unless there's basketballs bouncing.
Valid.
Except for the fact you can't hear what they're saying.
Valid.
Does that get in the way?
Slightly.
All right, Summer Hack Radio. Ready? I've been waiting to do this for a couple weeks because I kind of teased it earlier today without you.
Summer Hack Radio?
Totally summer. Do you agree, Dan? Summer Hack Radio.
Oh, I don't think we have to be summer for that.
I brought it up earlier today. What would be a horrible job in sports, right? Like you get to be involved with a sport somehow, some way, where you might have the opportunity to watch the event for free or be a part of the event, but it's a thankless job and nobody wants it. Even if you got a little ditty, we'll take that. Even it might spare us the pain of how bad this could be when we talk about that. I have 3. How many do you have, Jeff?
2.
You have 2. Dan, how many do you have?
We'll go with 2.
You have 2. All right, so I'll give you mine first. One was easy. It's the golf ball retrieval guy at the golf course. I know we were talking about this morning. The guy that has to drive around in a little cart to pick up golf balls. You know everyone's aiming for him.
At the driving range.
At the driving range,
Well,
yeah.
you got to hit the cart.
You have to hit the cart, right? I think that job would absolutely suck. I would not want that job. Not at all. So that was like my premise for some of these other ones. Now, the other 2 are just
why don't
I'm not getting there. I'm
you
gonna give
hold off. We'll do one, and
all right,
we'll bounce back.
Give
and
me
forth.
yours. All right, give me thankless job that no one wants in sports.
Minor league hockey team equipment manager.
That would be bad. I'm going to give you a little credit on
Hockey gear stinks worse than any gear I've ever smelled in my life. You walk past a hockey locker room, it's just god-awful.
Football gear after a game is pretty nasty.
If you're in the minors,
yeah,
it's even worse because the equipment to clean everything's not as good.
The NHL equipment to clean is amazing.
Well, that's why I wouldn't want a minor league job.
Or a guy who has to sleep underneath the bus with the equipment. That would be bad, too.
Ooh.
That would be bad. Dan Menigan, thankless sports job.
The person who cleans the johns in these professional sporting events. And I'm not talking in the locker rooms. I'm talking where the fans are. No way.
Well, now, is that a sports job?
Yes.
Oh, that's a job.
So like I said, part of the deal is you've got to be able to watch the event for free. And so I will double down on what he said. This was my number 2 thankless sports job.
Yeah.
It's the people that have to clean. If you're, obviously if you go to a major sporting event, and I kept thinking of like all the races we used to have at Burke, like the Budweiser 500 stuff, anyone that would have to be a part of the cleaning crew of the porta potties at a event that is mobile.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
That is.
That is just like thankless. Thank you. So I appreciate the folks that do that right now.
There's 2 for you. That's 2 of yours.
Yeah, I'm 2 in. Yeah.
All right, I've got 1.
I thought you were
more.
going to say that was number 2, but go ahead.
No, but mine's along the same vein.
Okay.
I do not want to be a horse stall cleaner outer at Thistledown or any other
Northfield.
Thoroughbred track.
That was my next one that popped into my head.
Oh, you guys had that one too?
I was just going to say anything involving horses or horse grooming, I'm out. Nothing against horses. I think they're wonderful animals and everything. I just don't want to clean up after them.
My neighbor has a horse named Calvin. I'll go out in my yard, and it's 2 houses over.
Your neighbor
actually.
has a horse?
It's weird because it's not like horse property.
Okay.
But they put in a little horse barn and a little horse pen, and they brought in Calvin.
Calvin a pony?
This horse named Cal. Oh, no, Calvin's been around.
Or a mini? Wait, you're saying Calvin's good with the nays?
Well, I've got, funny, there's a house in between where I live and where Calvin lives, and I'd mowed the grass at the house next door for a while, and Calvin would be out there, and I'd throw Calvin apples. And I don't know if that has anything to do with this or not. I was afraid one day I threw too many to Calvin, and he was going to, blow up or something.
Oh, man.
But he didn't. And I don't know horses very well, but I can go outside at my house, yell across a couple of yards, hi to Calvin.
Yeah.
And he always turns around and looks at me.
And smiles?
And I think, hey, is he saying either be quiet or where are the apples? Let's go.
He's looking for the apples.
Yeah, I don't know horses.
Probably. So you feel like you're friends with Calvin then?
Calvin's a great horse.
Did you ever ride Calvin?
Never even petted him. No. But I gave him apples.
Oh, he's like, oh, here comes that guy.
Here's the apple guy.
Here's the apple guy.
Dork.
Are you done? So that's your 2, right?
I'm done.
Have you
That's
done 2 then, too?
I don't think I'd ever want to be a greenskeeper. I think that would do me in.
It's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, and I don't love yard work. And so the idea that I'm going to have a vast yard that a lot of people are going to criticize up and down what I do with it, it doesn't sound great.
And they do criticize.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be the greenskeeper.
All right. You're going to say I wish I thought of this one? This was my number 1. And this was the one I thought of.
Andy outsmarts us again.
You were going to wish you said this. Spit catcher for boxing. Gross. Like disgusting.
You're talking like the
guy that, the guy that's got to hold the bucket.
Cut me, Mick.
No, that's almost medical. The cut me part of it, and then if you're trying to get the pressure stuff on their face, they put those cold
I know if I'm having a health issue, I'm calling Burgess Meredith.
You'd probably get lung cancer just talking to him.
The only good part of Rocky 5.
He was so good as the Penguin.
He was good as the Penguin.
You got to admit, being
was
awesome
the
as the Penguin.
spit catcher guy.
He was great as Mick.
Yeah, he was better as Mick.
He was better as Mick.
Being the spit catcher guy at boxing.
That'd be bad.
That's gross, man. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah, because they're gonna miss.
And I mean,
getting spat on.
I
That's
mean,
a good point.
the stuff that's going in that bucket's gross too. It's not just spit. All right,
that's a good one.
There you go. Maybe we'll play this game again.
Boy,
Worst jobs sports.
Can't wait for next summer when things are dead.
Mary, you got one in there, or you just want to give us a moment of the show? Or you're so repulsed.
I mean, if there was like a sports job that I wouldn't want, I think you guys kind of got close to this one. It would just be doing anyone's laundry of anyone on the team. I don't care what sport. Hockey, bad. Football, bad. Wrestling, really, really bad. Just the idea of doing laundry for guys who were sweating, going 100% in physical activity of whatever they're doing for hours at a time, just not appealing.
Marathon runner, that doesn't. I'm right there too.
Dano actually had one that he didn't put on the air.
Oh, can you tell us or no?
I can tell you.
Yeah, go ahead.
He said, producing the midday show at 92.3 The Fan.
Toilet paper, beer, and bourbon. You better stock up.
Mayor, moment, please, quickly.
Sure. Moment of the show came from John Ireland, and he was talking about the future of not LeBron James, but Bronny James.
Bronny is not loud. He's not bombastic. He's not look at me. He works really hard. He's probably improved more. If we had a most improved player award, he's probably improved more in his 2 years in development with the Lakers than any other player on our team. So it'll be interesting, Andy, to see. I think if LeBron asked the Lakers to do it, he would trade him to wherever he's going. So in this scenario, let's say LeBron goes to the Cavs. I think if he went to Rob Pelinka and said, hey, can you please arrange to get Bronny to Cleveland so I can finish my career with them, I think the Lakers would do it. This was like the nicest breakup of all time, guys. They're like showering each other with accolades as they're both like walking away from each other. It's really weird. But that's what happened. My guess, though, Andy, would be that Bronny would want to make his own path.
At some point, he's going to have to. Thank you, Mayor, on that. All right. Why am I smarter? It's brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Manigan.
John Ireland was outstanding. Give that a listen, 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcast. Just an interesting conversation about someone else who's experienced LeBron and how a fan base looked at it a little differently than we did. Also, social media mentions powered by Shador Jr.
Meredith Kane.
I will second that. I thought that the conversation with John Ireland was fascinating, especially when he was talking about LeBron's relationship with the Lakers fans. Very, very interesting. That's why I'm smarter.
Jeff Phelps.
I'm smarter because I know that the guy who sits in this chair after I do makes a really mean brisket chili. Nick Wilson brought some brisket chili in, shared it with the gang. I had a little. It was good. And as Menigan accurately said, he doesn't skimp on the brisket. It was good. Thank you, Nick.
I'm smarter today. Thank you, Dan Menigan. Is it Erling Haaland? Is that my guy?
Holland.
Oh, it's just Holland?
Holland.
Holland. With two A's. All right, Erling Haaland. I'm going Team Norway. Who's with me? We'll do one of those rowing things. I don't know. As long as you give me Uhtred.
I'm with you. Go Norway.
Go Norway. Would Uhtred play for Norway or would he play for England? I wonder who he'd play for. Last Kingdom fans will love me for that one.
Argentina.
Hey, have a good... No, there's no way he would have played for...
No, I'm going with Argentina.
I am Uhtred.
I like their blue and white stripe.
Jeff, have a good weekend.
Thanks.
Mayor, have a good weekend. Dan, have a good weekend. Everybody listening, have a good weekend. Make sure you're listening to Afternoon Drive coming up next. Till we talk again on Monday. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you Monday at 10.
You pretentious ass. You mean to tell me you can't read?
Not good. That was crap what I did today.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports.
who are you talking to over there?
Yeah, hey, I heard you were golfing. Hope you hit them straight and far. Don't forget to hit them far, too. And anyways, just thinking about you, buddy. You get to turn 12 and you can kick a football, and they're like, you're going to be a soccer player. I tried to bail on that so quickly.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. It is an F-Off Friday. It is a feel-good Friday. It's a bleep it. It's July, and it's beautiful Friday. We got a big show for you guys. We got Dan Dibley, the game in San Francisco coming up at 3. Your own Weitzman, NBA reporter, at 4. Jason Jackson, Heat play-by-play guy at 6. But that opened courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader. As if we didn't, there would be consequences. And we got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and producing today is always. If you like our content, you want to watch our beautiful faces do this show for 5 hours, you can watch us on YouTube live. And don't forget, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. It is free after all, and like our videos, we desperately need to be liked. And Meredith Kane in the 2020s today. Hi, JP.
Hello. How's it going today?
Going pretty well.
That's good. I like that. Like to hear that.
Glad the weather bounced back. That was nice.
Were we having struggles yesterday and I missed it?
Oh, it was raining when we left. I didn't like
you're
that.
right. You're right. It was raining. I had to pull up my umbrella, and then I had that moment where I was the only person out with an umbrella. And there's a little bit of I have an umbrella and you don't type mentality attached to that.
Big umbrella energy.
Big umbrella energy. I know. You almost feel everyone's looking at you as you're walking down the street, and they're just like, man, I wish I had that umbrella. And it could be you. I just put it in a backpack all day.
My Sophie had big umbrella energy today, where I was like trying to get the girls, before I left, I was trying to get them ramped up for the weekend, like Mom and Dad, the next 2 days off. Dad gets home at 7. We're going to have some pizza tonight. And then I'm very excited for this weekend. And Sophie goes, Dad, right now for me, everything's Saturday. Because she's on summer vacation.
Yeah.
And she didn't say it in like a snobby way.
No, did you?
There was like a matter of fact of every day's Saturday. Why do I care? Tomorrow's actually Saturday. Did you think to yourself,
Saturday. Joke's on you, though, because you have way more years working in your life ahead of you than I do?
No, my initial thought was bleep you, kid.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
all right, good.
I didn't express that.
Yeah.
But when she said every day's Friday, so why do I care what tomorrow actually is?
It's the same response. So Ray came back today to visit some people. Ray was, our engineer here for 35 years and has been here the entire time we've both been here. And I asked him, I said, so how's retirement going? And he goes, well, every day's Friday, every day's Saturday, every day's Sunday. Like every day is that, exactly what you're describing. He also said it's going great, which I love hearing. My father-in-law did this, and I love that Ray has it as well. It's really kind of sad if you talk to retired people and they're like, I just can't find anything to do. I don't love it as much as I thought I would. Like, I love the idea that most retired people that I talk to now, and I'm like, how's it going? They're over the moon about it. That gives me a lot of hope, Nick.
I hope that I get multiple chances at retirement.
Oh, yeah. Well, the way this industry works, you might.
Yeah. Well, no, because that will hurt me financially. I want to get to the point where I can just retire. And then, it's just not enough action for me. I guess I'll do a podcast for a while. Now, you like stuff like that. Like that to me, I want to be the Terry Funk of sports talk radio, where I retire and unretire. And every time I retire, the send-off gets bigger. More people come out of the woodworks that like working with me or maybe didn't like working with me.
Yeah.
And just every time gets bigger. And then when I finally retire, the second day I just drop dead.
Well, that doesn't sound great.
Well, yeah, no, because...
But you want to enjoy retirement. You just want to drop dead the second day.
I'll be like 94 at that point.
Oh, you're doing a podcast or you're 94?
Well, yeah. Podcast takes such little work. With love and respect to people who do podcasts. Like, compared to this is what I mean. Like, if you, 5 hours a day,
it's a lot.
We do more in 1 hour's day than most podcasters do in 1 week.
Oddly enough, I was actually doing the math on it last night about how many more hours and how many more shows we do than just shows on the station that only do 4-hour shows. They do 4-hour shows, which is an insane amount more than podcasts, right?
Yep.
But because of that, we do 5-hour shows, which means we do 5 hours more of work a week, which means it's 20 hours in a month, which means if you add it all up and do the math on it, we do about 13 weeks of 4-hour shows more than they do. That's over 3 months of added work. It's an insane amount. And that's just comparing people from 5-hour to 4-hour show. Nonetheless, people that do 5 hours every day and, a podcast an hour a week.
I got to tell you, you've made me want to retire quicker now.
I know,
Your math did not help me.
I know.
And my psychology. No, listen, I'm still coming off vacation. I could not possibly be any less burnt out. But a week ago, that would have driven me to 480 Bridge.
Fortunately, for the both of us, I think that just means we have like 13 weeks of PTO we can take before we just even approach matching what the midday and the morning show have.
I don't think.
Right? Like if they any complaints about them about time off, I'll see you back to what we just discussed.
No comment on that because I'm feeling good on a Friday here, and maybe it's the Bill Simmons of this. I don't think Bill Simmons knows where LeBron's going. So the thing that we're going to play here, I think he's guessing a bit, and that's okay. Everyone's guessing. In case you haven't figured it out yet, no one really knows what's going on. That's why they cycle through a new favorite team that could be threatening to the Cavaliers on any given day, right? Can we just all? Is that understood, or am I infantilizing the audience by saying that?
That we're cycling to a different team every day?
That like nationally, all these guys
who they're bored.
Well, like they're jobs,
they're tired of the story.
Their jobs are to traffic in information, and they're not getting any information.
Well, they're not getting any information. I think they're upset by that. They're also understanding that they have to talk about something, and right now there's no NFL going on. If you're not a soccer guy, like we're not soccer guys, like this is it. This is what you discuss right now. But this is day 10 that we have started a show with LeBron Convos, and I'll take it to day 20 if we have to. I don't really care. I have fun with this stuff. I love LeBron and talking about LeBron, but there's enough people out there that 10 days, that's like 6 too many for them.
Yeah, here's the thing. Those people need to remember what July is to any sort of sports media. And unless you're going to cover the All-Star break next week, buckaroo, enjoy every second of this. If LeBron could carry this until next Friday, let's see, carry the two about let's go 2 o'clock because I would want it to happen during our show on Friday.
Sure.
But we would have the slowest sports week of the year.
Yeah, that's the next week sucks.
So LeBron doing it this weekend kind of hurts us. LeBron, be a pal here. All right, all those keep them in the dark. Pisses them off, makes us happy. Come on, can't we find a happy medium?
Yeah. Which is funny because we'll have Windhorst audio coming up in about 20 minutes or so. I have seen Windhorst break like 7 times throughout this whole venture. like legitimately like get angry and mad in ways I've never seen Windhorst get angry and mad because he's asked these questions and he's trying his best to give good answers, but he knows he doesn't have them because we don't know what LeBron is thinking. LeBron is clearly just living on the golf course right now and taking things on LeBron's time. His people are as tight-lipped as they've ever been on it, and nobody knows what's actually happening.
But do you know why this is kind of one of my favorite stories? You're correct how part of the LeBron watch coverage is being shaded by, and some of the seemingly frustrated takes, if you listen to enough, you can hear the frustration kind of echoing through, is that more often than not, with LeBron, the guy on Twitter, who we hear from all the time on every story, that says, hey, Todd Monken has horses someplace, those guys are wrong about 99.99% of the time.
I think Todd, by the way, even said in that interview that they were wrong with the horses on the ground. It's such a memorable part of the Todd Monken story, not to sidetrack us here, but Todd Monken, when he sat down in this interview with Ken and Anthony, said, that's not, I didn't bring the horses over here. They're in a farm in Kentucky.
But what I love about the LeBron stuff is, usually, like Jordan right now just tweeted the show, at Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Jordan saying, I have confirmation from a friend that works with LeBron. I won't go into the details here, but that he's coming back to Cleveland 100%. He was just told that today. You heard it here first. I love that some of those guys are going to be right. And more right
for sure
than like the national media. That's no I'm not trying to like throw shade at the national media. I just think that's objectively hilarious.
Well, it's just guesses though, is all that is. They're just using logic and taking guesses. Yes, no? I'm saying he's guessing. Yes.
Oh no, I think the only people who actually might know are people who might know somebody in the LeBron camp, And I
don't think the LeBron camp is talking that much, though. That's the difference here.
Well, yeah, but they're not talking to media members, but they could be talking to random people on the street.
I'd be
100%.
shocked if they're talking to Joe Schmo. Like how tight-lipped. I mean, this is the decision of all decisions for LeBron, because this is the last time in his career he's going to be able to be this wide-ranging. 2 weeks, everyone pay attention to me.
I guarantee you there are people that know. And it's just nobody in the know.
I don't even know that LeBron knows. I think I've established that as
he
well.
Knows.
I don't know that LeBron knows.
I think we got to get to that part of the story. We might put the Bill Simmons thing in about 10 minutes here, because I think this is an important part. When national media members get upset about how long this is taking, or fans get impatient, LeBron is a global entity. So to move this thing anywhere takes an incredible amount of focus, precision, and coordination. This isn't like when Dean Wade signs in Philadelphia. No offense to Dean Wade. So whether he's coming back to Cleveland, going back to Miami, going to Philly, going to Minnesota, Nike has to know. His own individual social media camps have to know.
No. They have to prepare all angles. They don't have to actually know the decision.
Oh, no,
they do the work. They do the work as it, like Nike, for instance. Nike. So there's poor people at Nike. Poor people at Nike. They're working Nike. They're fine. But there's people at Nike,
unless they're
Indonesia, that are tasked with coming up with different slogans and taglines for every outcome imaginable.
Mm-hmm.
They have to do one for the Warriors if LeBron goes there. For the 76ers if LeBron goes there. This is what they do all day. This is it's not LeBron tipping Nike off. This is how they do this.
Oh no, but it's his entire. You got to understand the entire global business that is LeBron. Whether you want to pick apart Nike or not, it doesn't move. It can't move with one piece going this way and every other piece going this way. And so I do think that's a part. That's why, a guy on LeBron's social media team might tell a friend that he went to high school with, looks like I'm moving back to Cleveland.
I think you got 2 weeks. You should have all the mock-ups ready for every single team. LeBron's given you enough time. Sorry, social media manager for LeBron. You gotta put in a little extra work here and come up with all the different angles. That's part of the gig.
The other part of this that I really get, I don't want to say annoyed by, but why I'm actually amused by, is I think we've taken the everything LeBron does is calculated.
Is Instagram changing his profile pic today?
To such a degree that it's LeBron is a very, very smart man. LeBron is a very successful businessman. LeBron has a team of really smart guys that work with him that are loyal and all that good stuff. But this idea that LeBron took his first step out of his house today with his right foot. Of course, that means he's closer to Cleveland, given the way he was pointed, than towards Miami. Clearly, he's telling everyone, it's
fun.
So Pepe Sylvia.
I know, but it is fun.
Well, but I think the point is,
I do have fun with it.
I don't mind when, again, nameless guys on social media do it. When just general media guys are doing it. It is, again, I'm not here to. It does not annoy me. It amuses me to no end. Even Scoop Robinson today.
Scoop, I've had muted for weeks. I didn't even know he had the Kyrie Irving thing ahead of Nick Wright, because I can't stand that guy.
He did this whole thing about look at
Don't believe he knows anybody.
Where Brandon Weems is sitting in the dinner with people from Akron with LeBron. Everything's calculated. And it was just okay, guys. LeBron isn't Brandon, you have to sit there because I'm going here, and if you sit over here, it means I'd be going to Miami.
No, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot.
But every single LeBron conversation acts like every single part of this is to that degree of precision, and that's what makes this. Again, I love the word amusing. Because I'm in the feel-good mood. I'm just in, hey, LeBron, make your decision. I pray it's coming home to Cleveland, and I'll try to deal with any decision that is in Cleveland, but I'm just enjoying this process. This is a fun story to me, and it's mostly fun because the national media is so in the dark, and because everybody is turning this into now you see me, the fourth movie of that franchise. Everything is it's like a mystery, or How I Met Your Mother. It's some sort of grand mystery that eventually will look back and be all the signs did point to Minnesota.
But that's the other funny part about this, is that it doesn't matter what team he's going to choose. Everyone's going to rally around the idea of it was always that team.
Yep.
You idiots. I can't believe we'll probably get yelled at, Nick. I promise, in some of the comments. People you wasted 3 weeks of your life talking about that when it's all said and done. And it's guys, this This is the job. This is the fun part of it. Like I like this stuff. I like finding out all the different avenues that he could possibly go. I like talking about the basketball fits. I like talking about what matters and makes the most sense to LeBron. Trying to get inside his brain, something nobody's ever been able to do, I think is also an hysterical little jump that everyone has to take in this. It's fun. I don't know. I'm enjoying it. Like I heard all sorts of people this morning talking about basically they're done with this and they're over it. And I got worried I would get at this point too. But like 10 days into this, I'm having more fun with it than I've ever had.
Yeah, if you're not having fun with this story, I just maybe choose a different vocation. Like free clicks, free different conspiracy theories, people spinning themselves off into a million directions, trying to be right. If you honestly just kind of allow yourself to just allow the thing to happen, this is the funniest story, most fun story you can possibly have in this business. 216-474-0092. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Dan Dibley of The Game in San Francisco, a host of Willard and Dibbs' their afternoon show. I was on his show earlier this week. He returns the favor today at 3. We'll talk about the Warriors and whether he thinks they're still a plausible threat to the Cavaliers. Yaron Weitzman, NBA reporter, also has a book on the end of LeBron and the Lakers together. That's at 4 o'clock. And then Jason Jackson, Heat play-by-play / TV host, will ask how serious does he think LeBron's other homecoming could be. A lot on the docket, though. Again, having fun today. 216-474-0092. And we got to get to Bill Simmons talking about the Cavs, the Warriors, and leverage in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Barking backers.
recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
The thing that happened to poor Golden State, I think they thought they were getting LeBron and potentially AD, and now it's pretty clear they were being used by leverage in the as LeBron goes back to
But
Cleveland.
I don't understand what that leverage translates into, like meaning what? Because the teams that are still in the running for him, the Sixers, the Heat, and Cleveland.
The Cleveland thing's done.
He's going to Cleveland. Okay.
That was Bill Simmons on the Bill Simmons podcast with Zach Lowe saying the Cleveland thing is done. We'll ask Dan Debley if he feels like the Cleveland thing is done. He hosts on The Game in San Francisco coming up in about 40 minutes. And I also want to ask him just if he feels like the Warriors are being used as leverage. I think to what Zach Lowe was saying, I don't really know what leverage LeBron is trying to exert here. If any team is interested in doing business with LeBron, one, everybody can kind of pay him within $1 million or $2 million, pretty much the same thing currently. They have to make some moves to open up more money for him. But two, I think you just kind of present here are the moves that we'd like to make if you commit to us, and then that's it, right?
Yeah, I don't understand the leverage part of it. I think Bill didn't understand it either. I think he just said it, and then Zach Lowe pushed back on it, and then he's like, it's done. I think that's why he got to the it's done side of it, is maybe I made a mistake in even commenting on it because I don't get the leverage side of it either. Are you making any association in the idea that Bill Simmons is technically Rich Paul's boss?
No.
I'm not either. I don't understand why people think that's some sort of big, gotcha. Of course Rich Paul would share all the info. No, he wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, he wouldn't. I'm sorry. You technically, yes, Bill Simmons is his boss. He's not Rich Paul's boss.
Yeah, his boss is LeBron.
His boss is LeBron.
Yeah, there's a guy like Rich who's got 12 jobs, has 12 bosses. The ultimate boss, right? The final boss, as it were, is LeBron, and that's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's kind of like in radio terms where it's I'm sure Howard Stern technically has a boss, right? I'm sure he technically has somebody that is higher up that can have the power to fire him or whatever you need to say. He's his own boss. At a certain point, you are your own boss. And so, Rich Paul isn't sweating whatever deal that he's got there at Spotify to be oh, yeah, this is part of the hookup. I tell you everything that's going on. No. Because if he did, then he wouldn't have had Bill for a week and a half saying Golden State was locked in and that's all it was ever going to be.
Well, that's why I think, I know Ken went on this thing today, he's done with his story, wants it to be over.
Yeah.
I think Bill's there too. And again, I personally don't get it. I'm having fun with this. I think we should all be having fun with this because the stakes just aren't what they were in 2014 or 2018 or certainly 2010. He is going to make an impact wherever he goes. He likely will swing the thing at least enough to get the Cavs to a spot where they could be competitive in the Eastern Conference Finals. So a lot's at stake, but the pressure from my standpoint just isn't there because they won a damn title already. So if they want a title again, that is cherry on top of LeBron's legacy and of being a Cavs fan in my experience with LeBron. But just even the idea of LeBron coming home just makes me so happy that it's man, if I get to dream, knowing that there will be a decision and that there are at least 4 other teams out there that he could go to, so that means it's not a done deal until it's said to be a done deal. I'm cool with being in this bubble where we get to, really think that LeBron's coming home. Because once it's over, well, then it's just about getting back to business, and then the story kind of goes away until camp.
Are we handling this better, though, because we are currently the top dog? We're in the driver's seat to land LeBron. Is that the only reason why we're doing this and kind of being so cool about it? If we had the poly market odds that the Warriors have right now, would we be feeling as cool as we are right now?
Well, I think it's different because those towns, LeBron might still represent what he represented to us in the various times. They might look at this and go, the Warriors. The idea with LeBron is you might still be best case scenario Western Conference Finals team, but he's going to push your floor up so that LeBron and Steph alone is going to make sure you're not a play-in team, right?
Yeah.
That I can get if you're a little desperate about that. Miami, you don't have a point guard right now. You have no one. I mean, they got the Jock Eunice kid that they drafted a year ago. Did he get traded? I don't think he got traded to Milwaukee.
Miami's thinking that if they get LeBron, then all of a sudden they're in the driver's seat to win the East. That might be foolhardy, but that's how they think.
But I mean, it's really the two teams with the lowest stakes out of this. Us, because we have history here and there's so many good vibes there. But again, we still have a pretty good team with the Cavs and Philly. Those are the two teams I think should be as carefree as possible, because it's like LeBron coming here with this roster to me is a bonus. Same thing with Philly.
Oh, a bonus?
Yeah. You were just in the Eastern Conference Finals. I know they need to get their roster better.
I needed something different. I needed a different look after this summer. LeBron was going to offer up that different look. There was a lot about, and this goes beyond just the reunion and everything. This goes to the idea that LeBron was going to not only shift our odds for winning the East, but he was going to shake it up in a way that I felt was necessary for this team.
I can see why you'd say that, and I do think he would represent that. But the truth is, after everybody's cap space has been used up, the big trades have been made, I think the best, if LeBron doesn't come here, I think the best thing he got going is maybe Kuminga on some sort of deal, and then maybe turn Jared Allen into another player as well. And again, those are fine moves, but they're not going to move. LeBron's
that's
the
why
one
it matters so much.
Out there.
Yeah, because those moves are taking you your fourth, fifth, sixth, somewhere in the East with those type of moves, right? LeBron added to this team might make you the favorite in the East, and if not the favorite, you're probably second favorite in the East.
Yeah, but why LeBron's the added bonus to me and not carrying some sort of other weight is because I'm going to shift from I have definitive expectations. I'm holding Kobe and Dan and everybody accountable for what you've done and what you haven't done the last 5 years with Donovan, and certainly what you might do with Evan. And then I'm going right into, LeBron's here? Cool, I'm going to kick my feet up and be a Cavs fan for 2 years. Or for however long he's here. There's an element to LeBron that LeBron just minimizes. It's not that I don't care what happens if LeBron comes back, but I'll be so happy that I'm just not going to feel the same pressure that I did when they were getting swept in the Eastern Conference Finals this year.
I get what you're saying. Ultimately, you're not then just going to put a bunch on them to then win, which is funny because we're having a better team then. In many ways, I feel like we're saying the same thing. We're just getting to a different point, right? Yeah. But what's interesting about it is that you're going to have a better team with LeBron. I mean, he's top 15, top 20 in the sport still. I think the weirdest part about this convo is actually how underrated LeBron's game seems to be for people. In a weird sense. Do people realize he would have been all NBA if he didn't have his injury early on in the season last year? He put up some incredible numbers last year, all things considered. He's playing at an elite level. His defense has taken a step back. You want to rip him on that? Sure. That's fine. But offensively, he's still remarkable.
So while we continue on with LeBron watch, it seems like everybody in the NBA fears a different team against the Cavaliers. Some people think it's Golden State. Michelle Beadle said that with us yesterday at 3 o'clock. Other people have said Philadelphia. They usually come from Philadelphia or somewhere around there. But Brian Windhorst was on ESPN today saying Miami as the legit threat to Cleveland.
I'm just going to say, as this process has gone on, I've been thinking more and more about LeBron in Miami, because when he went back to Cleveland, it was about making something right. The way it ended in Miami wasn't quite right, and there'd be something about making something right. And look, I would go to Denver. I would seriously consider Denver if I was LeBron. But if it's not going to be Jokic, why not Giannis?
Does that logic make sense to you? Does that track for you?
That it didn't end right in Miami?
If
you mean after 4 straight finals appearances and 2 titles?
Yeah, but it ended weird. We can all admit that it ended weird. Everything down from the Pat Riley interactions and how that went down to I mean, listen, I'm not in Miami. I don't know how they feel about it. We'll talk to people that are from there later in the show, but when Brian's saying it felt like a reach, but Windhorst doesn't have much of a reason to reach.
Yeah, I guess I mean he is in the content game. I love Windy, but we're all servicing the same master here. We all got minutes to fill.
But he hasn't done that, and really, he doesn't do that in general. But in this entire stretch, he hasn't done that.
I think it would make sense if we're on day 10 of LeBron watch that we are starting to fill time. So listen, do I think Miami is a legitimate threat to LeBron? Yes, I do. He has history there. I think Miami makes as much sense as anybody that isn't the Cavaliers. I think it makes more sense to Golden State, Minnesota, or Philadelphia, or Denver, which he has no affiliation for other than him and Jokic together would be optically hilarious. But, specific to the idea that he has to make it right, not really. Like, Miami's not that kind of town. Like, the reason why LeBron had to make it right in Cleveland was twofold. One, very obviously the decision.
Right.
The way he left hurt his image around the entire NBA, and I think he knew he had to make that right. And two, he was the prodigal son who couldn't win with what was constructed here. It wasn't his fault. It was poorly constructed around him. And if anyone was ever going to win a title with the Cavaliers, that first title, the guy to get him over the hump was LeBron. Those are the two ways in which LeBron had to make it right with Cleveland. He won 2 titles in Miami. Like they did. The only thing they didn't do is win 4 straight titles.
All right, so why does Windhorst feel like he's got to tie up some loose ends there?
Because I think he's trying to find another reason to get. I think there's another narrative he wanted to kind of think about, and I think he's wrong. I think he's. I don't think LeBron gives a rat's ass that Dan Le Batard doesn't like him, or any of those people in Miami. Because again, that town, while it's a great place to live in, and while that organization had a lot of success with him, that town does not mean they don't love him. They never loved him the way this town loves him.
Well, and maybe that's part of what he's trying to tie up then. Maybe he goes back there, he wins a title with Giannis and Bam Adebayo, and maybe they do appreciate him in a way that he feels like they always should have. I would say you're searching for something you're not going to be able to find. It's like the Lakers thing. Like LeBron wanted Lakers fans to love him. He desperately wanted that, clearly, and they just were never going to do it. With the Heat, the thing I would say is that you're always going to be in the shadow of Dwayne Wade. Doesn't matter what happens to you in Miami. I'd say the same thing for Giannis. You're just going to be in the shadow of Dwayne Wade.
Also, Miami is a lot like the L.A. You're just the next attraction.
You're just the next attraction, yeah.
And they forget about you so quickly because you're not, like, again, Kobe was a day one Laker. Even Shaq has been forgotten compared to his contributions of that early team's
Do you think LeBron
success.
feels bad about the idea that when he left, it went downhill for a stretch there? It did. I
would be shocked if he cared about that.
I mean, this is clearly what Windhorst is reaching at. I'm trying to figure out the angles to this. Is there a better story here that maybe we're giving credit to because we have the ultimate story?
No, I think the media wants Windhorst to go to Miami because it's easier to go to Miami in December than it is to go to Cleveland. I think that's the better story for the media. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's a big sports story.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Dan Dibley coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Afternoon host on the game in San Francisco. We'll talk his confidence that LeBron is going to the Bay Area. Maybe a little bit of what the hell is going on with Logan Webb. I don't know if anybody saw that story overnight. The Giants pitcher beefing with anyone and everyone in the city of San Francisco. So again, Dan, coming up in about 20 minutes. If you ever miss a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. But LeBron watch continues. The national media is spinning their wheels. We're just kicking up our feet and kind of enjoying the ride, right? But let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Poly Market has reported that the piles of trash from the Kelsey Swift wedding, which had been on sale, and no, we're not talking about Jack Antonoff.
Hey, have some Senka.
Oh, we're having fun. Which had been on sale for $25.
He looks awful, by the way. Have you seen a recent photo? What happened to him?
Margaret Coyley left him.
She left him, and he looks like, I guess we all should look like if our wife or significant other leaves us.
Turns out grooming young women really takes a toll on him, apparently.
Oh, does he do that?
Yeah, it's not great.
Ooh.
Who would have thought that neither Jack Antonoff or Lena Dunham would end up being anyone? Oh, everyone. Everyone would thought they would both be douchebags. But they had been on sale for $25 a bag. They've officially sold out. What is your reaction to these news?
I thought it was kind of wild. It's funny enough. They described the trash as collected from the edge of a love story outside of Madison Square Garden.
That's good branding.
What a con this whole thing is. Yep. How do we get a con involving Travis and Taylor and our own version of this? Because it is... I'm not even mad at it. Like, it's fine. People want to pay $25 for trash that you... I love the description of it. It's that you curated. Okay, great. Is there better trash than other trash? Is this like, oh, this was a half-eaten piece of cake from this. This is better than like the Lay's potato chip bag?
So what I was kind of thinking is, I honestly think the fact that it sold out this quickly tells you $25 a bag was too low.
Cheap. Yep, too cheap of a price.
Like, I don't know how many bundles this guy had, but I mean, let's say he made, the most I think he could have made is maybe $1,000, $2,000, maybe.
Can't be that much.
I feel like I think this could have turned into, like, again, if you quadruple the price, we're talking $10,000, $15,000. I think he thought too small here.
Well, and so the problem with this is that this is not this enterprise has a clear expiration date on it, right? And
the trash,
the trash, and you can't replicate more trash. It's a bad business. It's a good one-off business, but it's a bad business. It's like the you ever seen anything on those guys that like still sell pieces of the Berlin Wall?
Mm-hmm.
They have they've curated like thousands and thousands of pounds of the Berlin Wall, and they got enough to last them until anybody would never need anything to do with the Berlin Wall ever again. That's sustainability right there. I don't think there's not enough trash for this guy.
Can I ask, with love and respect, no judgment here?
Yeah.
Why would anyone want a piece of the Berlin Wall?
Well, and I don't know. They sell an extreme amount of them. The part I thought was kind of a ripoff was that I guess they go and they spray paint certain parts of the Berlin Wall so that it feels like you got a festive part.
Oh, nice.
So it feels like, oh, I didn't get ripped off. I got one of the colorful graffitied ones. Like, this is great.
This is the one where somebody really pounded on with their hands, crying because they couldn't see their family members for 40 years.
I got like a really nice one.
Yeah.
It's got graffiti on it. Yeah, so that's a little bit of the con that they pull off.
This was on the German side.
They have been doing business for a long time, but they like there's a consistent market flow of people that want to buy pieces of the Berlin Wall.
That's just something. Again, no judgment. I just on the like pieces of history that one could have. I don't think Berlin Wall piece is top 1 billion for me.
Between $15 and $50 is what they sell for. They also give you a certificate of authenticity as well.
Well, you need that.
Well, you don't want to think you just bought a piece of wall, any wall.
That'd just be ridiculous.
This is right from the source.
You'd feel like a real idiot if you didn't have the certificate.
This is right from the source, guys. What a world. And people complain about gas prices. You kidding me? This is what we spend our stuff on?
Guys, when it's $4 a gallon, I can't buy the extra nice piece of the Berlin Wall.
Or the
I got to
piece of
settle for
trash.
the $15 version, not the $50 version.
All right, former Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold. We've talked a lot about him. He still has everything to do. All his court dates, everything is still up and coming here. The Texans, Colts, Seahawks, and the Jets have shown interest, according to his agent, Nicole Lynn. He was with the Texans today, and he's going to sign with the team apparently at some point in the next 45 days. So we wondered whether or not there'd be a market for him, whether or not he would have any sort of and I mean, I'm happy. I guess I'm happy the Browns aren't one of these teams. I kind of assumed the Browns would be one of these teams. We don't really have much of a need for a corner right now, though. That's a good spot for us. So, like, maybe that's why we're not involved in this. But the list of teams that apparently do and are willing to go ahead and go down this road, it's plentiful.
I mean, here's the thing. If you're Terrion Arnold, you can't go from the Lions to the Jets. You can't.
No, but imagine going from the Lions to the Seahawks.
Yeah, or the Texans. Like somewhere, again, winning's the ultimate cure-all. Now, those winning teams might have something to say about him being the face of this trial or the face of this legal shenanigans. Well, but, like, go to a winner. Who cares what the Jets pay you? If the Browns were, who cares what the Browns pay you? Go to a winning team because, yes, you will not be as big of a story if you're on a winning team. If you're on a losing team, especially in a huge market like New York, you will be the story when that team is 1-10.
I was trying to think if you could hide. Locally, you'll be killed, though. But from a national perspective, you do kind of hide.
Oh, I don't know. It depends on how scandalous the whole thing he was arrested for was such a huge scandal anyways.
Yeah, I don't know how he's ever going to make the field if we're being truthful. I just tend to think he's going to end up in jail.
I imagine those were the initial details that come out. I bet you there's going to be a couple days where it's like, hey, this whole new, even more crazy thing came out about what happened there. Omaha! All right, let's go here. Let's go. Newly minted Sixers player Jaylen Brown went on a Twitch stream with I Show Speed. It had a warning.
You know I Show Speed?
I do not show speed.
No. It's kind of funny.
I show fat.
It's kind of funny.
He had a warning for wannabe hoopers.
It's a crazy business, bro. Don't become a basketball player. There's no loyalty.
What happened? You just got traded?
It's a real good question. I think a lot of people want to hear that. They asking that question right now. I don't know. They packed me up. Sayonara, I'm out of here.
So I think the implication here that I struggle with is that he thinks there's some mythical business out there that is loyal.
Okay, fair.
You know?
Yeah, fair. No,
the difference is I work in radio, and when I get fired, I'll be flipping burgers in 3 weeks. Your ass will be sitting on, what is it, $300 million guaranteed?
Yeah, it's kind of hard. You know, they always give you the advice in life of, like, don't ask the really successful people whether or not you should get into the business, right? Because their experience is different than what 99.9% of people's experiences are going to be. Like, if you want to be a singer in life, don't ask Taylor Swift whether or not she thinks the grind was worth it.
Ask Joe at Tailgaters in Wadsworth this Friday.
Exactly right? Like, get the perspective from the people that have actually really gone for it, and maybe it's not going the greatest, and you know, really figure it out from there. Jaylen Brown's one of the few. Massive success. Life has gone about as well as it possibly could from a basketball perspective for him, and even he's like, no, don't do this. It's such a interesting turn that I didn't see coming.
I just think the two things that when athletes do it make me want to chuck a football at their nuts. The first thing is when they're like, you know, $100 million isn't $100 million, right? It's like, that is a wine and cheese problem, my friend.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but maybe you are a bit tone deaf. This would be the other one. Like, you have no idea the work that goes into it. It's like, dude, I work a full job and have a full career that does not pay half of what you do. I guarantee you I put in something similar to what you do. And, oh, by the way, you get to play a kid's sport. Shut up. Make $30, $50, $60, $70 million a year, and just enjoy the fact that you got it better than 99% of other people.
Have you been watching The Simpsons lately or no?
No.
Because Mole Man is the only person on top of mind that I think of when you say getting hit in the nuts by a football. That's the only reference I got.
Also, that is a comedic device, undefeated. Like, we could get to the point where, like, all this lowbrow humor, you know, because as a society, we just keep getting smarter and smarter, right? Wink, wink.
Yeah.
But we get to a point where, like, 1,000 years from now, humanity's evolved, and we're on different planets, and there's still going to be videos of dudes getting hit in the nards, and people will still laugh at it.
It's funny. We're moving in different directions, though, because not with that. That's timeless. But people also make the claim that like fart jokes are always funny, and there's enough people like myself that I don't do that.
Okay.
I don't laugh at fart jokes. This is just an honest admission. I've never found them funny. That's not my jam. It just isn't.
All right, not even fart jokes though. If you're just out in public and like a really attractive, like a Miami 10 is like on a bus with you, there's other people there, and she just cuts the biggest fart.
I think how uncouth.
You're not laughing?
I think where's the class out of this one? Where's the class out of this one?
That smells more than her fart is that.
I'm telling you, and because I exist, I know that there are certain things in time that we will just. There's enough people that are going to get on board with this, and then eventually it'll all be gone. But I find getting hit in the nards with the football still funny.
It is.
So
undefeated.
we're not there. Yeah, we're not there yet with that one. All right, Buster Olney has this report. So Bryce Harper, it's been in some of the updates. He's going to do the home run derby. He won the last home run derby, obviously, with the Nationals when he was there his final season in Washington at their All-Star game. He's doing this one in Philadelphia. Glad to see Kyle Schwarber's got on board, all this other stuff. Bryce Harper's idea for the home run derby, though, is when the gold balls are brought into play. That's one of the balls they use in the final little. Yeah, okay. Let the hitters swing aluminum bats is what he wants. Mm-hmm. This was on serious record, everything like this. Is not like I double-checked a million times. This is really Buster Olney? Okay. I don't know how many times you would miss if you're Bryce Harper. Mm-hmm. Like an aluminum bat, you're not missing a home run, basically, and you'd just be up there forever. And now, again, if it's a timed thing, maybe that's different, but it'd just be automatic home runs. I'd also be worried about those kids, though, that are trying to catch the balls on the field. I'd be worried about the fans. Like I feel like he hits the ball too hard. Yeah, my deal on this would be, okay, Bryce, you get to do this, but when you kill one of those kids, you do spend the rest of your life in jail. When you kill one of those kids, exactly right. Like he's gonna the bat speed, it's too large. It's just I don't know. I mean, it'd be sweet to watch him hit it 600 feet. That would be really cool. But you miss it by an inch, and all of a sudden, little Johnny out there he's never seeing right again. Here's the thing about it: it's not even just the kid in the outfield; it's whoever catches the damn thing on the third deck. Like anyone that ball's screaming at 195 miles an hour is going to get run through by a baseball. And you know there'd be just straight line drives that end up in there and would still be gone and still be home runs, but it would just be the equivalent of a straight line drive. I don't think people are prepared for this. And then someone's got no teeth for the rest of their lives. Did Bryce Harper just not think about it at all when he said it? Is that the idea here? All right, which did Bryce Harper think of less? Oh, jeez. This idea or his FanDuel pitch to the gambling addict that has since gone viral? Well, the gambling one's tough. The gambling. How's it tough? It's. I assume he didn't know the guy was a gambling addict. You don't assume that? I don't think so. The guy's getting VIP treatment. You don't think that guy might have a little bit of a problem? There's a lot of people that get VIP treatment in that world. There's a lot of people that just have money. The money's different for them. Well, yeah, but what do you think? Money's different for them. Like pound for pound, losing per capita. But losing 1.3 million might be different if you have $1 billion. Yeah, but per capita, gambling addiction for the normal folk, like the percentage of that crowd versus gambling addiction for the VIP crowd. Which one do you think's got like per capita the higher percentage of gambling addicts? I think the VIP crowd is probably just richer. Okay. All right. I would disagree. But I agree to disagree. Do we know the finances of the guy that lost $1.3 million? Well, he lost his home. Oh, so I'm going to say he didn't have. That's not a good sign. Yeah, like he's okay. So it doesn't sound like a billionaire to me. So he's not going to Macau after this. Okay. Nope. Because there's all sorts of billionaires that lose money gambling, and this is what it is. No, he went to rehab after this. No, that's the way that one went. That is tough, Bryce. But it's not. Is that Bryce's fault? It's not helping when you say. Is that Bryce's fault? By the way, I would think maybe like Brittany, your host for VIP, wants you to know she's got some stuff for you, buddy. I would think whatever gambling company maybe has to take some ownership in this. No. Maybe they're at the top of that. That technique is the biggest problem. I mean, like Bryce Harper's on Cameo. Like he just does this. Yeah, but usually it doesn't involve people in the process of losing their home for gambling and a slight encouragement to keep gambling. Why, is he responsible for everyone's decisions in life? If he says,
your host Brittany has some killer deals for you, then yes.
Well, she probably did. She probably did.
I heard some jamoke on the Fan filling in for Boomer and Gio today, but like, it's not like he said, hey, you should gamble. He said, your host Brittany
I haven't heard
has
audio.
some killer deals for you.
I've avoided hearing the audio because I like Bryce. I've avoided hearing the audio because I don't know how it's going to go. Every time it pops up in my feed, I just keep scrolling. I'm like, Bryce, I like
ignorance is bliss.
I like you on TikTok. I think your stories about you making coffee is fun. I like you as a person. I don't want to think of you that way.
Dan Dibley of 95.7 The Game in San Fran in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
this cast of characters in the playoffs, he was the best player in a playoff series.
It's not that LeBron guarantees a championship, not by any means necessary, but it makes you feel better about their chance to win one with him than it does without.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
The Fan is looking for a winner. Enter the code FAITH, Faith, at 923thefan.com before 7 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of lawn tickets to see Tim McGraw at Blossom Music Center July 17th as part of the Minutemen Men Workforce Solutions Concert Series. Get tickets at livenation.com. It's all from Live Nation and 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We have a heck of a lot to get to today. Not really. It's summer talk radio here, all right?
We're here till 7, but we got time.
We are on LeBron watch, though, and the real Prof Snark saying, I am so bleeping tired of this to one of our videos about LeBron and his next stop.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that our thoughts are with you. Thoughts and prayers.
A lot of difficult things happening in your life if LeBron talk is what's getting in the way of you having a good time.
I feel so bad that you're fatigued by, one of the biggest stories that we've had. You're right. Next time, once LeBron makes his decision, right back to long snapper talk for the Browns.
It really does make me feel good, though, because if people complain about this, then when they complain about, too much quarterback talk, I'm like, well, you guys are just full of it. You're just going to complain about anything.
Too much quarterback talk. It's the most important position in a football town. I digress. To go ahead and talk about the LeBron side of things, the Warriors seem to be the favorite early in this process. It seems to have waned a little bit. We'll see if our next guest agrees with that sentiment. Dan Dibley, host of the Willard and Dib Show. That's afternoons, but it's different afternoons because they're they're a little delayed from us. You're on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Dan, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. What's going on?
Oh, we're living the dream here. I'm enjoying every second of this LeBron thing. I think my partner is as well. I'm kind of enjoying the national media struggling to have anything to say because the truth is nobody really knows anything. Are you guys enjoying this process, this latest LeBron decision the way we are?
We have been, but I think we enjoyed it last week a little bit more when it did feel like a fait accompli, if I can borrow from the French. It felt like he was going to be a Warrior, and now a week later it doesn't feel like he's going to be a Warrior. So just if it's not going to happen for Golden State, then just rip the Band-Aid off. That's kind of where we are. And we do a show thread. I'm sure you guys do the same throughout the course of every day. And my fill-in partner today just hit us with, he's so bleeping sick of this, and he wants it over. And I'm kind of with him. But then again, you mentioned it, summer radio. What are we going to talk, Wimbledon?
Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah,
we
not
refuse.
doing that.
And certainly not the World Cup, Dan.
Well, I mean, we've been all in on the World Cup, and then, the U.S. did what the U.S. does, and so we've kind of shifted, and our baseball team out here is the shift. And, yes, I put an F in there just to make sure we didn't get dumped. So hard to talk baseball out here with that mess.
So what do you think happened? Why do you feel like Golden State is not the favorite anymore?
I just think that – and he still could go to Golden State, and it makes sense on so many levels. But if you do want to go to a competitive environment, I think – Cleveland, you look at your roster, and you guys were right there until New York boat raced you. And a LeBron addition, forget the homecoming part of it, just the basketball of it, they'd have a better chance to win with LeBron than Golden State would. And the same thing, I think, for Philadelphia. That team would be monster if he was able to make it out there. Miami, they'd have a great big three, probably a more competitive environment than what we have here. But something about Steph and Draymond, and he is reportedly with Draymond in Puerto Rico at this hour. He's into golf, and the chef is a great golfer. We have amazing golf courses year-round out here. We're close to wine country. If he's looking to wind it down with friends, it makes all the sense that he would come here.
What's going to be weirder optically for you personally, LeBron and Draymond together in Golden State or LeBron and Draymond together in Cleveland?
I think that would be a little bit more jarring because Draymond's always said that he wants to finish his career here, and he did opt out, and he was due $27 million or so in a player option this upcoming season. Draymond opted out, and that signaled to all of us that, hey, he's going to take less over 2 years. That way he can make room for LeBron. And now the latest rumor percolating is Draymond and LeBron in Cleveland. That would be – I mean, a lot of fans out here would be overjoyed because for many, Draymond Green is kind of worn out his welcome, and he's not as good defensively, and the usefulness is not where it was when we were stacking championships. But to see him in a Cleveland jersey, that would be jarring. And if that happens, I'll just say this. Good luck, guys. Enjoy the ride.
Do you feel like that's more likely that he does end up with the Cavs, or do you feel like this is all just leading to the Warriors that way? Because you're right, it's a weird feeling to have Draymond in the Cavs uniform. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah, and I don't think that is going to happen. Now, LeBron to Cleveland and Draymond staying with us, that I think is the most likely. LeBron coming to Golden State with Draymond, that's probably the third most likely. I still can't help but think about Philadelphia as the sleeper because he could do, he could run up the Rocky steps and announce in, I was saying he could put on the Apollo Creed gear from Rocky I, with the USA Stars and Stripes and the boxing gloves. And if he was able to bring a title to Philadelphia, first time since 1983, wow, what another piece on the legacy that would be.
Dan, I thought Bob Myers going on Rich Paul's podcast to make a case why LeBron should go to Philly was cringy beyond cringy. And then I heard the Shams report yesterday that teams and executives and players are able to use and leave voice notes that Rich Paul, if he likes them, can then send to LeBron. Please tell me you guys want to hear these voice messages and these voice notes as much as we do, because I'll be honest with you, I want to hear that more than I want to hear LeBron's decision.
No doubt, and we were kind of doing a bit yesterday of the various players who might send a voice note, and no disrespect to Max Strus, but hey, this is Max Strus. We really want LeBron to come here, and that one probably doesn't get forwarded. I'm sure he's, Rich Paul's picking through whatever voice memos he gets and deciding which ones to forward to LeBron. But I don't know why this is dragging on unless LeBron has given a list of, wishes and needs to each of these teams. In other words, like, all right, Cleveland, I'll go there if you can find a way to get rid of James Harden. Or Philly, you ship Embiid somewhere and I'll play for you. So I don't know if that's actually happening, but I can't believe that LeBron already doesn't know where he wants to go.
It does sound like, Dan, and you just describing this whole thing, that Warriors fans not only would be excited for LeBron, they'd embrace LeBron. Is that accurate?
Some fans are repulsed by the notion because he's been the rival for so long. But honestly, guys, when you look at pro sports, especially basketball, these guys aren't rivals the way that we want to be rivals or we want them to hate the opponent. Draymond and LeBron are in Puerto Rico right now living their best life, and they're all friends and they share agents. So I don't see him as the reviled villain. Maybe once upon a time, yes, but I just don't think about that aspect of it. Now, LeBron here, the big caveat for Warrior fans, it seems that the one belief is that the Warriors will have to trade for Anthony Davis, and that would be future draft capital, and that would be giving Anthony Davis an extension, and that's a big piece that I think is holding many fans back from embracing this.
All right, Dan, I know we brought you here under the auspices of talking LeBron in the Bay Area and whatnot, but the Giants have been, JP and I are both big baseball fans, and I don't follow a lot of Giants baseball, but they have been probably one of the more interesting teams this year because of Vitello, because of Buster Posey, the Patrick Bailey trade. What in the hell is going on with Logan Webb these last couple days? And do you take this as a greater sign that something is rotten in that Giants locker room?
It's just another sign, and Logan Webb has been the team leader, and he's been the face of the franchise for the 8 or 9 years he's been here, and he kind of cracked because it's been a frustrating year, and he went out there and got lit up, and the team got embarrassed, and now we're 3 weeks from the deadline, and it feels like anybody could be on the move at this trade deadline, and there's been so many things that have been broken throughout, and whether it's Matt Chapman yelling, catch the bleeping ball to the first baseman early in the season, or Adames not knowing how many outs there were because he was chatting with Mookie Betts. the brand new manager who's learning on the fly. Buster Posey's never been a president of baseball ops, and he's made a bunch of mistakes, and so they had to replace the third base coach. It's been an unmitigated disaster, and the big question is, what happens at the deadline, and what do you do next year with this manager? Do you give him another try or not?
If we're just going to touch them all here, what's the perception of what's going on with Brandon Ayuk right now?
Oh, man, my perception is somebody needs to check in on him, somebody close to him, and just make sure he's okay, because I see a guy who's going full tilt. And, you know, when he started going in on Jaden Daniels and Jaden's mom, that was supposed to be his big landing spot. And now, you know, video after video, and the Niners don't have any incentive to release him, so Ayuk is just, you know, making it harder on himself if he wants to play football again. It's turned into, to me, just kind of a sad, sad story.
Obviously, you guys are in the same division as the Rams there. They just traded for Myles Garrett. At the draft, they traded for Trent McDuffie. How are you guys feeling about the 49ers' chance to finally break through and win that Super Bowl with that, you know, that whole thing right there, the Rams?
Yeah, Myles Garrett, whatever, he's overrated. I mean, no, seriously, did I say that out loud? That guy's a monster. When that trade happened, you know, the Niners have some work to do anyway, and they have a young defense, and, you know, we're hoping Mike Evans stays in one piece. But you go out there and you give the Rams Myles Garrett. Like, what are you doing, Cleveland? Could you send him somewhere else? We're already dealing with Seattle, and they're a great defense and, you know, a head coach who knows exactly what he's doing. And so now you got to deal with Myles Garrett. Maybe he forgets to get on the plane to Australia, and you can avoid that one. But the Rams were a problem going in, and now they're a big old problem with Myles Garrett on the line.
Dan, thank you for completing the Sports Talk Circle and joining us today. We appreciate you, buddy.
Hey, call me anytime. I love it.
All right, buddy. Dan Dibley there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Every time somebody says, call me anytime, I don't think they realize
he sounded sincere about that, though.
Yes, well, that's what up front you are,
but,
until we call you every day.
We're going to do that. Yeah, we're going to do that.
It is summer radio. We got to fill some time here. We got 5 hours here. We'll react to what Dan had to say, and we'll talk about different postulations with the Browns quarterback situation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know. I don't have to tell you, but you know a Ram truck should be at the very top of.
and on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Draymond opted out, and that signaled to all of us that, hey, he's going to take less over 2 years. That way he can make room for LeBron. And now the latest rumor percolating is Draymond and LeBron in Cleveland. That would be, a lot of fans out here would be overjoyed because for many, Draymond Green is kind of worn out his welcome, and he's not as good defensively, and the usefulness is not where it was when we were stacking championships. But to see him in a Cleveland jersey, that would be jarring. And if that happens, I'll just say this. Good luck, guys. Enjoy the ride.
Dan Dibley there of the Game in the Bay Area on the Weinshart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Listen, do I think that Draymond coming to Cleveland, where he's playing for the first new head coach in like 15 years, new city, he might not understand, he might have a different setup here than he did in Golden State. Do I know definitively that it'll end well? Sure don't.
No. You can't.
Am I willing to see how it goes? Yes, and not just because of LeBron. I don't like that we're making this about LeBron. I'm willing to accept the fireworks that come with Draymond if we also get the benefit of Draymond. He's not who he was 5 years ago as a defender. He's still a really good defender. And he is something that I don't want to say nobody, but that the Cavs don't have enough of. He is a guy that will not accept a certain level of laissez-faire from his teammates, and I think that would be good for that locker room.
If the cost of doing business with LeBron is Draymond is the one that gets added to the mix, I think it's actually better than some of the other things we've been talking about. We've had a lot of different scenarios like Anthony Davis and paying off all sorts of picks and all sorts of assets in order to land him. Like if it's just Draymond, that's fine. I'll take that and not even think twice about it.
But even in the way you're putting it there, he's still a useful basketball player.
Well, and so is Anthony Davis too. There's again, it's not. I don't want to be like there's a reason why LeBron wants to play with the guys that we're talking about, right? Yeah. With Anthony Davis, he's just way too injured, is why I dislike it. With Draymond Green, there is that 5% chance that it's fireworks. He cares more about podcasting. He wants to start troubles, start fights, and this just isn't the retirement gig that he thought it was going to be. All things considered.
And listen, I think with Draymond, like in Golden State, it ebbs and it flows. Like there's going to be times where you go, what is this dude doing? Mm-hmm. But again, if he can be the guy that puts boots to asses so Jalen Duren doesn't give you work for your bigs in the postseason, I'm here for it. Where we're cowering and fearing Mitchell freaking Robinson, who I think for his career is averaging 6 points a game. Very good player, by the way. Better than I am at basketball.
Yeah,
but you should not fear.
That bold admission you have there.
I'm a humble guy. But you should not fear Mitchell Robinson to the degree that the Cavs had for the last 5 years.
Well, yeah, I mean that Knicks series 3 years ago just did a lot and did a number on everyone. But the reality is that if it ends up being Draymond and LeBron, that's an exciting thing. Draymond can make this team better with a lot that he does. Like again, you go to the dismissive part of it. Draymond's a Hall of Famer for a reason. Like he's going to be in the Basketball Hall of Fame. I know that's not the biggest bar to clear, but like Draymond's going to be a Hall of Famer. There's a lot he can bring to a team, and there's a lot that this team has lacked in recent years.
Now, does the more older superstars that you add, or former superstars, the more of those guys you add, does it start to feel like the 2004 Lakers? Sure. Mm-hmm. Should be noted, that team was still in the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know it's seen as one of the great don't-do-its of all time. They were in the NBA Finals, and by the way, they probably would have won if Gary Payton was healthy.
Yeah. I guess I'm not turned off by it, but you know me, though. When it comes to having players that either have a past or have some sort of something to them the way Draymond does, I tend to give the benefit of the doubt there.
Here's the other thing.
The story is pretty good.
Every one of these that I've ever seen in the NBA, it's been the Lakers. It's been the Heat. Like all the super team, even Boston with Garnett and Allen.
In 08, yeah.
Like it's all okay, the Nets got it, but that didn't work out for them. But it was Brooklyn. You know what I mean? Like I can't think of a time in the NBA where there's been a swan song super team that is gone to a small market or even a median market. There's a part of me that's like, hey, I think that's a great sign if Draymond agrees to come here with LeBron, and then you have this weird mix of a bunch of old dudes who were, ran the NBA a decade ago.
What a come up for Cleveland that would be in many ways. It's like you get James Harden, you get Draymond Green, you get LeBron James. Who says we can't recruit people to Cleveland?
And I think it'd be funny. Yeah, and here's the thing, because we talked about the general, the national media and how kind of like how in the dark they are with this and how amusing that can be. I'm not wishing that on it. I'm not like trying to be vindictive of it, but I just think it's interesting that people who traffic in information, that information matters to them more than anyone else, have nothing. And so they're all kind of grasping at straws, and they're all kind of like, there's no difference from Brian Windhorst going on radio in Cleveland and saying, I've heard from somebody that it's a done deal to another town. I guarantee you that was just that's Sam Amick that he's calling. It's not you hear that from Rich Paul. And I don't mean that, again, it's not but it's just the idea that they're playing the same game that, who was it? Jordan on Twitter played earlier is so funny to me. And the idea that once again, in December and January, they'd have to be in Cleveland. Do I enjoy it a little bit? Yes, I do.
I mean, Windhorst won't mind that, though. Windhorst
not Windy. I'm talking about all the other snobs.
Okay.
I'm talking about our boy Bill Ryder, to be fair.
Now, you met Bill because Bill came to Cleveland.
Yeah.
I remember
he was
that.
actually really nice and
he
really
was really
complimentary
nice.
to Cleveland.
Did he say nice things about Cleveland at the time?
He did.
I feel like he would. I feel like he's not a city snob, Bill Ryder.
No. Well, I mean, his wife is from around here.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
He kind of can't be.
Yeah, I feel like, but and it's funny how many connections you end up having within that. But I feel like that's a lot of what's happening right now. That's why I'm just not buying into. This is awful for what we do, but I'm just not buying into anything that anybody says at this point until LeBron says it himself, because his circle's so tight, and LeBron's circle isn't talking, and so until we get it from LeBron himself, I think we've all just been playing one big guessing game, and we might end up looking back at this and saying, well, duh. It was always the Cavs, Jonathan, and they were telling us the entire time, and my barber told us the entire time, and he was sure as hell right. Okay, great, fine. If that's how it ends up being, it's how it ends up being.
Now, this is a hell of a tease here on the call screener.
Sure.
Now, I don't know if this is Levon or Levon. Oh, it's Levon? Okay. Levon joining us now says he knows LeBron will come back. LeBron, who's telling you LeBron's coming back?
I've seen him down at Slimers. And he get on a pair
you
of
told us this yesterday, but you said it wasn't Slimans.
Slimers. He was down at Slimers eating the corned beef sandwich. He had on a pair of Michael Jordan shoes. And I asked him, I said, hey, are you telling me about the quit? He said, yes. I'm going to retire and I'll wear some Michael Jordans.
No, you're recycling your bit. Did you forget that you called us yesterday and did the same bit? How many people has Levon called with this bit if he forgot that he did this bit with us yesterday?
Well, maybe LeBron's.
It's got to be a lot of people.
Maybe it's summer.
Same bit.
Maybe it's summer radio for the callers, too.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Except yesterday he wouldn't call it Slimans. He was like a corned beef stand, and I'm like, Slimans? And he's like, no, just a corned beef place.
Hey, listen, I can't.
On St. Clair.
I can't slam Levon for making up a rumor about LeBron or about Cleveland sports when there's at least one guy on Cleveland sports radio that does it like once a week for attention.
Well, that's fair enough.
But hey, that video got some clicks.
It did get a lot of clicks.
Good for you.
Hey, you're the eyeball emoji guy.
Well, that's different.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything. I just put those
way,
eyeballs could be about anything.
We've gotten to 2:00 now. Do we need a new set of eyeballs, or what do we need?
No. We're kicking the eyeballs down the road.
Okay.
What I forgot is when I sent out those eyeballs, they needed to cross the I's and dot the T's.
Is that what happened to the Saturday eyeballs from like 6 days ago too, or was that a different set of eyeballs?
Oh no!
Are they the same set of eyeballs? Just need polished a little bit?
Yeah. Well, no. So basically,
do we need to get your eyeballs in contacts?
So it's like the amount of eyeballs are like what level you're on.
Oh, okay. Because Daryl sent out like 30 eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, he's not in the know. I'm from Akron. Okay, LeBron's from Akron.
Yeah,
he went to he was a year ahead of me in school. Went to completely different schools. Never met each other. I know how Akronites think. All right, as an Akronite, I and we're both from L.A., Lower Akron, and I just,
really?
And not a lot of people
went to
don't
grade
understand.
school in Akron?
No. Went to high school in Akron.
Oh, high school in Akron.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What high school did you go to?
Woodridge.
Woodridge. Oh, yeah. Woodridge. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's not. So St. Vincent St. Mary wasn't on the table for you.
No. You have to have talent or money or really anything to offer.
Oh, really?
And that was not me.
I didn't know. I didn't know it was that expensive of a school.
I mean, it is. It's a Catholic school. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't know.
Well, okay.
This is info I don't know. I'm not from here. I didn't know this.
Just for the folks at
I'm not trying to be any sort of way.
You didn't know it was that expensive. It cost anything. Which meant for my family, the only way I was going there is if there was a sort of academic or athletic achievement that got me there.
You were setting it up like it was a hoity-toity type thing, and I never had that perception of St. Vincent St. Mary, but maybe I should.
There are people that go there.
Really?
And some of the media that really milk that for all it's worth.
I really didn't know. I honestly got truth. I did not know that.
By the way, it's a beautiful school, beautiful campus. I know people who actually either went there, their kids went there, and most of them are awesome.
Oh, yeah, $15,000 a year for St. Vincent St. Mary.
Yeah.
They don't tell this part of the story in the LeBron book.
And so put that to year 2000 money. So we're talking probably $7,000 or $8,000 at the time, I bet.
Huh.
Mac, why'd you make that look? Why'd you make that look Catholic?
I thought you were about to make the 6'7" joke.
Oh, you mean 6'7"? Sorry, you said it. I did lay a little bit of bait there. Mike in Akron, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Hey, guys. How's it going this afternoon?
Doing well, buddy. Hope you're doing well. What you got?
So all of this talk about the possibility of LeBron and Draymond, salary cap. What do we got to do?
Real quick, Mike, your phone cut out right when you went to pay that off. So reset to the beginning of this.
That's John Fanta cell line.
Sorry.
No issue at all, buddy.
Okay, so we get LeBron, we get Draymond. With our salary cap situation, who do we have to give up?
So it depends on how they actually get here. Because if they both play for the league minimum, you don't have to do anything. But if each want a certain amount of money, you probably have to get rid of Strus and or Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, it's not. A lot of people earlier made the suggestion this entire time that you had to give up Jared Allen in some sort of LeBron-related deal, and that's just not true.
No giving up Jared Allen. No, thank you. No, and there's no shot both of them are going to play veteran minimum. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, no. In saying that, we still might end up getting rid of Jared Allen. That still might end up being a reality. I don't want to make this like it's definitely not happening. No, that still is a possibility. You're just not forced to the way that people initially in this discussion had presented it.
Here's the thing. Just to what Mike said, I'm not speaking in absolute when it comes to who's getting paid what, because, again, nobody knows. Like the zero shot they both play for the vet men, I don't know because nobody has said anything about that. I would be shocked beyond all get out if they did.
Hey, Draymond's not playing on a vet min.
But, we'll see. We'll see where this goes. The Jared Allen thing's really interesting because if you get Draymond and he's not part of a sign and trade for Jared Allen, hypothetically you could then go try and turn Jared into a playable two-way wing that kind of allows LeBron to spend less time on the court in the regular season this next year.
Which is, by the way, I think the part that gets lost in all this, and I've told you this before, I think LeBron is going to try to play, maybe 60 games this year, and he's going to play about 27, 28 minutes a game. It's not going to be sign up for LeBron for 80 games playing 35 minutes a night. That's just not what you're getting.
Also, I just don't think we can go we got to give up Strus and Schroeder for LeBron and Draymond.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with that swap, guys.
And by the way, I would prefer getting rid of Schroeder. You and I had a Donnybrook about Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, we did.
Like a week and a half before I went on vacation.
Yeah.
And a lot of that for me was he's hardened insurance. But if LeBron is here, well, LeBron is the other point guard on the roster. Dennis Schroeder is more expendable in that case. He also makes a touch less money. I'd rather extend Max Strus to keep him here because I think Max Strus playing next to LeBron is a no-brainer. I think Max will love it.
Strus, all-time hustle guy.
Yeah. Well, and
we'll need that.
And listen, I know he's not. I know he is a good three-point shooter, but he's not a great three-point shooter. You could run a lot of lineups out there with LeBron at the point, Merrill, Strus, and you just add anybody else with either of the center, and you're going to have a pretty lethal lineup that doesn't involve Donovan or Hart. This is also
the type of thing, oddly enough, that maybe LeBron would have a say in, and so it seems like everyone in the NBA gets just infatuated with Dennis Schroeder at some point in life. That's why he's been on 9 different teams in his NBA career. So maybe LeBron would be one of those people as well.
Well, they played together.
Yeah, they did.
And I cannot remember this definitively, but I think the one year they played together, they were LeBron and Schroeder together were like the most lethal lineup the Lakers had that year. So maybe LeBron would want to play with him.
That doesn't sound factually correct.
No, that is true. How dare you? I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah.
Are you saying that everything you see on social media you can't take?
I'm going to think. I'm going to think at some point the combo of LeBron, Luka, or LeBron, even Austin Reeves was a little bit more dangerous.
That year.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That year. That season. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right.
Be ridiculous
I just misheard then. Okay.
When we come back, I can't believe this is really a thing, and social media videos for Browns quarterbacks in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I will never buy jewelry at a different spot. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Bookman & Son. I had to learn this lesson the hard way. I didn't know about Bookman & Son 20 years ago, went on to find the engagement.
888. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Your own Weitzman coming up in just about 15 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Le Watch continues. Still nothing from LeBron.
No.
It was never going to happen today. LeBron can't Friday news dump his announcement.
Oh, well, now that you say that.
Unless it's to, like, Golden State.
Right? Now that you say that, you're not expecting it this weekend, I would imagine, then either. What's interesting about it is I think as the day moves on, we keep just saying that it's going to take a lot longer than maybe a lot of people first thought.
Yeah, which means, again, I'm not trying to set us up to be Daryl here, which means it could happen at any minute.
Could happen at any minute. Stay tuned to the radio station. We'll have you guys covered. If it happens during the weekend, Mac Robinson will be breaking in with all sorts of news, I'm sure.
H to the yes.
We got you guys covered.
Now, I do want to know something I saw on social media, and not just that. I saw one instance of it, which meant within the next 5 seconds, that has been like half of my Instagram feed for the last little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it was people, and it was actually, the first one I saw was an influencer on social media who was part of a couple influencer, right? So they didn't just influence by themselves, they influenced together, and that was part of their appeal.
Well, that's nice.
Well, they've since announced
it's sweet.
Their divorce. And so now they're influencing their divorce.
Oh.
And the other day, the woman posted a divorce cake. So it's just like a wedding cake with a bride and groom up top.
Yeah.
But the cake has a crevasse in the middle. And then the guy's like over here sad and the woman's over here sad.
That's kind of funny.
And then it's got like something about why the marriage failed on his side of things.
Oh.
And that's something why the marriage failed on her side of things.
Well, what was the reasoning on her side? Did she take accountability?
No, neither of them did. Well, actually, no. You can tell who made the cake.
I saw, because divorce parties are becoming really popular too.
Yeah.
And I saw the other day on TikTok this woman that had a divorce party, but in the corner it was a list of like 10 things, and you could go up and read why this marriage failed because the guy sucked for these 10 reasons.
Oh.
And I thought that was a bit much. But she didn't say what the 10 things were. She just showed the reactions of people going up there, and then you could tell they weren't great. Because the reactions were like, oh, my God, he did what?
So the guy's was basically didn't try hard enough.
Okay.
And the woman's was like, I need to heal.
No, that's okay.
And I was like, okay, so you're clearly no longer influencing together. You're influencing apart.
Are they doing this together, this cake? Is the cake together?
So
it's
he was tagged.
Okay, did you see Frankie Muniz? Malcolm in the Middle, Frankie Muniz.
Yeah.
He announced his divorce from his wife and did it as a like a dance party.
Yeah, no. So that was an old video.
Oh, that wasn't real.
No, basically the couple wanted to release it together to show of like, hey, it's good feelings, right? And people destroyed Frankie on Twitter, acting like he was gloating.
Oh, I didn't take it as gloating. I did take it as weird though.
Yeah, people, because then his ex came out and like in the mention it was like, you guys realize he had to delete that video because you people were psychos. She's like, we picked the video together, we're co-parenting our kid. It was actually ended up being like a very sweet message from both of them.
It did seem weird though.
No, it's definitely weird.
Yeah, okay, good. All right.
I don't like the word weird. It's just we haven't really seen something like that, so it's not typical.
Okay, maybe that's the better way to put it.
Yeah, weird's a little judgmental. Like weird is a divorce cake to me.
It falls in the same bucket as divorce cake to me, though. I don't know. I guess I don't come from the world where if you get divorced, you celebrate it. So maybe that's just where I am. Now, there's good reasons to get divorced, though. But I'm just too private about all that stuff. Like I don't think it should be a public thing. I don't think the public deserves a reasoning. I don't think they need to know a reasoning. I think the parties is weird. I think divorce cakes are weird. Or maybe not typical. Maybe we'll get to a spot where it's normalized. But it's just not for me.
All right, so divorce cakes to me. Yeah, so I guess my first thing is this real or is this like a social media thing? Right? Because like I know divorce parties are a real thing because I've known somebody that knew somebody that had one and like went to one, right?
Oh yeah.
So like
okay, I've never known anyone that has one.
But like divorce cakes, it just feels like something you do by yourself. That feels more sad. That feels more sad because it feels more performative.
Okay.
I I don't mind people celebrating their divorce if you're happy.
You're happy. Sometimes there are good reasons to get divorced.
I think as long as you do it and you're not just constantly throwing shade at the other person, and again, and publicizing it, I guess is maybe the way. But like the divorce cake was just like a ha ha ha, he's a loser and I'm cool. And every other one that I saw, it was whoever posted the picture, whoever got the cake made, was doing the victory lap, and the other person was a jerk. And I'm just like, I don't know that that's... Because I actually disagree. I don't think divorce it means your marriage was a failure. I think if you've had 20 years of a marriage, there was love in there for most of the time, you have kids, you had success together, but in the end, you just grew apart. I think if you're handling it the right way, I got to be honest with you, I think that takes a lot of heart and a lot of courage to be open and honest about that. It's the people taking a victory lap on it that I'm like,
yeah, that's where you lose
me. I think that's not okay.
That's where it goes from, okay, we gave it our best shot, that sucks, to then it's not gloating. I don't know.
Unless everyone agrees the other person was a D-bag.
Well, and that's it.
If the other person's a widely known douche,
it just all feels so. It should just be private. I don't know, but then it's not like people aren't going to find out that you got divorced.
I'm torn on this because a lot of my personal life, there's things I share, and there's a lot of things that I don't share, and a lot of that was the 2000 teens. Like, I did share some of my personal life, and it stunk. People were judgmental. People had opinions on anything, even as like a young parent. Like, it stunk because people take one thing and they turn it into 75 other things. But overall, like, there are parts of things that I'm comfortable with sharing that I just think, like, I almost feel like if you're going to do this, you have to have like a divorce party together.
Yeah.
And then just everybody stands on opposite sides of the room.
Maybe that seems that we make them pick sides right then and there.
Yes.
Who are you friends with? In the divorce, you got to pick sides as a friend, right? You pick sides. Which one are you with? I don't know. I think the whole thing is it's not even like we come from different worlds. We're coming from the same world. I just don't understand this one.
So it wasn't a divorce, but we had, Ness and I had friends of a common group of friends, and they split up when we were still pretty young. And that happened in between the holiday parties that we'd have together.
Okay.
And so then, because the guy had become friends with the guys, he was there the thing was, so was her and her new guy. And I got to tell you, the boys and her handled it perfectly. Everybody else but me was wildly uncomfortable. And you know me, I like being uncomfortable, so I just enjoyed every bit of it. I just thought it was great watching people be very waspy about it.
I always feel like it should default to whoever was the friends first. And I know that's not great because you can become like really good, like some of Elise's, girlfriends. I like a lot of their husbands. I like a lot of their, boyfriends. I like a lot of them as people. But if we got divorced for whatever reason, I don't see those people anymore.
Yeah, here's the thing.
That's just how that works.
I don't believe in having to choose friends. You might not be able to hang out with them at the same time as your other friend, but I don't think you have to choose. For instance, my cabin boys, Vanessa's become, and my girls have become very good friends with their families and their wives and everything. I wouldn't say to them, hey, I need your wife to not hang out if Vanessa and I got split up. I just wouldn't.
It's just usually how it works, though. It's kind of the main thing. And then and even the scenario you described, too, like a Christmas party or something, if one person gets there, one person doesn't. It's kind of, I don't know. Especially as you're going through the divorce process, it can get ugly. Even like people that leave in a nice way, when you go through the actual divorce process, it gets real ugly.
216-474-0092. The question here is, are divorce cakes really a thing?
Can you tell my parents were divorced by that comment?
I could tell.
Yeah.
But your parents got divorced 20 years ago.
Yeah,
that's a different era
ago.
of divorce. I do think that divorce is. This is the nice thing about social media, that I think the more examples that people have, the more I don't want to say good divorces, but more positive examples of what a divorce can mean for people are out there.
I mean, they ended up being all right, all things considered.
Well,
they were
on the train to getting back together.
They were. That's exactly right.
I actually really love that story about your parents.
It was right there. It really was. It was right there. But there was my dad. I mean, my dad at one point looked me straight in the eye and was like, "I love my mom more than I'll ever love you." Okay, he was not shy about his love for my mom, and I always loved that actually. But when the divorce stuff happening with that was a dark little stretch there. That was the only time I ever saw him actually be like, you know what? Your mom kind of sucks right now. It's not great. And I was like, I didn't even think I ever hear those words out of your mouth, Dad.
A divorce cake's really a thing. Yaron Weitzman, NBA reporter and author of A Hollywood Ending, The Dreams and Drama of the LeBron Lakers, joins us in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Oh, boy. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got the lead coming up. We got Jason Jackson. We'll be talking the Miami Heat side of Le Watch coming up at 6 o'clock as well. But Feel Good Friday. You feel good, JP?
I feel great.
I feel really, really good.
Good.
Yeah, this has been a really fun week. And I got to say, this is why I continue to hope that LeBron's decision goes into next week, because it has added a little bit more fun and has allowed us a brief reprieve from Deshaun Shador talk to the degree that we were doing it before this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've done like one segment all week or something like that on that. I mean, and we
we'll
might
do another
do one
segment
today. I mean, come on. But yeah, no, it's been refreshing. It's been really nice.
But to talk about the entirety of LeBron Watch and how it ended in Los Angeles as well, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Yaron Weissman, NBA reporter and author of A Hollywood Ending, The Dreams and Drama of the LeBron Lakers. Yaron, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Well, listen, we love having you here. Every time you come on, you're always such a great guest, so we appreciate you giving us some time here. We got to start with the obvious question. If we made you pick one location, what do you think is most likely LeBron's landing spot for 2026 and beyond?
The Game Over podcast with Max Kellerman and Rich Paul. How about that? I think that's where he's going. It's a bad answer. You make me pick one, I'll pick you guys, but I have literally no idea. I have no idea.
Well, we like that.
That at least seems honest, because that's how we've been operating this whole entire time. Of like only the people closest to LeBron actually know what's going on, and everybody else is just kind of out here guessing. So at least you're not trying to lie to us. You're just being honest.
Correct. Yes. Listen, I can. You want me to pitch myself? I will be honest with you guys. Right. I'm not going to lie or overplay my hand. Yeah. I don't know. I guess the insight I think I can add, or what I would say is, and maybe people are aware of this, but I don't know this, but this is sort of educated guessing. I don't think this was done. Let me back up. The order of operations here was not I'm leaving the Lakers because I know what team I want to go to, right? Like that is not how this happened. I think it was sort of the Lakers are not going to give me my money, which seems pretty clear. Therefore, and I refuse to play for the Lakers on a pay cut. Therefore, I'm going to go and see what's out there. And that's what we have seen happen. So I don't think, I mean, he might be sitting on it now, but I don't think this was something where he knew where he was going all along.
So with regards to LeBron and the Lakers, I think we've kind of perceived from far that the LeBron-Laker thing maybe wasn't as cozy for Lakers fans in the L.A. side of things as maybe our experience with LeBron had been. Is the breakup as simple as the second the Lakers traded for Luka Doncic, they had decided they're out of the LeBron business at some point in the next year or two?
So I actually think it started before that, right? So the breakup, there's two different things. There's the fan reaction to it, which that's a little more complicated, and it goes back to Kobe versus LeBron, and is he a true Laker? And there was no fans in the bubble, so there are no true memories and things like that. But we can take the fan part out of it, right? In terms of the organization, like the relationship began to fray with the Russell Westbrook trade, which was a disaster, and it goes poorly, and basically each side tried blaming the other. And I think, the way it went down, this is in the book, but LeBron brought it to the Lakers. He's the one that wanted Westbrook, but they were also on board. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's sort of how it went. And so I guess they can each, technically say the other one wanted the deal and be correct. And from that point on, there was a schism in the relationship. And as the years went by, the Lakers, and by Lakers, I'm basically mean G. Buss and maybe Rob Wink a little bit, were growing frustrated with just the whole LeBron operation. And part of the reason I wrote the book is the whole thing was interesting. It's basically a merging of two iconic NBA brands, right? It's LeBron and the Lakers. And the Lakers have done superstars before, but none of them who joined them were fully formed icons. Like Shaq, they were all younger. LeBron came in a different way. And the Lakers are ready to move on from LeBron. And the best tell is when the Lakers, if people want a funny press conference, you can go back to when the Lakers hired J.J. Redick as their coach. This is before the Luka trade. And if you hear that press conference, they sound like a small market team. They're talking about player development. Rob Pelinka says they're going to make a player development app, which I guess never happened. I don't know. And this is like how you have to compete in the new CBA. And again, they sounded like the Oklahoma City Thunder talking about moving on from a star. So they were ready to move on. And then Luka falls in their lap, and it's like, oh, we're back to stars. But once Luka arrives, they no longer have to worry about what LeBron thinks. They have the bridge to their future. So to your question, it actually started before. I would say Luka was the final straw.
It's something you touched on there, though, with the idea of why he's not as beloved. You mentioned, I just hadn't thought about it, you mentioned COVID and the idea that, so obviously we just saw the Knicks win the title, and so many people in New York will have that memory forever, but it's also them being in the streets and them celebrating all together, and that's where that's all formed. Because it happened in the bubble, you feel like maybe some of the core memories attached with winning a title just aren't there for LeBron the same way?
100%, right? That happens early on. Again, I live in New York. I see it. Like, I see all my kids' friends and everyone. Like, it's these people who are maybe casual fans, whatever, like become obsessed and love the team, and that's what fandom is built on. When I would report for the book, and I sound like cliche, but I'll talk about the Uber drivers I talk to. I go out to LA, and they find out when I'm out there, and they tell me about how they cut school to go to the parade in the '80s and all these kind of stuff, right? And like, there are no moments for that. LeBron's the highest moments of his Lakers tenure happened in a literal bubble, no parade, no fans. So I think that 100%, there was some strife beforehand because of the Kobe LeBron thing, and Lakers fans were very protective of throughout all those years leading up to LeBron getting out there. And when you argue on behalf of somebody, what do you end up doing? You argue against the other person. So they had spent years arguing against LeBron, and then suddenly he's dropped in their lap, and they're supposed to love him. And I think that could have turned had there been, home games and these memories and a parade and all that stuff, and it just didn't happen.
Yaron, how big, like 10 years from now, how big a part of LeBron's legacy will the Lakers run be?
It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing to reckon because, right, I've joked before, it's going to be like a trivia question in 30 years that people get wrong about which team did he play the most consecutive years for, right? And it's going to be the Lakers, and people are going to say, wait, what? Especially if he returns to Cleveland. And it's like, the baseball thing, which hat would you wear if you go into the Hall of Fame? And you would assume to be the one where he was there the longest. And yet, I don't know. It's this really strange time where he gets the title, but it's in the bubble. If I told you when he left you guys in Cleveland in, what was it, 2018, whatever, I get my years off, whenever that was, that he would play 8 years and be healthy and they would only make forget the titles, they'd only make the finals once, everyone would be like, no, that's insane, right? They basically squandered the last 3-4 years of his, I won't say prime, but his when he was a top 10 player. So in terms of his legacy, I think it's going to be at the bottom of it. I don't know. I think like the Heat will be remembered for being the place where he won the titles. Cleveland, the obvious thing, and I think the Lakers are sort of going to be number 3 in that pecking order. I really do.
Why was he just never embraced?
Again, partly the Kobe thing, that definitely plays a role. And if you remember when LeBron first got there were murals of him on the streets that were defaced, right? People put Kobe face on, stuff like that. Partly this idea that it felt like he wasn't one of the city, which is, again, kind of funny because he went to L.A., because he lived there. That's why he went there. There was no, I think people try to think of the media empire and all this stuff. No, his wife liked being there. He wanted to go live in L.A. They had already put roots there, and, they liked living out there. So it's kind of funny that he wasn't. I mean, I guess he's no different than half of the city, right? Who moved out there for some reason. They're not. LA is not a place with natives, right? People move out there and become one of the city. But for some reason, he wasn't embraced. The team then did poorly, which is he had a role in it. But I think if you kind of take a step back and you look at Jeannie Buss's tenure as the primary owner, the results are pretty bad. That if LeBron doesn't come and save the franchise, I think you'd see a lot of just awful years, which again goes to the part it's weird that Lakers fans don't see it, but they just didn't see him as a quote true Laker, and it's a million different things kind of going in together. But it is strange. It's a strange phenomenon.
Yaron, one of the few things that's been able to break through Le Watch 4.0, whatever, 10.0, whatever we are right now, has been the pause being put on the Kawhi trade back to Toronto, with basically the Raptors being like, we don't want to be held accountable for this, depending on what the outcome. What's kind of your read on that situation?
My read is I don't understand what the hell the NBA is doing, right? It's just very strange. The whole thing, none of this makes sense, right? So all the reporting on this is that the Raptors were told that there could be an issue, that this was stuff with the contract, that if the contract was voided, that would come out on their end or whatever. All the reporting is that the Raptors were told this before the trade, and the Raptors aren't dumb, right? Like, they clearly made these calls before. You know, people, I didn't talk to anyone with the Raptors after the deal, but anyone you talked to was like, oh, I guess they got some sort of a wink-wink that they were going to be okay, because otherwise, why would you trade for Kawhi? And now the reporting is that no, but there was an official trade call. I don't know. It doesn't pass the smell test. Like, what changed here, right? That they got cold feet. And I find it hard to believe it was just like them being on an official trade call and being reminded that they'd have to absorb the contract. I don't know. That part's weird. And I think the NBA's really dropped the ball on this one. I kind of tweeted this. Like, this is not law enforcement. The NBA is in charge of this investigation. The lawyers work for the NBA, right? It's not like the NBA has to keep saying, no, you're not ready yet. I guess we have to wait. No, like, if Adam Silver gives them a deadline, they're required to meet that deadline. That's how contracts works, right? That's how it works. You hire a law firm to do a job for you, and you're paying them, I don't know what the money is, but clearly a lot of money, right? You have some agency in when this ends. And to me, the NBA has completely dropped the ball here. Like, we're in the next league calendar year, and we have two teams' business is being held up because we can't answer something that we've been looking at since October. It makes no sense to me. You also wrote a good book about tanking, and this was around the 76ers, obviously. But as Browns fans, we have a lot of listeners that are trying to figure out if tanking is actually, if it works, if it doesn't work. We're in, for our current GM and our current little regime here, you can make an argument the second time we've had to go through either a tank or rebuild, whatever you want to call it. What did you learn in diving into the 76ers about tanking and whether it works or doesn't? So a couple things. One, I learned that if ownership has to be completely on board, which sounds like a cliche and the obvious thing, but you're seeing it with the Wizards now with the NBA, right? Where they tank 3 years and then clearly there's pressure from ownership, and suddenly now after 3 years of tanking, we have Anthony Davis and Trae Young on the team, and like it's a weird mix because clearly they're feeling pressure from ownership. So if ownership isn't on board, you can't put timelines on these things because you have to pivot when the pivot's naturally ready, right? You can't just be like, okay, after 3 years, we're automatically going to be a playoff team because let's say you miss a draft pick or whatever, and that's when mistakes can be made and you start chasing your tail. So that's one. The other part is that, the Sixers thing, like, I do believe the part about culture and that stuff matters. Like, I think there's a way to tank where you're putting yourself in the proper draft position, but make sure that things like habits are being built and, you kind of nip those in the bud. And the Sixers, I mean, it's a bigger picture thing, but they are still paying for the mistakes that they made around Joel Embiid when he was early in his career and not figuring out how to help him develop professional habits, right? And because of that, like, they have never been successful. And I mean, there's a million other reasons, but he's the consistent, right? They've been through 4 or 5, whatever GMs and all these other all-stars. Embiid's the consistent, and the consistent one there. It's not a coincidence that they've never made it out of the second round with him there.
Your own great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of Le Watch like we will.
Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yaron Weitzman there, NBA reporter, author of The Hollywood Ending, The Dreams and Trauma of the LeBron Lakers on the Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say, another report on LeBron and what he wants in his next stop. And the popularity of LeBron just doesn't extend to LeBron, and it could impact the Cavaliers. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, deep down in places you don't want to talk about, then a Ram truck should be the very top of your list. And I became a Ram guy pretty simply. I went to my Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, and I started one up. That was the beginning of it. By the time I left there, I was buying a Ram. It was that simple, guys. All right, because I did the alleged competition side by side next to the Ram, and I chose the Ram, and I'll choose the Ram again. And for power, there's no comparison. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8, which I have in my Ram, or the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine, or the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. Whichever you choose, you're going to feel the power this month and beyond. And while we're talking about power, why would you or anyone else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-banger? I mean, think about it. You're cruising down the highway in a 4-banger? I don't think there's any cruising with that. That's a 4-banger, by the way. Pull into any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today. It's that easy. And
favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Wyma, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up in just about 40 minutes time. Little update on the Bryce Harper situation that we talked about before the Yaron Weitzman interview. The Bryce Harper's camp is now sorry, I shouldn't say that. Sources are telling Front Office Sports that Bryce Harper's viral FanDuel VIP video was purchased through Cameo by a FanDuel employee. Harper did not know the personal video would be used as part of the Sportsbook VIP Better program.
Now, I'm not vindicated because no part of me was like, they probably just purchased it through Cameo. But I did mention how Bryce Harper has a cameo. So I didn't think it was that special of a thing, you know? I also thought that Bryce Harper just kind of does a lot of this, right? And so, okay, good. All right, I guess that makes me feel a little bit better about it all.
In how many of those cameos does he shout out
you just don't believe it?
No. Like, I think this is plausible deniability.
It is, because it sounds believable.
But
yeah,
he clearly adheres.
I haven't heard it. I got to hear it.
But he clearly mentions.
We have the audio. Can you pull up the audio, Mac? We have the audio. I want to hear it now.
It's going to take a while.
Within new light and new information, if whether or not, because you still are, as you correctly point out, even if you order a Cameo, you still are presented the info.
Yes.
You don't have to do Anchorman, where you just read it straight up, whatever they say.
Correct, Amundo.
And if somebody says I'm a VIP host, you know what that means.
You should know
what that means.
Yes, you should have the responsibility. All right, here is Bryce Harper's FanDuel VIP video that was part of a gambling addict losing his home.
Hey, Terry, what's up, brother? Hey, man, your host, Brittany from FanDuel, wanted to make sure your Thanksgiving was extra special. So I just wanted to hop on here and wish you and your family a wonderful Thanksgiving. Tell I said hello. I appreciate all the support through the years, and I just hope you have a great day. Enjoy it, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
Yeah, he certainly was.
Yeah, he says it right there. It says the whole company and everything.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean it wasn't purchased through Cameo.
Yes. Correct.
That part could still be true.
Yeah, this went through Cameo.
I haven't really made a stance one way or another, for being truthful. But
the idea that he can't understand what that was being used for.
He clearly knows what that's being used for. When you say VIP host at FanDuel, you know what that's being used for.
Yeah, and what bugs me about it is there's a lot of – you and I don't do the thing that really drives me crazy. When somebody conflates their own personal hobbies, likes, and interests and then needs to defend them to the ridiculous degree. And so, I'm hearing a lot of sports talk hacks be like, well, this isn't about Bryce Harper or FanDuel. It's like, yes, it is. Yes. Listen, FanDuel was an endorser of mine. I would endorse them once again. I'm not the biggest gambler, but when it first went live in Ohio, Dustin and I would sit here and we gamble on college basketball together as a way to kind of bond and have fun.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a coincidence that since Dustin left the show, I haven't gambled as much. but honestly, I don't have a problem with gambling. I look at gambling and weed in the same light, that the legalization of which people then turn into an all or nothing thing. I was having a conversation with a family member who was like, the weed's too strong these days and these kids can't handle it. I'm like, or what if we told them what those strengths meant? I can't go buy a bottle of 151 versus a bottle of Kamchatka that's 80% and not know the difference because it's right there on the label. Knowledge is power.
Yeah.
In this case, I don't think FanDuel's doing anything wrong with the VIP treatment. I don't. And there are going to be gambling addicts that get caught up in this.
And this, by the way, should be known. It is part of the That's it's not, I'm going to call it kickbacks, but that is part of when you gamble that much money, you do have a VIP host,
Yes.
and part of their job. I have a good friend of mine. He goes to every major sporting event, every single one. He was at every Knicks finals game, for instance. He goes to the Masters every year. He goes to every single thing you could dream of, and it's because that's his job. I'm not going to say it's one of the big gambling companies, but that's his job as a VIP host. And so, this is a thing at that level. This is a thing.
And so I don't think that's wrong. But I do think if you're able to, again, somebody's in the midst of a gambling addiction, like they're on the precipice of losing their house, I do think maybe we can put guardrails in here that when Bryce Harper comes out there and says, hey, Brittany, your host on FanDuel loves you, it's not wrong because it's legal, and I don't think it's ethically wrong. But should it be something or is it something that's probably going to worsen somebody's situation and can be protected against? Yes, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Cameo, $8.99 is what it costs for a Bryce Harper cameo. And so, if they're going to go by the idea that they just signed him up for a cameo and said this is what's put in, you'd think Bryce would have a smarter wherewithal to at least understand certain things I'm not going to do. Like, for instance, if it was, if somebody said, hey, Bryce, I want you to say, I'm Jackie with Miller Lite, or I'm Jackie with Bud Light, whatever it is, and can you shout out
Coors Banquet?
Can you shout out somebody? You're gonna Bryce. I would think he would be like, I don't have an endorsement with them, right? Mm-hmm. Does Bryce have some sort of FanDuel endorsement I'm not aware of? Is he one of these? This isn't like a Justin Thomas thing where he goes in this big rant about gambling and golf, and then turns around and the last 3 tweets he has is all about sign up for FanDuel.
I mean, I feel like if he didn't have a direct affiliation with FanDuel on some level, I do feel like Front Office Sports also would have pointed that one out. No,
I don't know. I mean, it is different. If he's got a FanDuel endorsement, then he's probably not going to think much of somebody saying, "Hey, for Cameo, can you go ahead or even if not for Cameo, if we're not buying that, a part of your deal, we want 13 shout outs and we want 13 private messages." That is above board in many respects.
Now here's something I'd like to get back to. It's $899 for a
Bryce Harper cameo.
Can we play that cameo again?
Hey Terry, what's up, brother? Hey man, your host Brittany from FanDuel wanted to make sure your Thanksgiving was extra special. So I just wanted to hop on here and wish you and your family a wonderful Thanksgiving. Tell I said hello. I appreciate all the support through the years, and I just hope you have a great day. Enjoy it, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
That's $899? That low energy, saying nothing specific other than mentioning your kid's name,
Can I be honest? I've never really understood the cameo thing outside of what your buddy did for the fantasy football draft.
Yep.
I like it for that. I think that's cool. Announce the order with the fantasy football draft through that. That feels like money well spent. That's kind of a fun little thing. I've never understood it. I don't get the joy of it. I don't get the appeal of it because they say your name once in it. I don't understand it.
Because they're star bleepers. That's a majority of the American public is star bleepers. I'm not. I don't think you are. And again, I don't think it's a bad thing if you're a star bleeper. If you get starstruck, okay, that's fine. It's just.
But $900 to just say your name?
Yeah, or say Happy Thanksgiving.
Have a happy Thanksgiving, as if he couldn't be. He doesn't know who you are. You're just a name to him.
If I spent $50 on that, I'd be like, I guess that's what $50 gets you. If I spent $900 on that, can you imagine spending $900 and you're not, I don't know, a VIP host for FanDuel? That probably comes out of a corporate account. Mm-hmm. If you're just spending $900 of your money for that, how pissed would you be?
Hey, I think you probably think it's all right.
He sounds sleepy. He sounds like he's trying not to wake the babies.
I can't believe Bryce Harper does it for $900 is the other part of this. $900 for 30 seconds of work is nothing to sneeze at. I'm well aware of that, right?
Oh, no. Good for him. Good money if you can get it.
But he also makes how many hundreds of thousands per baseball game that he plays? Yeah. Donovan Mitchell, with that new contract he signed, is going to make $900,000 for an NBA game. That's $900 to take 30 seconds out of your day for Bryce Harper doesn't even seem worth it.
That was only 17 seconds.
Yeah.
It just still it doesn't. It seems like I'd rather do anything else than record a video and look like I'm a hostage and then say whatever's on the piece of paper in front of me.
Oh no! If I had career earnings of $400 million, I would do these as often as I could, and I'd put it in a trust fund for my kids.
I would never do it. If I had $400 million, I've got enough money. We're good here. I'm going to let the money grow on its own, and then how much do you think he makes in a year in Cameo? Couple $100,000?
I bet I would be surprised if it was $100,000, but I bet you $25,000.
It just seems like such a major inconvenience. If you do, let's say, 1 or 2 a day, I know it's only 30 seconds, and I get that, but like you're worth $400 million.
I mean, this was love and respect. If you had $400 million, you'd be like me, and you'd like $400 million and another $900 after that.
Another $900 after that. Yeah. No, I think I would value the time that I have a little bit better.
But I think you can only say that because you don't have $400 million.
I'd like to believe that I'd let the $400 million do the work that it needs to. So $400 million will create all sorts of other hundreds of millions for myself. I'll let the money guys go and do work, compound interest. We'll get after it. But I'm spending my time doing cameos for people I don't know. It just seems like a waste.
So this is actually the perfect opportunity for me because tomorrow
you're launching your own cameo.
The Powerball jackpot's $457 million.
There you go.
So when I win that tomorrow or the 600 on the Mega tonight, when I win one of those, like 6 months from now, when I'm on a beach in Tahiti and I'm not doing cameos, you can call me up and call me a fraud on air.
Okay.
And I'll come on air and I'll be like, guys, I was totally full of crap. I got $400 million. I'm not doing a cameo for any amount of money.
You're not doing anything. It seems impossible to get people to do things.
But until then, I stand by my stance.
There's a reason why his cost is $8.99. At some point, someone asked Bryce Harper, "What is 17 seconds worth of your time worth to you?" And he came up with $899.
That's got to be one of the most expensive cameos on the thing, right?
Has to be. I can look it up really quick, but it's got to be up there. You know who's like really popular on Cameo? Remember Kevin from The Office?
Yeah,
he's like one of the highest sellers on Cameo. He makes like.
Is he affordable too?
Yeah, that's kind of the mix. He's the right mix of does a lot of them, is affordable, and people just enjoy the videos that he puts out. I think he makes
He does a lot of fantasy football stuff, too. I know he's a big fantasy football guy.
It's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars a year that he makes, on the higher end of six figures.
How much would you charge?
For me personally?
Yeah.
I wouldn't get enough money to make it even worth the time that it would take for somebody to even do. I'll do free cameos for people, but it's not.
Not me.
I wouldn't. No one's paying $10 for it. No one's paying $15 for it.
What does our buddy Adam in Rocky River charge?
I think
like
he
50?
got up to like 40 or 50 at one point. Yeah.
It's like $50. $50 ain't nothing. Sorry. No, what I mean by that is I'm not turning down $50 for a minute's work. And the difference is, remember that idea of like the whole idea of like slump busters, that like when you dip down below your dating range where you should, you go to that level because they always try a little harder. Like people like me, like you go with a guy like that looks like Nick Wilson because he's going to try a little harder.
Okay.
Same premise, but with me on Cameo.
You would try really hard. Yeah,
I would. I would end up that 17 seconds. I would put like an hour of work into that.
I could see that out of you.
Yeah.
By the way, Adam in Rocky River charges $59.
He's raised his prices.
I'm so proud of that, man.
When he started at 20. I'll never forget when he started. It was 20. How many reviews and such does he have?
He has 17, and he's had 5 stars.
I love that. I bet he's good at it. He seems like he'd also be really good at it.
Also, quick delivery, 24-hour delivery.
I believe it. Caitlyn Jenner was charging as much as $2,500 per video.
Okay.
Alec Baldwin.
Real quick.
Yeah.
In 2026.
Yeah.
Who's going for a Caitlyn Jenner?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like I honestly, somebody with a Kardashians kink, is that what you're looking for there?
I'm really not sure. Mark Hamill made $1 million for a 20-second cameo at one point.
Who was it for, the 20-second cameo?
I don't know. That one's not as good because that's just like a one-off. That's not as impressive to me. It seems like Caitlyn Jenner was the highest for what was actually like legitimately there. You could buy it, you could do it, and was consistently doing them.
So Denzel Ward charges $2,000.
That's insane.
And he gets hurt.
But good for Denzel Ward,
35% of the time he's doing
good for Denzel
Ward.
Ward.
He's got a five-star rating.
Oh, well, yeah. For $2,000.
Denzel Ward, makes $20 million a year, had the $100 million deal, and his understanding of his time and his worth. Good for Denzel Ward.
Slark on Twitter saying, I got a cameo of Carlos Baerga for my buddy on his birthday for $30. Better than a card and a BS gift.
All right, so Adam's twice as expensive as Carlos Baerga. How about that?
Just shy. It's like 90. No, I was going to try and do percentage math on air. That was going to be bad.
John Gruden, $275 seems like the right. That's
a good one.
Like you get that. That seems like the appropriate amount of money, and then that's. I don't know, but even Gruden, I don't know how he.
Now,
how he thinks that's worth the time.
Jay Gruden's got to be on there.
Oh, jeez.
Jay Gruden's got it. I think Jay Gruden was, and I think Jay was a little on the cheaper side.
I would hope so.
I think Jay was under like $60. If I remember the last time I checked, because every once in a while I'll go on there to see who's on and who's off.
$30.
30.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Jay, we got to value ourselves a little bit more here, friend. Like I don't think I ever would, because I don't think there's a market for it. But if I was going to do it, it would start at $50, because $50 is the approximate amount of time. Like I'm willing to do it for that.
Well, it does say that there are only 7 left at this price. So, if you want to get a Jay Gruden cameo, got to hurry.
Get it while you can.
He's only signed up for 7 more.
The latest on the LeBron saga in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
I don't know where he puts this in the hierarchy of his needs, but he wants to win another championship. I've talked to him about it ad nauseum since 2020. It's now 6 years since his last championship. So certainly that is in the mix of what he wants. Also, he's a guy that likes being liked, and he likes being accepted and celebrated. Quite frankly, the experience that he had in Los Angeles, for a variety of reasons, that fan base never fully embraced him. At times they did. It never felt like this beautiful fit. So that's another thing. I think he also wants to have a home life that still makes sense, and that's obviously a challenge.
Dave McMenamin on 97.5 The Fanatic in Philadelphia, talking about what LeBron wants in this last go-round wherever he might land. Here's the thing. I don't even think it's just about fans. I do think LeBron going into, The Rock, the Quicken Loans Arena, whatever the hell we're going to call that thing, LeBron going into that building 41 times a year in the regular season and potentially another 14 times in the postseason, every time that guy is announced, there will be a standing ovation in a way there just wasn't in L.A., won't be in Miami, wouldn't be in Golden State, and sure as hell wouldn't be in Philadelphia as well. It goes beyond that, though. I do think LeBron didn't just not feel the love consistently from Lakers fans. I think he didn't feel love from the organization. And I think, when you consider, hey, one of my childhood best friends is the assistant GM and maybe the GM of the Cavaliers, that might be I have a relationship and an appreciation forged with the leadership over there because I spent 11 years of my career there.
Right.
I just feel like none of those places in Miami, Mickey Arison and Pat Riley are going to love LeBron to a point. Mike Gansey and Josh Harris and all those guys, they're going to love LeBron to a point. Same thing with the guys in Golden State. And I know he's trying to thread a bunch of needles that I don't think he can thread all of them in one. I just don't think, if he comes to Cleveland, most fans won't care what the result is. And him winning a title here won't be expected, but it will be appreciated as much, if not more, in any of those spots.
I don't know. We're still going to have expectations, though. I see it differently than you do. If LeBron comes here, I still have all sorts of aspirations for this team. It's not as simple as you come here so the season just comes and goes.
Well, this is fair to push back on. When I say there's no expectations, what I mean is, it's a relatively low bar to keep people happy. If you're in the Eastern Conference Finals again next year with LeBron and you happen to lose that series, I just don't think there's going to be a vitriol attached to losing that the way it will be if you go to Miami and you fall short of winning a championship. I think it becomes zero-sum wherever LeBron goes except Cleveland.
Warriors, I don't think that – I think the Warriors fans know what this season they're signing up for is. But I think that's why we would give at least I would personally, I'd give him some flack if he goes to Golden State. Because it doesn't check off some of the things McMenamin is talking about. It checks off that's retirement tour, that's hanging out with friends. But nobody's got championship title aspirations with Golden State right now. They'd be a hard out in the postseason is what they'd be.
Not only do I think LeBron will feel – the love in Cleveland more so than anywhere else. And it's not even close, by the way.
Yeah.
All those other places will love LeBron conditionally. Cleveland will love you unconditionally, right? But it's not just him, it's his son. I thought it was interesting. John Ireland talked about, he was on with Baskin and Phelps today and talked about Bronny's popularity in L.A.
And I've never been able to properly explain it. I've asked Bronny about it. I've asked LeBron about it. He is, until we traded for Luka, he's now the third most popular player on our team. But before we had Luka, Bronny was the second most popular player on our team. His reaction when he would walk into a building just to warm up the social media generation grew up on this kid. They've known him since he was a freshman in high school. And so he has a gigantic following. I really like him. He's super easy to root for. I think he's going to get an opportunity to do what he wants here. I think that if he wants to go to Cleveland and play with his dad, if that's where LeBron goes, the Lakers would facilitate that.
So what I think's interesting about this is the idea that Bronny has his own popularity that is not attached to his father. And again, my love of Bronny is because I watched LeBron play, right?
Right.
When I was thinking about LeBron coming back and smiling like an idiot just because, LeBron finishing his career here, I wasn't just smiling because of that. I was smiling thinking back to Bronny dunking in Cleveland and people going crazy here and cheering him. And I do think I think Bronny would very much enjoy the local celebrity that he would have here in an even more intimate way than in Los Angeles.
What's interesting, so John, in this interview, I mean, he kind of went down the path of if Bronny wants to stay in Los Angeles, it seems like the Lakers are going to open up their arms and say, okay, great. As if he's improved enough over the couple years. This is no longer a charity case, but his popularity is incredibly interesting to me. Like when you referenced the game that they came back and Bronny got more applause than just about as much applause as LeBron did that day. Like the people get excited for Bronny. The younger generation loves Bronny, and I don't know. I'm interested to see where people think he'd be in the popularity scale on this Cavs roster.
I think he'd be the second most popular Cav.
I don't think he's more popular than Donovan. In the pre-show, I said he's more popular than Evan, and I thought that was going to be the hot take. You think he'd be more? So it goes LeBron, Bronny, then Donovan.
Yeah, he's the son of LeBron James.
I still think it's Donovan Mitchell. I still think Donovan's ahead of him.
I don't mean this in a negative way towards Donovan. It's not that people don't love Donovan here. It's that the kid was born right down the road. He was born when LeBron was a Cavalier. I think you saw the love. It's not I do think he's going to get a certain amount of love because of what John Ireland said and the social media stuff and the younger generation. The thing that Bronny will get here that he won't get anywhere else is he is also another kid from Akron. And I do think there's going to be a butt ton of love thrown his way because he is the chosen one's chosen son, right?
Yeah, and that's why I think Evan Mobley should be scared about his ranking there. I don't think Donovan's got to be worried about being the third most popular in this team.
I mean, did you agree with Lima last week or the week before when Lima said that we're taking Donovan for granted?
No, my stance on that is simple. I just don't think he's as beloved. I really don't. And so, if we're going in line in that, but I don't think
Bronny is beloved. I don't think
Bronny's beloved at this point. And no, I don't. I think
why not?
I just think beloved is another area.
What other G League player have you seen get a standing ovation in that arena?
Okay, but you're talking about a standing ovation as if this is like Nick Chubb area is beloved. There are certain players that are. Miles Garrett wasn't beloved in my opinion.
I feel like beloved. By the way, I don't disagree
beloved
with you.
In my opinion, is like above criticism. If somebody were to criticize him, like even like a radio host as a whole, just don't go after that guy. We don't go after J-Ram. We don't go after Nick Chubb.
We don't go after Bronny.
We will. I think we will. If he was actually expected to do anything.
I don't think we're going.
I'd go after Bronny. If Bronny made a bonehead move or a bonehead decision, or if Bronny got in trouble in some sort of way or did something he was just showing to be a knucklehead, I'd go after him like crazy.
Not me. That kid's from down the road.
No,
he's just another kid from Akron.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids from Akron. That doesn't mean you're just above criticism just because you're from Akron.
I'm right here, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
You always talk about the Nick Wilson principle. It's because I'm from Akron.
Yeah, $1 bobbed me on this. I thought me saying he'd be above Evan Mobley was going to be the big hit. You think he'd be above Donovan Mitchell? It's crazy.
John Ireland said he was just below Luka Doncic.
No, I know.
Luka's more popular than Donovan is.
Yes, that's not the debate though. Luka is able to be above Bronny because that's simple, that's easy. He's a top 5 player in the sport. If you're a top 10-ish player in the sport, you're still going to be better than you're going to be more beloved and liked than Bronny. I entered this with the idea I was going to have to go to bat for Bronny in this discussion, not the idea that I was going to have to somehow try to find a way to signal to you that Donovan would still be more popular than Bronny James.
He's Simba for the love of God.
He's Simba.
Like seriously, I understand what you're saying. Listen, I'm not saying people are going to turn on Donovan because Bronny's here.
Mac just rolled his eyes at you here.
No, I think he's right.
You think he's right? Do you think Bronny's the second most popular player on this Cavs team?
You literally have photos of Bronny walking around as a toddler when the Cavs won the Eastern Conference
Donovan
Finals.
just took us to the conference finals.
And Bronny got there before Donovan did.
Bronny will play a minute this year. I mean, what are we talking about?
No, he'll play more than a minute.
He's gonna average a minute a game probably throughout the 82-game series.
In Cleveland, he's going to play quite a bit.
He's not going to play quite a bit.
In Cleveland, he will play quite a bit.
No, he won't. Stop it.
Because the Charge is right down the road.
There we go. Okay, there we go.
And I'll be honest with you. If I'm the Charge, I pray to God LeBron comes back because Bronny's going to sell out where the hell they play now.
Our order of popularity is going to be LeBron, a G League player, then Donovan Mitchell, then Evan Mobley.
That's a disingenuous way of saying it.
First time I've been disingenuous in this whole convo.
Yeah,
okay.
This convo, yeah. 216-474.
You guys over here.
Listen, nope, can't do it.
Yeah, no,
can't do it.
Come on, what do you got?
No, not going to do it.
What do you got?
That's going to be dirty pool. I remember when Bronny was born. It was like a big deal. All right? And it was a big deal. Like if Zuri ever wants to suit up for the Cleveland WNBA team, it'll be a gigantic deal in this town. We're a very loyal town. We don't just love LeBron. We love LeBron's family. Dude, you should have gone into Acme in Akron when Gloria James would walk into Akron in 2008. It was like Elvis walked in the freaking building. My dad worked next to an Acme, and my dad would go in there when he saw Gloria's car because he wanted to watch the commotion because he thought it was the most fascinating thing. Not LeBron, not anybody. It was his mom became like the local celebrity.
If Donovan Mitchell wasn't in that next door, your dad wouldn't have walked over?
Well, yeah, but the difference
he would have. Of course he would have.
The difference is I don't think Donovan would have the same crowd.
Donovan's at one side of the mall. Bronny's at the other side of the mall. Who are more kids going to?
Bronny.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
Yes.
That's insane. Not a chance. Evan Mobley, yes. Evan Mobley, yes.
No.
Not Donovan.
I don't think there's that big a gap
Not
between
Donovan.
Evan and Donovan.
I want a poll. Put a poll out there. I want a poll.
Yeah, like those people. No. 216-474-0092. We'll put this up there. Would Bronny be the second most beloved Cavalier behind LeBron if the father and son duo?
Or how about just more popular than Donovan Mitchell? That's what we want to know. That's what we're arguing.
Are we saying it the same thing? Because that was the way I put it.
Yeah, but you have to put Donovan's name in there so it really hits home with people.
I think you're trying to sway the poll. I don't like the way you're trying to sway the poll.
I need the poll to be an honest representation of what the discussion is.
The honest representation
was Donovan versus Bronny.
is
All right,
I said...
Who is the second most popular Cav after LeBron if he comes home?
Yes.
And then we give two options.
Is Bronny.
Bronny, Donovan.
Evan.
Sure. Add him in there for charity. That's
fine. Steal some votes away from Donovan. 216-474-0092. Who would be the second most popular Cav if the Jameses came home the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan? There's so much to love.
of the South, Jimmy Hart, and we just have to go over the 30th anniversary of Bash at the Beach, the creation of the NWO.
And why some are calling this the best interview we've done since Jeremy Piven.
It's the emerging podcast scene, presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3thefan.com and on the free Odyssey app.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Win a 4-pack of lawn tickets to see your choice of John Mellencamp, Thomas Rhett, Chicago with Sticks, or Billy Idol at Blossom Music Center. Enter the code word FACE, F-A-C-E. By the end of this hour, 923thefan.com to get registered to win, courtesy of Live Nation, where for a limited time, buy 4 lawn tickets to select Blossom shows for $99 at blossommusic.com.
Little ditty about Bronny and Bronny.
Okay. I like this. This is nice. I like that you get to be a full-on Bronny honk. In the process of it, I don't want to say bad things about Bronny because I also really like Bronny too.
Seems like I like Bronny more.
It does appear that way, yes. Because I will be very critical of him if he makes some sort of mistakes.
Like you're gonna have to go to the box of shame when I get Bronny in studio here because we're just a couple kids from Akron.
He is not above criticism. Whoa, geez, which would you have an easier time getting in the studio, Bronny or Donovan? That answer probably is Donovan.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. Just one way to gauge popularity, right? Not the end-all, be-all, just one way to see, all right, who's more popular globally, right? Donovan has 3.8 million Instagram followers.
Oh, Bronny's got him destroyed there.
Bronny has 7.5 million.
Yeah, Bronny's got him destroyed there.
Just thinking out loud right
there. That doesn't answer who's the most popular basketball player in Cleveland.
We're talking about popularity. Who's the second most popular?
Donovan doesn't even try on Instagram. Meanwhile,
what do you mean Donovan doesn't try on Instagram?
Bronny like streams, Bronny twitches, Bronny does all this stuff.
Yeah, because he's popular.
Bronny's a very active participant.
It's grown his popularity.
Is that right now?
Yeah. And we had a 21-year-old call in the break that said he grew up watching Bronny's And One videos from when he was in middle school. That's popularity.
That's why John Ireland came on and said what he said.
Yeah.
Like there's real juice to this. There is juice.
Yeah.
That's why the big take was going to be he's more popular than Evan Mobley. Yeah. I just didn't think anyone would take it to Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Because Donovan, faced the franchise for the last half decade.
Yeah. Yeah. Bronny's from here. Bronny would be the new.
How many people in the NBA does Bronny have as far as Instagram followers above? It's got to be. It's everyone but LeBron, right? Like how many NBA players does LaMelo
has? An
LaMelo's got a lot.
Amount of fans. Yeah,
LaMelo does have a lot. Like NBA players with massive Instagram accounts to get to 8 million is insane.
Because he's popular.
Yeah, LaMelo's at 10.6.
Good gravy. How many does LeBron have? I got to check.
LeBron's at 154 million.
God.
Steph is
that's half of the United States population, by the way, just what we're talking about. Just a little less than half.
Steph is at 57 million.
Luka's at 10.8.
Russell Westbrook is 21 million. Kyrie is 20 million. Lonzo Ball is at 17 million. How about that? Klay Thompson 16, Giannis 16, Durant 13. It's a longer list than you'd think.
Remember when Lonzo was the second most beloved Cavalier behind?
Bronny is 16th in the NBA.
So what you're saying is Bronny's a top 16 player.
That's not what I'm saying. He's got more than SGA.
That makes sense. That guy's friggin' space cadet.
Yeah, so and if you put Bronny in OKC, I mean, they would just rave over him over SGA, clearly.
Well, he's not from Oklahoma or Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul was on NBA Today last hour, because of course he was, and talked about LeBron's timetable to make a decision.
I don't know about pitches, but listen, I think there's communication from players directly to him, and obviously I handle it from an organization perspective. But look, I think it's admirable the way he sought after today, and it's a testament to his hard work. And so we're taking this thing very seriously, but at the same time, we're having fun. I think it's great for the fans, but this is something that. It's his decision, and he's earned the right to make whatever decision he wants. And so I just tell him, take your time, and whenever you're ready, just let me know.
Yeah, it's funny because he acknowledges, hey, we're just having fun with this. Me and you, we're having fun with this. It doesn't seem like everybody else is having as much fun as we're having now.
Yeah, and I don't get it. Again, like the stakes are high. They're higher than they would be if you would trade for most other NBA players. But I just keep comparing it to 2010, 2014, and 2018. And those things felt like earth-shattering, end-of-times kind of implications. I don't feel that same pressure. And I don't know if it's, again, I think maybe some of that's LeBron won the title already. I think some of that is I just get really excited about the idea of LeBron and Bronny coming home. But, like, I don't feel like the heaven and hell kind of thing here for LeBron's decision.
I just feel like we can't have that be the mentality if this is going to be a 20-day affair. You know, like I told you, I think earlier in the week, how I was, every breaking news that was coming to my phone, I was losing it in my head because is this the one? Is this the one? Hell, even during this show, JJ Weatherholt got a new deal with the Cardinals, and I got a big breaking news thing in all caps, and I'm like, I just saw the breaking news, and I freaked out for like 10 seconds, but you can only keep up that energy for so long, and I feel like that's where now I've hit almost this Zen state. It's not I don't care about the result. I think the result is huge for the Cavs and how we perceive this team after the offseason of doing nothing but putting all their eggs in the LeBron basket. But ultimately, yeah, I'm more where you're at than where other people are at.
All right, if LeBron knows and he just hasn't announced his decision,
okay,
does Rich Paul know?
Well, yeah, he'd be the one. He'd be the only person that would know. If you'd go LeBron, there's a world that exists out there where LeBron knows, Rich Paul knows, and Bronny doesn't know.
But
there's a world that exists that Savannah doesn't know. yeah, there is.
I think Savannah's just like, well, my ass will be in L.A.
She's staying in L.A. regardless.
Yeah.
Doesn't really change her life that much. If it changes it, but not that much.
Good luck in December.
I'll see you 8 months from now. I'll come home at Christmas time. It'll be fine. Bill Simmons believes that LeBron's using other teams as leverage and will end up returning to the Cavs.
Another thing that happened to poor Golden State, I think they thought they were getting LeBron and potentially AD, and now it's pretty clear they were being used by leverage in the as LeBron goes back to
But
Cleveland.
I don't understand what that leverage translates into, like meaning what? Because the teams that are still in the running for him, the Sixers, the Heat,
he's going
and Cleveland.
The Cleveland thing's done.
He's going to Cleveland. Okay.
I hope Bill's right and the Cleveland thing is done. I don't know. Listen, I know we like to turn LeBron into the greatest Machiavellian figure ever, and he's got machinations that have machinations of their own machinations, right? At the same point, I don't know why LeBron, I don't know what he's using that leverage for.
The leverage part of it doesn't make sense. It hasn't since Bill said it. Poly markets, by the way, since Windhorse's comments earlier today, that we'll get to a little bit later on, they've moved a lot in still the Cavs' favor, but it's like 40 to 30% as far as the Heat are climbing is the point.
The Heat are climbing. Dan Dibley of the game in San Francisco joined us today at 3, and we asked him about the possibility of Draymond Green following LeBron to Cleveland.
Draymond opted out, and that signaled to all of us that, hey, he's going to take less over 2 years. That way he can make room for LeBron. And now the latest rumor percolating is Draymond and LeBron in Cleveland. That would be, a lot of fans out here would be overjoyed because for many, Draymond Green is kind of worn out his welcome, and he's not as good defensively, and the usefulness is not where it was when we were stacking championships. But to see him in a Cleveland jersey, that would be jarring. And if that happens, I'll just say this. Good luck, guys. Enjoy the ride.
I will enjoy the ride. I know you said that sarcastically, Dan, but I will enjoy the ride. This is the answer I want. I want Draymond here with LeBron James. Sign me up. I will take it and be happy about it.
Would you take Draymond Green here on the vet min without LeBron?
Yes. Yes, I would
too. And I would take him. I don't think I would do a sign and trade for Jarrett because that's just not enough.
Not without LeBron.
But if somehow you could trade Jarrett and maybe like a Schroeder, get like a Kuminga in a sign and trade, and there's more room to add more money for Draymond, and then you re-sign, yeah, I would take Draymond here. I wouldn't pay him more than like $15 million a year, but I think Draymond's still a very useful player.
Yeah.
And I think he has something that the Cavs need that they don't have and they haven't had for a while.
He's useful. It just doesn't make sense for Draymond, obviously, without LeBron. They're best buddies. It's why they go golfing together. It's why they hang out. The whole thing is built around LeBron. I don't get the impression that Draymond needs to be a Warrior for life. I don't get that impression. So, it's just something to keep an eye on. ESPN's Brian Windhorse was on Get Up this morning, said that he's been discounting Miami as a landing spot for LeBron.
the more I've thought about it, I just think Miami is a more viable option than I was giving it credit for, because I just think, there's reason for, the story makes sense in Cleveland. Obviously, that's the cleanest story. But the story in Miami is there too if he wants it. That roster is not as built out. The Cleveland roster is more built out. Obviously, the Philly roster is more built out from straight basketball. Those rosters make more sense. But if you're going to talk about story, I hear people talking about story. I think there's a story to tell in Miami too. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's a gigantic reach.
A flash flood warning for the following counties in Ohio: Portage and Summit. The National Weather Service in Cleveland has issued a flash flood warning for southern Portage County in northeastern Ohio, east central Summit County in northeastern Ohio, until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 5:11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 1.25 inches in 30 minutes. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 1.5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Akron, Ravenna, Cuyahoga Falls, Kent, Hudson, Talmadge, Mogador, Stowe, Brimfield, Fair Lawn, Randolph, Monroe Falls, Lakemore, Atwater, Edinburgh, Silver Lake, Deerfield, Brady Lake and Montrose, Kent. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for the following counties in Ohio: Portage and Summit.
All right, guys, that was the lead. Also, beware of that flash flood. When we come back, we're going to continue on with LeBron watch and talk about, we're going from Bronny and how popular he would be to whose team this really would be. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson for Northeast Factor.
that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We've got Jason Jackson, Miami Heat, radio play-by-play man and TV host coming up in about 40 minutes here. We'll talk Le Watch. We had the Bay Area focus on this earlier, and now we'll go to South Beach in about 40 minutes. I got a Heat fan called Dr. Greek Heat.
Okay.
Saying the Heat would show Miami, or Miami would show as much love to LeBron as Cleveland would, and I think that's just one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, it might be. I guess I'd love to know what his basis is on that. Maybe our guest in 40 minutes can fill us in. You guys didn't show it the first time.
Now, I will tell you, I will admit to getting my ass beat in this Twitter poll.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I haven't checked.
It is only 93 votes in. That's a little light for us. Usually we're in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, like 200,000 typically.
Yeah, not this one. This is 93
okay.
votes, which you guys can go to right now at Afternoon 923 FAN if you'd like to vote for me.
You're not alone in this, by the way. Mac shared your same sentiment.
That was the problem. I should have seen where Mac stood first. Well, no, Mac. It's just what I'm saying is you're usually
consistently wrong.
You have bad takes. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Come on now. I'm not the Matt Festa lover here.
I think you should have gone to Calavita.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for that.
That's the one.
Well, that one's a little low-hanging fruit there. So
I don't know if he's low-hanging or not, but I will tell you,
well, he is short.
He has the absolute worst takes on the station.
Absolutely.
And that's,
by far.
That's his value to that show.
He just says worst takes in the station.
Yes, he says the dumbest things, and they're like, "What?" They basically use their producer to get over with their fan base.
Well,
and the funny thing is,
it's fine.
All the other producers haven't liked it. This goof is like, "More, please."
So we're saying Keith hired the right one this time.
I think so.
Yeah. I think he might have got it right.
Yeah, John's lack of self-awareness is his greatest tool.
I think it's just general awareness.
I don't know this guy at all.
Yeah. Well, his name's John.
I don't know. Well,
he's Italian.
And he definitely went to Miami to cheat on his girlfriend. That's about the only thing I really know about John.
Yeah. And he's got awful takes. But he's a great kid. Future of the station. Great fit on that morning show.
Just ask him, apparently.
Yeah, that's true. But, yeah, taking an absolute ass beating here. 93 votes in.
Yep.
You know what? I'm actually going to make sure just to see if I got one more vote here.
Maybe.
You guys can go there at Afternoon 923 FAN. It's now 103 votes. Who would be the second most popular Cavalier after LeBron if he comes home? Donovan Mitchell getting 87.4% of the votes.
Oh, wow.
In fairness, Bronny's getting 9.7. Evan, 2.9%.
That's more than Evan.
Yeah.
That's it. That's a double win for me in many ways.
It really is, which I hate more.
Yeah.
Singular wins for you. I'm already on the fence on.
I get it.
Double wins? Oh, man.
I get it.
Got to sit here and eat it. That's all right.
I was so excited. I really thought you were going to be like, he's not more popular than Evan Mobley, and I thought that was the big take on it. And then you're like, Donovan, better than Donovan. And I'm like, oh, geez. All right. I guess let's see how this plays out.
Now, while we're talking about the idea of a Bron and Bronny homecoming, Tom Withers on with the Midday Boys today, and he talked about LeBron and Donovan, and if one side or the other could take a backseat to the other.
I think the variables that I don't think are getting discussed enough are how does he fit in from the standpoint of the egos, and can he take on the role that Dwayne Wade took on when LeBron went to Miami, right? Kind of the second soldier, if you will, right? This is Donovan Mitchell's team. I think, what happened earlier this week, I don't think, it kind of came and went pretty quickly, and we had all known the news from about a week earlier or whatever. But I think Donovan, committing once again to Cleveland, first of all, said a lot about him and his character and the fact that he's kept his word every time he's talked about Cleveland. But it also shows that this team is still committed to building around Donovan Mitchell for the foreseeable future. And so then you start to factor in LeBron James and all that comes with him.
So here's the thing. No LeBron team in Cleveland can ever fully be anybody else's team but LeBron. For two reasons. One, the fan base is going to let you know every night there's LeBron and then there's Donovan.
Yeah.
Two, LeBron and this organization have 11 years of history in which LeBron has always had an incredible amount of power. So even if the Cavs might not cater to literally every whim like they used to with LeBron 2.0, he's still going to have as much power as anybody in the organization because of history, because of that title, and because of what he's meant to this town. And I don't think so. It's not to say like the idea LeBron has to take a backseat to anyone in Cleveland specifically. It can't happen.
And maybe this is actually the part of the conversation that shifts the Cavs into LeBron's favor. Because I agree with you. I don't think that listen, Donovan's a great player. And I love Donovan. It's LeBron's team. And even if sometimes he takes like that third person role, like he tried to do last year with the Lakers at times, yeah, Donovan, you'll score more points than LeBron. That's not the debate. Whose team it is a different story. Who's the person that's going to be yelling in the huddle? That's going to be LeBron. And so it's not Donovan's team. But where the Cavs have the advantage in Miami, that'll be Giannis's team. That's Giannis, that's Bam Adebayo, and LeBron will have to play that almost second, third fiddle type role, even though he's LeBron and he's a powering force. That's not your team. I'm sorry, it just isn't. And the 76ers, that's not your team. It's Embiid's team. It's Jaylen Brown's team. It's not your team, LeBron, and I don't have to say with the Warriors with Steph Curry, okay? That's not your team. The Cavs would be his team, and Donovan would have to be not only accepting of that, he'd have to embrace that, which I bet he would.
Well, it's funny with the Donovan stuff. I think the reason why I think the Donovan LeBron thing just makes so much sense to me is LeBron, when it comes to his teammates, has no problem being the a-hole. Whether that's publicly, whether that's privately.
He like relishes in it.
And I think that Donovan does have a problem with that. Like I think Donovan is such a nice guy, and I'm not saying like he's like perfect. I'm not trying to paint him to be angelic. But I think if you were real honest with Donovan, I think Donovan would prefer to keep his image and keep his comfort and maybe not win as opposed to win and be the a-hole. And with LeBron, he doesn't have to worry about that. You can have good cop, bad cop. And again, like there can be moments where Donovan disappears in games and LeBron will be there. That's not something that Donovan has just consistently had. And I think, so whether it's the locker room stuff or the on the court stuff, the good cop, bad cop thing, I think they will play those roles perfectly. I think Donovan will play the Robin role perfectly because it's LeBron with the position LeBron plays, his style of play, and his personality.
Yeah,
it couldn't be more of a seamless fit in my head.
LeBron just cleans up all the mistakes or really the areas that you wish Donovan was better at. You mentioned being the alpha. That's not really him. You mentioned him making people uncomfortable because he's got to call people out. That's not really Donovan. The recruiting side of this. Part of why Draymond would come here is because of LeBron James. That's not. Donovan doesn't recruit. Hasn't recruited for us. All the areas that it feels like Donovan's just a little short on are typically the areas that the main person on the team does do and picks up, and LeBron does all those things. So I don't see this as Donovan's team anymore, and that's all right. If you're Donovan, I don't care about the titles. I care about winning.
You guys can still vote on this as I'm getting slaughtered here on social media at Afternoon 923 FAN. Who would become the second most Cavs? I butchered that. I'll do it again. Who would be the second most popular Cav after LeBron if he comes home? Donovan Mitchell now getting 85% of the votes. Bronny getting just shy of 12%. And Evan Mobley, his percentage is reduced even further to 2.9%. I do want to get to social media galore for the Browns here in about 10 minutes. But Jake wanted to play this out. Because we've been talking about the LeBron thing so far, I feel like any take we had about LeBron and his definitive landing spot, even 5 days ago, feels like it's okay if that's not the same thing you believe today. So we'll do when, where, and how LeBron is going to make his decision.
Okay, when, where, and how. Okay.
Yeah. So for me, I think the win is the hardest thing.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. Okay.
So I think the where, it's one of two places. It's going to be the Fanatics convention next week.
So I was thinking you had to beat that, but go ahead.
Or it's just going to be social media. It's going to be I'm coming home, that thing. It's going to be something just like that, but better because it's his second time coming home.
Okay. Did you want to put some actual dates on that?
No.
Oh,
I think that's impossible.
Well, of course it's impossible. But that's kind of the fun of it, right? All right, I'm going to say, I'll say, so Fanatics Fest is July 16th to the 19th, but I think he's set up to be on the weekend, right? I think he's set up to speak sometime on the weekend. And so I'll say the Friday before. So we take this for another week. I'll say Friday before Fanatics Fest, and I also think it's going to be a Rich Paul podcast. I think they've been doing everything through Rich Paul's podcast. I think they've been dropping everything on Rich Paul's podcast. I think you'll have it. It'll be in your Spotify. It'll be in your mentions. It'll be right there. It'll just be a dropped Max Kellerman, Rich Paul. Max might even be kicked to the curb. I don't know. And then it'll be LeBron, Rich Paul, and they'll say the announcement of where they go, and then they'll also go step by step of why this was his decision.
All right, but can we agree he's going to go step by step what is important in the decision, and then the last thing he'll say?
Yeah, but that won't matter as much. Like the presentation of it, it'll be fun to go back on, but you won't find out that way. You'll find out through all the people that have already basically got to it the moment it happened and then tweeted it out and said exactly where it is.
I think if it's the Rich Paul podcast, and I think that's the best answer, by the way. I like your answer better than my answer.
Thank you.
Although I do expect a companion piece on social media. Thank you very much. If that is true, then I think the win is all bets are off. I think if LeBron wanted to take this into August and once a week or twice a week they're putting out the Rich Paul podcast, I think that makes the most amount of sense.
I just don't know how you do the Fanatics Fest and avoid actually saying anything of consequence or anything, and unless the Fanatics Fest is one way just to have him give one little line somewhere to keep people in a tizzy about where he's actually going to go.
Oh, I think LeBron. I think again, it's kind of like a professional wrestling angle, like the build.
Yeah.
I think using I think LeBron at Fanatics Fest going, hey, if you guys want to know where I'm going to go, I haven't made up my mind, but you're going to want to pay attention to Rich Paul's podcast because when we make it, it's going to be out there.
I think that's too predictable for him.
I think this might be the case where it's predictable. Because I think you're right. I don't think it's a coincidence that Rich Paul's podcast, one, started, or two, has certainly grown in popularity in these recent weeks, and I think that's a trend.
Yeah, definitely.
And honestly, that's safer than Jim Gray's old ass or any kind of traditional media. And
it's where they've been dropping the breadcrumbs the entire time and where they've been trying to give it to us.
And because it's a podcast, they can heavily edit it.
Yep.
And it's not going to be a live thing. And so I think it makes the most sense. But I really do think if it's going to be on that podcast, they should just take it till August. They should take it till 5 weeks from now, because this story has only gained steam. I know media members are tired of this. I know some fans and people listening are tired of this. But the story itself continues to dominate the news cycle, and I think it will, even if you push it into the NFL side of things once training camp comes up. Mac?
So the timing on everything for LeBron's doing 2 podcasts there live. He's doing one on Thursday, which is the Mind the Game podcast with Tyrese Halliburton. That's going to be at 1:15. And then on Friday, he's doing his show, The Shop, live there as well. That's also going to be at noon.
Okay, so I'm going to make mine Wednesday then. I'm going to change it. I thought he was speaking Saturday, Sunday, so I'll make it Wednesday. I'll make it before then.
I think you should just milk it. This is your last time to have this kind of power.
He might. No, he might.
Milk the hell out of it.
He might.
I think noon on Thursday, because at least it gives you the hour leading up to it, and then he can react to it immediately on stage.
When, where, and how for LeBron's decision, that, and social media galore for Browns quarterbacks in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're
products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jason Jackson, Heat play-by-play man and TV host, coming up in about 15 minutes. Interesting story coming out of the Summer League in Vegas. When you said this, I thought clearly you got Uncle Chapped or something like that.
Which is interesting, because it doesn't happen to me.
That you, I wouldn't say you can't be got, but you're not often got.
It takes a lot.
But Shams Charania, about 5 minutes ago, tweeting out, Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero got into a physical altercation in Las Vegas on Friday in which Adebayo struck Hero, sources tell ESPN. That in and of itself, because Shams, it's his verified account, 4 million followers, interesting enough. Then he quote tweets it and follows up. The altercation occurred at a practice court in a Vegas hotel this morning. Sources said, starting when Adebayo approached Hero about comments a guard made critiquing the center on social media after their 7-year run ended in Miami.
Yeah, so on those comments. So actually, Cleveland's got an interesting connection in this. So what happened was Tyler Hero was going back and forth with a Heat fan through DMs. And in the DMs, he specifically had mentioned the playoff series with the Cavs a year ago and how basically, like, who was the guy they were all going after? Like, they stopped going after me. They were going after Bam Adebayo. And he was just dissing Bam and was like, what defensive player gets paid $60 million? And made all these comments. And then the fan, once Hero got traded, the fan just leaked out all these DMs. And then Hero, a couple days ago, came out and was like, he just started blaming the fan. Because it couldn't be his fault, obviously. He started blaming the fan. It was like, that was something the fan shouldn't have done. He shouldn't have, while obviously taking back 0 of the comments. And then it obviously all just came to a head with this.
So here's what I'm torn on. On one hand, Tyler Hero, you did say these things. You should stand behind those comments. On the other hand, there's a massive D-back move by the fan. Like Bam Adebayo, I guarantee you, if you open up Bam's DMs, he said some things about players on his team, former teammates, that aren't too savory either.
I'm sure you're right. I think it's incredibly dumb to be dissing other teammates to fans on DM, like through DM.
I bet you this is more commonplace than you think.
I'm sure it is.
The NBA is a league, and it's professional athletes are very, very sensitive. And they don't like to accept blame.
Why would they ever trust? No, I agree that I think the story is real, but why would you ever trust a fan to keep that on the up and up?
Because you're an idiot.
I mean, that's the only excuse on it, right? Like listen, Tyler Hero he's been pretty vocal about the idea in the post Jimmy Butler era, and they basically put everything on him and Adebayo, and he thought Heat fans were taking way too much towards him and not enough towards Bam and the accountability for why they didn't have enough success.
Which is probably fair.
I think 100% fair, 100% fair. But you can't say nasty things through a DM, and then when it gets back, expect Bam to be happy about it, and no, you can't expect him to hit you.
Well, that's what I want to know is, because there's, in and of itself, this story is not enough for Bam to hit Tyler. So I have to imagine that there was a conversation that neither guy, somebody said something that shouldn't have been said, probably Tyler Hero, and that's why he got punched, right? Like, he couldn't have just walked up to Tyler Hero, said, I saw what you said, and Tyler said, I did say that, and then he punches him, right? There has to have been some sort of response from Tyler Hero. It was like, that wasn't even the worst of what I think of you.
Why do you go like John Mulaney there?
Because I think in this, if there's one guy that's going to sound like John Mulaney, it's Tyler Hero. Yeah.
Although, have you seen his response to for calling out the fan? He was like, "You're lame for that. That's big." Oh, I can't even say half these words. But the point is that he's
right, by the way.
Well, yeah, the fan shouldn't have just. If you got a relationship with a player that way, and then leaking his DMs about as lame as it gets. But clearly, I mean, this is why the whole thing had to be broken up to begin with anyway. Clearly, this goes beyond just Tyler Hero speaking crap to a fan through DM and it getting leaked.
And here's the other thing: there's no innocence in this because Bam is a big old baby.
Well, yeah, okay.
Like, if you're going to go up to Tyler Hero, why are you even going up to Tyler Hero? Who cares?
Clearly Bam cares.
Why? It's over.
I don't know, because I mean, I guess because Tyler Hero just talked a bunch of crap on him is all that is. Maybe there's a pride thing attached to that. I'm not sure.
But again, like, maybe this is because we work in sports talk, and like I just people talk crap, like they do, and I don't know. I mean, I think the biggest heel here is certainly the fan. That's just a trash move. If you're lucky enough to have those interactions with a player, I would just keep those on the DL, But like, I don't think Bam comes out smelling like roses in this either.
No, I mean he hits them like they instead of meeting and being like, let's talk it out.
You think there's a video?
He just decks him. There's got to be a video. Listen, we ended up getting everything with the Draymond and Jordan Poole situation, and that went down. Like, there's video out there. It's just whether or not someone from the hotel is going to leak it, because I think these practice courts are in hotel ballrooms.
I was going to say, it's Vegas. There's cameras everywhere in Vegas. There has to be video.
Legitimately, these practice courts, some of them are in the middle of hotel ballrooms that they've made into practice courts. There's got to be video.
Now comes the next question, which is, do we think which side leaked this for a purpose? Meaning, like,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like, was this Hero side leaking this to get Bam suspended?
I know it might be. It might be the idea that you're trying to make Bam look bad, and Hero is the one that's looked like the bad guy up until this point. In this whole feud, Hero's been the one, because remember, I mean, he said bad things about a teammate, and then everything got caught and exposed through DM. So, like, he's the one that looks bad. Maybe in turn, it makes Bam seem like he's irrational, and maybe Tyler here is a little bit more justified in why he was saying the things that he was saying.
See, this is the problem with the NBA, though. We've gotten 2 tweets on this in 11 minutes. I need more.
Yeah,
and I will. Like, this continues. The drug that is the NBA offseason. The NBA postseason's up here, right? It's untouchable, right? Half of the postseason series are untouchable in the NBA postseason, even if it's a bad postseason. But then you bring it down. The regular season is such a snooze fest, outside of maybe like the trade deadline and the tip-off for opening night. And maybe Christmas Day, depending on the matchups and how they work out.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA offseason is the second best thing that the NBA has going for it. And again, that's great for right now. It's another case of why the NBA regular season is such a stinker.
Because we get fights and such right now.
Yeah. Well, fights, LeBron watch, there's so many storylines that the payoff could be immediate.
We had how many different stars get moved this offseason? I mean, that was like 8 different guys.
Yeah. It felt like a vintage NBA offseason.
It was a pretty great offseason. It's been a pretty great offseason. Now we got teammates or former teammates fighting each other at Summer League. Like, it's
the Kawhi
pretty nice.
trade's been held up.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet as well.
Held up? Yeah, I said it right.
Held up is right. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I see your point, but it's not great for the league that more people care about the offseason than care about the actual season.
Well, it's not great that more people care about the NBA offseason than the actual regular season because it's been that way for a decade.
I know, but it's kind of like you got to get it when it's good. Like, the timing of all this is the only reason why it's happening this way. LeBron generates as much interest as he does because he's LeBron James. And this story would generate interest any time of the year. But why it can dominate is because football is at a snooze fest right now.
I will dare say, if the NBA ever got itself together with the regular season, they could make a push in terms of popularity for the NBA or for the NFL. I don't know they'd ever overcome the NFL because the NFL's, it is what it is. But like, the NBA offseason is clearly better than the NFL offseason.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's been the best for a long time.
The NBA playoffs, I do think, are tangibly better than the NFL playoffs. Nothing beats the Super Bowl, but even then, the games of the Super Bowl don't end up always being great games. And then the regular season, the NFL does win. They get that. But if you could at least get 75% of where the NFL regular season is, you'd have a real compelling case because the NBA also has a lot of really young fans as well.
Yeah, but the NBA is 2 different sports for the regular season and the playoffs.
That's what I'm saying. You got to bring the regular season up.
Yeah. But like, to your point and like why it's so great because it's basically 2 different things. Where the NFL's got no place to go. Week 11 is the same thing as week 1 of the postseason.
Jason Jackson, Heat radio play-by-play man and TV host, coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin on a F-Off Friday, on a Feel-Good Friday, on a find out where LeBron's going Friday. Apparently not on that front there. Working to get Jason Jackson, Heat play-by-play man and TV host. We do have In Case You Missed It coming up in just about 40 minutes' time. I wasn't planning to mention the Bam hero thing with Jason.
Oh, you weren't?
Not till the end. Oh. You get them all buttered up on LeBron stuff, and at the end, you're like, "So what happened with this Bam thing?" That was my plan on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. He probably doesn't want to comment on it, but also, like, we have to ask him about it.
And there's a chance.
It's the biggest thing in the NBA.
I'm going to say there's a chance that this interview doesn't happen because of that.
I would think a high chance. I think you're correct about that. I think he understands. He doesn't want to answer it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do that. It'd be nice if you texted Jake being like, "Hey, you guys understand why I can't come on?"
Yeah.
Instead of maybe just not answering the phone call.
Yeah.
But I also understand that he doesn't want to answer it.
I handle this different because I'm in radio and you're in radio, and I do this and I know how much it stinks when somebody just ghosts you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we have awareness of that.
But I can understand if a guy that's a play-by-play guy
maybe
and
he
a
just
TV
thought it's
host.
obvious. maybe to him it's like, of course I'm not going on the station in Cleveland after that. I have to, first off, he's probably trying to figure out what happened.
Mm-hmm.
He's still probably trying to gather info because, as you pointed out last segment, it's just Shams and that's it.
Yeah.
Which is more than good enough to make it credible, but we're actually trying to find out what exactly went down. And, yeah.
He also just called a G League game, so we'll see. It's a G League, a Summer League game. I love this Summer League coverage and like the things they're willing to put on the TV that we just wouldn't in like a regular season game.
What do you mean?
They just showed Malik Thomas, a Cavs, I guess technically second round pick, but the pick that they got for their first round pick, and it said Malik Thomas has 8 siblings.
It's a fun fact.
But it's like only the kind of fact you're going to figure out or find out in a Summer League game.
Yeah.
Not one that like in a Cavs Pacers, January 15th game, you're going to find out.
The Guardians had one up on their video board that went viral the other day. It was a player that I don't remember which player it was, but he went to Clemson, and like his fun fact was went to Clemson University, and then like went into a couple of things that Clemson like did wrong 250 years ago.
Yeah,
and it was like, who came up with this fun fact? Why did you think that was the one?
What did Clemson do 250 years ago?
I think it just said that the school used to be a plantation or something like that.
Oh,
yeah, but it was like that's the fun fact. Like you went from he went to Clemson to then it used to be a plantation to this is how that's how you connected those dots?
I had somebody I worked with that I will not go into, but went on a college tour to Clemson, and their family wanted them to go. They didn't want to go. There was a scholarship for them to go for education, not for anything else.
Yeah.
And so because they didn't want to go, they just kept asking the tour guide about the plantation thing and about things from 250 years ago.
Yeah.
And apparently it turned into a real problem.
Yeah.
And at some point, the Clemson tour guide said something akin to, I really only know the last 150 years of the school. No. It wasn't 150. It was like, I really only know since like 1920. It was like something like very specific date when they stopped being associated with the Old South. And long story short, they did not go.
That's tough. Also, that sucks for that tour guide. That tour guide didn't, I mean, that sucks.
Ends to a mean.
I guess. I mean, if you signed up to be a tour guide of Clemson, you think you would have to know all the history, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, no. Well, no, I'm sure that he knew, by the way.
No. I mean, like you think you would have clever ways of dodging those type of questions and have been asked that a ton. You know what I mean? Like, there's got to be some
most
sort of.
people aren't broaching the whole slavery thing.
I think if I was a tour guide, I'd have to find a way to be to get out of all of it. I don't know what I could come up with.
Was it the 1920 line? Is that maybe what they had?
Or maybe I'd be like, yes, it was. Maybe you shouldn't go here.
Did your parents try and force you to any school? Like, were they like trying to push you?
Not at all. I knew I was going to go to Lindenwood in like my sophomore year of high school.
Oh,
I knew
early.
Yeah, I knew very early.
So the bagman got you real early on that bowling.
Yeah, I was at the time. It's like all things in life. I started off very, very highly recruited and highly sought after, and then we just kind of dwindled as we kept going. You know what I mean? And so anyway,
that junior year of bowling really hurt your stock.
No, that was fine. That was all fine. It's when we got to, like 18 years old, it just kind of went from a downhill slope from there. But like up until that, I was a very good high school bowler.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so I knew around, like midway through sophomore year. And so, and it's a school I wanted to go to. I went to Wichita State camp at one point. I thought maybe they were going to be a school I would consider, which is oddly enough considering my history then with Wichita State. But no, I knew very early on. And the debate for myself then was, do I go to a bigger school or do I go to the school that's free that would let me bowl? Mm-hmm. And I could have done like a club sport and maybe gone to like U of I or something like that instead. And obviously I chose what I chose.
How many places actually have like competitive bowl? Not like the club school, but like
you have a club team. Yeah, a lot of other schools have club teams.
The actual is Lindenwood the big leagues for bowling?
Yes. Yeah.
Is it like the program?
It's not the program. Wichita State is the program.
Yeah.
But Lindenwood is one of the programs. Yeah, like one of the top programs.
Who are some of the other ones? Because I have no frame of reference.
Yeah, I'll give you. Saginaw Valley was always one.
Okay.
It's a couple. It varies through different years. McHenry, oddly enough, was one of them. It just kind of goes
through.
But
no, like Ohio State, Penn State.
So like Ohio State and those. So when I'd go to these tournaments in college and we'd bowl, and Ohio State, talk about club team. It's not scholarships or whatever it is, but it's like they get together a team, they send them all on these tournaments, and they do all that. We would wax those schools. And so like I'd go up. I remember, I had conversations with kids at Notre Dame, for instance. We just destroy them. It wasn't even close. And at the end of it, I'd be like, well, at least you go to Notre Dame. Like I go to Lindenwood. like you'll be fine in life getting crushed here. But yeah, that's just kind of how that works.
Jason Jackson going to join us at 6:20, by the way. And I've now decided it's going to be the first thing I ask him.
Did you go on any other recruiting trips, or was it always Bowling Green?
No, I kind of backed my way into college. I didn't even really do college tours. Because my parents were because I'm the youngest for my mom, and I'm the youngest by 8 years. There was an element of I was a feral child that raised myself to some degree.
Okay.
Not entirely. My parents were good and loving parents. Like, I don't make it seem, but like my parents weren't disciplinarians at all. My parents, I really had to screw up to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
My parents are the most supportive human beings in the world. And so they never even pushed college on me. And then I remember it was like halfway through senior year, I had screwed up any athletic chance I ever had, so that wasn't coming true. And so I'd kind of like lost the plot of college.
Yeah.
And my best friend, Nate, decided, he was like, hey, I think I got some scholarship money to go to Bowling Green, and that's where I'm going to go. And I was like, oh, my uncle went to Bowling Green. And I applied to there, and I applied to, I think, Kent. But like I was just so unsure of myself academically that I didn't even apply to Ohio State, and it was actually easy to get in at the time. I just didn't know that.
But now it's incredibly hard to get into Ohio State.
Yeah. Like I could really be coasting on that Ohio State dropout.
You need like almost you need like 28, 29, 30 ACT to get into Ohio State.
Yeah. But not at the time. At the time, it was quite easy to get in. And so like even my I don't want to say they didn't give me any guidance, but my parents just didn't put nobody. Again, my aunt has a degree from BG, and I think she has another one from Kent. My uncle went to BG. My dad slept on my uncle's couch at BG. Like, I have a lot of connections across the family, different places, and I was just kind of like on my own. And so I was just like, well, BG's in a small town. I'll go there.
It's enough of a reason than anything, right?
Yeah.
No idea of like I want to go far away, or I want to go to because one thing I did want to get far enough away from home. I didn't want to go crazy far, but I wanted to get far enough away.
So I thought about IUPUI because they have a great architecture program, and I really thought about architecture.
You're going to be an architect at one point.
But there were two things that happened. One, I realized the math classes that I was going to have to take, and math classes are just boring as hell to me. And two, I realized that how much I thought architects made more money.
I was going to say, you're going to love for jobs that don't pay a lot of money, don't you?
And so, there was actually a third thing. And then I heard how much out of state is. And even though I was probably going to be able to get to, at that point, some funding for it.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a lot of funding.
I always
to make
thought
up.
the dad from the Brady Bunch is the reason why everyone thinks architect makes like a bunch of money, and they just don't.
It's also a fancy sounding word, if we're honest.
It is, yeah.
Like,
it sounds good.
And by the way, they're in charge of designing buildings. That's a very important job. That should be a high-powered job.
It should be a high-pay. Yeah, but it's kind of. I think it's a very misleading job in that respect. Like a lot of people go to law school and they become attorneys, and they think that they're going to be fighting cases like you see on Law and Order, and like really get in the courtroom and battling.
A lot of paperwork.
You're pleading down DUIs.
Yeah.
You know, like it's a lot of it.
Or you're corporate and selling your soul.
Yeah, and like bad strip malls and all that stuff. And it's like, and so like that's a part of it. Architects, I feel like, is the same way. You think that you're designing the next great, Willis Tower or something like that, or the Sears Tower, but like you're really in reality, you're building a shopping mall probably. So like that's if you're lucky.
One of the things I had heard there was if you went for civil engineer and architecture, there's actually some money there.
Oh, yeah, civil engineer. Okay.
And I got really into the idea of civil engineering, but again, trying to find a place that was in Ohio that had basically dual degrees and I could get into. At this point, it was like, okay, how much does it cost to apply? $50, cool. Which I think is what BG's application cost at the time. And do I think I have a reasonable chance to get in there? Anything more than that, and 17-year-old me just was not. I just didn't. There was a part of me that didn't know it was possible. I didn't know what I was capable of. And so I just kind of settled.
Now, did you do any media classes?
I got very lucky in BG.
Did you do any media classes at BG or no?
Yeah, a couple.
Because don't they have a really good communications program, don't they?
It's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I always thought it was a pretty good one.
So it's better. It's a hell of a lot better now. And they've made it more concise. It was kind of just telecommunications back in the day. It was a very nebulous thing. And even they're like trying to get on trying to work for the TV station or even do work as do something with the radio network for the football games or basketball games.
Right. Yeah.
It was like this, and none of the people I knew who took the same classes that I did ever found out a way to actually get in on it.
Oh, that's different.
It was just such an insular thing.
Yeah.
And so that didn't help either. That and the drinking and the ladies.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was just,
Yeah.
Big part of it.
Great distractions.
I think you could have been a fun tour guide if you just did it drunk.
See, well, yeah. Or there were other things you could have done.
Lisa's older brother at Cornell was a tour guide. He did the tour gude stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah, he did. He did that, yeah.
My dad, the one thing my dad said about going to college, he's like, you become an RA. And they get free room and board. And I was like, and I just looked at him and I was like, Dad, we know that's not happening. I mean, they might take me as an RA. I'm getting kicked out of that program real quick.
Yeah.
I'd be like the cool uncle.
You do the rules as the RA, though. You're not going to tell him yourself.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do the rules.
That's but that's kind of the advantage of being the RA is that you get away with murder then.
Oh, no, but I would let everybody get away with murder.
Yeah.
Unless someone gets I just didn't care.
You don't have to be a stickler about things.
I was lucky. My freshman year, it was actually Matt Milosevic, who was a football player when I was in high school, and was Milo was the coolest dude in the world, right? The second year, not so cool. Yeah, that guy tried writing me up for booze a bunch of times.
What changed?
This guy was just a D.
Why did he change from one year to the next?
No. Milo wasn't my guy 2 years in a row. No.
The next guy was.
Yeah.
So that was one thing. So with my fraternity, how it was set up is that we all just board and roomed to in the same little area, so that the RAs were all members of the fraternity. So we were all just able to do whatever we wanted.
Tis the dream. Jason Jackson, Heat play-by-play man. Walk us through LeBron potentially going back to Miami in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson for
over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on three. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basketball talk coverage on The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. LeBron, could he be going to Miami? There are other headlines I'm sure we could get to as well. And to do so, we head out to the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right call, Kyle Wright hotline, and welcome on Jason Jackson. He's a Heat radio play-by-play man and TV host as well. Jason, welcome to the show.
And more importantly, proud son of Cleveland Heights, Ohio.
Wow, we like to
That's
hear
right.
that.
Another Bowling Green guy.
You're right.
Falcons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ziggy, come on now. When did you graduate?
I was 94 from Bowling Green.
Oh, man, that was I flunked out of there in about 07. So we're basically there's a real friendship here.
Yeah, the streets can get you, particularly on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night.
Tuesdays. Tuesdays were the real problem for me, Jason.
That's the problem. There it is.
He goes, that can happen, too.
Yeah, all Booster Street on Tuesday night.
Yeah, you will have that. All right, so I guess we can start here. The big thing buzzing around social media, Bam and Tyler Hero apparently having a fight in Las Vegas at a hotel. What have you heard out there?
I heard what Shams wrote, and I heard what the organization I work for said. And that's where that begins and ends. It's, the thing that you want in those places is what seemed to be a very good working relationship for over a half decade to be what is the lasting feeling. There's things that get into the ether. We're talking about high octane, high alpha attitude individuals, and I don't want to make light of any of it because it's just unfortunate, the mere report itself. But I got to watch their time together on the floor, and that's the thing I would focus on more, that a partnership that was in transition of leadership from the Dwayne Wade Udonis era into where Jimmy Butler came in the mix and after. And they had a stewardship that they had to share. Bam was the lead in all of that. So I'm hopeful that's where this thing ends up when it's all said and done. And we're talking about two all-star caliber players that are entering into that period where you're at your height of your excellence, and we encourage both to have it on and off the floor. But I'm imagining the hype surrounding the first time the Heat and the Bucks play each other for real has a whole new added dose to it.
I'll just say this: you don't have to comment on it, but it just kind of feels like that's an unfair fight. I feel like if I was Tyler, a little bit of a size match in the tail of the tape.
I will leave the prognosticating on the table as invited. Yes, sir.
I get it. All right. So Windhorst got a lot of people riled up today with his comments on ESPN and making the suggestion that there are loose ends to tie up for LeBron in Miami. Do you feel like that's true? That there are loose ends that could be tied up for LeBron in Miami?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think whatever reported dynamics existed between him and the organization, that stuff was smoothed up and tied up years ago. I mean, we're talking 13 years, right, since we were all together. I remember the first time I saw LeBron after he went back to Cleveland after the 4 years in Miami, which, by the way, were just fantastic. Then I said to him, weren't we all better together? and Pat had that great line that the key is under the mat. And the last time I checked, it's still there. It would be amazing for a return to either place. I find, I'm kind of caught in the middle, being a kid from Ohio and an employee from Miami, where it's like, yeah, I mean, it'd be sweet either way. I mean, sweeter to my every night, obviously, if he ended up in this game. But I still have friends and family all over Northeast Ohio that would love to see that. What I love is that at damn near 42, that he maintains this type of control and intrigue and earned every ounce of it, by the way. along the way. I think I find kind of the polarizing aspect of LeBron always puzzling. When you step back and look at his 2 decades plus now, I mean, it's just immaculate. To think about, guys, let's go all the way back to the early 2000s when he was still a high school basketball player. And everything that had been kind of bestowed upon him and him answering the anointing over and over and over. How many times do guys get that type of torch handed to them and they drop it in the first step? He never did. Still hasn't. And it's going to be exciting to see whatever the next part of the chapter is going to be.
There is a greatness-hate tax. I had it for Tom Brady, so I can't act like I'm above it. Jason, I do want to know, because I maybe can pick this up by the fact I didn't graduate from Bowling Green, but
once a Falcon, always a Falcon. Stop
thank you, but I'm not well versed in the CBA. Is there a clause that LeBron could have put in his contract that guarantees him his special cookies that Pat can't take him away this time?
Let me just say this: the cookies are back.
Not going anywhere this time.
Listen, that is not going to be an issue at all. They come out piping hot and gooey and the size of your palm.
I want a damn cookie.
Yes, sir. What a great line. That's good. Good memory.
Jason, let me ask you about the fit. I think LeBron fits everywhere, obviously, but we're talking championship teams here, right? That's why the Cavs want LeBron. It's why the 76ers would want LeBron. Like you're trying to get someone that puts you over the edge. Giannis is a lot of fun. Adebayo is a lot of fun, as we know. Is this team deep enough with LeBron to be considered a real championship contender?
Yeah, for any review of the Miami Heat, I think you have to be around them every day. That's the fortunate thing I get to do as the TV host and play-by-play announcer on the radio side. And there's just names that people just don't know yet, and they're going to know. Just with the way the team is set up right now, you're going to know who Pelle Larsson is. The way the team is set up right now, you're going to know more about Davion Mitchell. We know full well what Wiggins does at his position on both ends of the floor. And then the young players that are coming up, including the guys that just been added, are just, again, names that people outside of Miami just don't know yet. But they are quality NBA players that know their role and know what Spoelstra wants out of them and are capable. This whole conversation about not having enough shooting is ridiculous. 4 of the top 38 three-point shooters from last season are now on this roster when you add in Bobby Portis. And so it's going to be I don't know if any team in their first year when they come together, even when there's expectations, outside of those 08 Celtics hit the lightning bolt or the Larry O'Brien Trophy that very first year, they're all together. This group will damn sure try everything to do so. But it's hard to do it. You really do have to have, as San Antonio is going to deal with right now. Oftentimes it's getting to the mountaintop and told that you can't be there anymore is kind of the fueling force that gets you where you want to be. But there's for the people that have been kind of hold their nose and shaking a stick at roster construction, that's not something that Miami Heat concerned themselves with. That's all they've ever done in the last 32 years is make sure that in the 5 different iterations of star-led basketball, that the appropriate players are developed around those that are put in position to try to lead this organization to a championship. It's documented, consistent, and not refutable.
Jason, Pat Riley's one of the most fascinating and most important NBA figures in league history. From the Showtime Lakers to the Knicks, and then what he's done as a coach and executive in Miami. I mean, he put Miami on the map with the Shaq Wade, like in a way that they hadn't been previously. And then obviously drafting D Wade and then getting LeBron and Bosh. And like I watched Winning Time, the HBO series about the Lakers back in the 80s. And I loved kind of seeing that portrayal of Pat Riley. I have a certain, of watching the media cover Pat Riley, kind of a perception of him. What is Pat, the human being, like as somebody who's worked in that organization as long as you have?
Yeah, I'm going to give you 2 things on that. One, I grew up, right when the old Richfield Coliseum would go dark around the beginning of April. I would transition my attention and allegiance to those Showtime Lakers. And so to have a full circle experience 23 years ago to come in worked for the organization where he's now going into his 32nd season as the leader was surreal. It is surreal. And there are times I step back and, the 8-year-old version of myself out of Noble Elementary School getting fired up just because I'm in his space. There's so many different layers, right? Like he is a steadfast leader who doesn't suffer a whole lot of shenanigans. But he also is the kind of leader that lets the people he puts in place do their job. He's had every damn job in the league, including broadcaster, by the way. So he keeps an eye on those of us that do that every day. So he has an appreciation for how hard your job is, and he also has an appreciation for the responsibility of your job. And so there's still a high level of reverence, and I call him Coach. I do not call him Pat. I can't. I mean, at the same age as my mama. So I don't sit here and act like anything other than a humble Midwesterner that knows how to refer to people his senior. But it's just he makes you matter as a person and as an organization by simply being your leader. And time again, particularly in this time in Miami, he has put us in position to matter at the highest of levels by just being creative, allowing those he put around him for player assessment. And, by the way, we all join you in CBA knowledge lacking because we refuse to spend our time reading, 1,200 pages of anything. But what you do is you get really smart people around you that do, and you take it to the letter, spirit, and edge of the law to make things work for the organization. It's just been a wonder now for over 2 decades to be able to watch it happen.
Is Giannis going to be enough to get you guys to a spot where it's really competitive in the East, or are we still thinking you kind of described a crawl to walk to run mentality with a lot of these teams with new players? Is that going to be more the outlook?
I don't. This is the beautiful thing about life as a broadcaster who has moved out of deadlines, who has moved out of looking into the crystal ball. I get to call every single one of these games. All 6 preseason games, 82 regular season games. I hope 20-plus postseason games. And so I oftentimes, and this is boring, I get it, guys. I apologize for not giving you a clip here, but I just let it happen. I let it happen. When I listened to the general manager of the Bucks yesterday talk about what he thinks is coming, I hope he's right. But it's a motivated player who feels like he still has something to prove in this league. And I've called enough games as an opposing franchise with Giannis to know that that's a dangerous Giannis. And that's a beautiful thing in combination. What I'm really looking forward to more than anything else is how dominant of a defense this can be when you have a on-ball defender at the top of it like Donovan Mitchell, a wing defender like Andrew Wiggins at the highest level, and then these two monsters that just smother you and Bam and Giannis, all as the leading force. This defense consistently, from a defensive rating standpoint, finishes in the top 10. I'd be staggered if it wasn't top 5 this year.
All right, Jason. I think I'm pretty obsessed with LeBron's legacy, and I kind of share your thoughts on it. That when the greatness hating, or even when he's kind of stood up for what he's believed, I think those are good things, and I don't think those are bad things. But it's interesting to me. I do think LeBron has always been cognizant of his story, and that was something that was said when he came home to Cleveland and won the title. If we picture his legacy as a giant story, how does Miami, or what's kind of the Miami coda to this if he goes there and wins a title, his last title back in Miami?
Yeah, I just don't think he has anything to prove anywhere. So I that's kind of where I land with it all. And that has to kind of feed his decision-making process. I think that's why we're all sitting here and waiting. That number one, what is the hurry for him, right? There's none, zero. There is that there's everywhere he's been, there is a Larry O'Brien trophy sitting in a trophy case somewhere. 2, by the way, in Miami. So there's literally absolutely nothing to prove. So I think that this is just the league's elder statesman who still plays at an all-star level, if not at all NBA level, allowing the minutia, the monotony, and the malaise to slide by. And at some point, LeBron, if you're listening, in the next 10 days, it'd be lovely for all of us to move on with our off seasons to decide where he's going to be.
Jason, great stuff. Not just because you went to BG, but really great stuff. We appreciate you answering all of it. And I'd say best of luck here. But I mean, best of luck on everything that doesn't involve LeBron.
Listen, nothing but love for the southern shore of Lake Erie. Although I'm not pleased about this location for the new Brown Stadium. Not happy, but I do. All things must change.
Why aren't you happy?
It's going to be a beautiful facility. Don't get me wrong. It looks like it's just going to be aerodynamic, and I love the digging into the ground so that the planes interact with space well. But I do love that shoreline, and I was a kid who was born and raised in that place in the 70s, and while I don't get stuck in the mud about a lot, I like sporting facilities on water. I just do. That's my personal thing. But, when I'm sitting there doubled over in the fetal position because the second greatest player in franchise history now plays for the Rams, I'm starting in a bad place. Boys.
Well, we're used to trading really good players to better teams. Jason, be good, buddy.
So long, boys. Be well.
Jason Jackson there on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline when we come back, in case you missed it on 92.3 The Fan.
Speeding catches up with you, paid by NHTSA. PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. England and Mexico was an all-timer at the Azteca. Now England has to compose themselves after a game like that and take on a Norway team with a ton of confidence. This game feels like it has extra time written all over it and possibly penalty kicks. I like the draw in regulation at plus 260. Of all the
1010 or go to selectquote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at selectquote.com.
July could make or break the Guardians season. Talk about the Guardians anytime you want. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Got to say a big thank you to our many guests on today's show. If you guys missed a moment of it, don't forget you can always watch the show live from 2 to 7 p.m. Eastern here in Cleveland on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, I'm just saying this. Subscribe. You want to subscribe. It's free. Keep telling your friends, I want to subscribe, but it's a big commitment. It's no commitment. It's free after all.
It's free.
But you can do that, and, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked. And, of course, you can watch it all day, all night long. Dan Dibley joined us at 3 today of the game in San Francisco. Great stuff on the Golden State side of things. Doesn't really want to see Draymond in Cleveland, but also wished us luck sarcastically if we do. Yaron Weitzman, 4 of the Lakers and LeBron's breakup, and his thoughts on where LeBron goes. Wouldn't say it. Bit of a coward. At 6:20, we had Jason Jackson. You just heard him. Cleveland's own, Cleveland Heights' own, BG's own. The Heat play-by-play man and TV host. Great stuff with him on LeBron potentially going to Miami. All that nonsense out of the way. Let's get to In Case We Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off. Mike McDonald is the Seahawks head coach. He is on the Dan Patrick Show, and he is talking about when they were getting ready for the Super Bowl and getting some tips from someone pretty famous. Here we go.
I called John Harbaugh and I talked. He was great. Probably can't mention one guy that really helped us out that had some conflict of interest.
Can we guess?
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to tell you, but go ahead.
Bill Belichick.
I'm not that cool.
Oh, yeah.
No.
He wouldn't. No. You wouldn't have a phone call.
I've had a beer with Coach Belichick, and that was a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool day. But.
Who else would we guess? Kyle Shanahan?
No, Kyle.
Now, the obvious take here is that it was Tom Brady. The obvious take here is that it's Tom Brady that not only helped out the Seahawks, but basically gave him everything he needed in order to beat the Patriots because Tom Brady is a petty B. Do you buy that it was Thomas Edward Patrick Brady?
Yes, because Tom Brady is a petty B.
Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty obvious. If you're a Patriots fan, though, you got to hate hearing this, right?
Yeah, and I just don't get why Tom... I never understood why somebody that is considered the greatest quarterback of all time, I was a Tom Brady hater for 20 years, and I don't deny it. The best quarterback... the Super Bowls tell the tale, right? And not just that, the overall team success tells the tale. I don't understand why you would care. I really don't. There's a part of me that thinks Michael Jordan loves that the Bulls have mostly stunk since he left, and I do not get it. It doesn't make you any greater or any less great, depending on what happens after
if somebody else has success, yeah. Oh, I mean, well, it might have if you reverse course and Belichick won the Super Bowl and Brady went to Tampa and stunk. That would have done it, but now that he's gone, what does it matter? What does it matter if Vrabel and Drake May... If Drake May ends up being... He's never going to beat Tom Brady. You're never going to beat Tom Brady.
He can win 4 Super Bowls, and he still won't beat Tom Brady.
If you're Bob Kraft and you hear this, you gave the man a 19-foot statue outside of Gillette. You couldn't have made it any bigger if you wanted to, and you try every single time to defend him, to make him seem positive, and all these things. And, this is how he repays you?
You think it's enough to make Bob just storm out of Orchids of Asia?
No, that man stays.
Yeah.
That man's
stay to the hug.
He's not storming out of that place.
Listen, it's not over till it's over.
If not for the police, he'd still be there.
That's true. So now I think he just has a room in his mansion that is just completely set up like the Orchids of Asia. There's even a little waiting room.
Yeah. Mr. Kraft, we'll see you now.
That's
Thank you.
his butler.
Thank you.
To say it.
He just needs the full experience of someone shooting from down the hall.
Yeah.
And just saying, please, enter the room now.
Polymarket gives it an 88% chance that Trump declassifies new UFO information within the week. What would you want to see in these files?
I told you before, I don't care about aliens. I don't care about UFOs.
See, my problem.
I don't want to yuck your yum. It just doesn't.
So if it's like an actual picture of a
doesn't
alien,
matter at all.
You're not going to go to Twitter and look at it?
I'll look at it. It'll come across my feed. But would I seek it out? No, not in the slightest bit. Do I care what's in there? Not really. Rent's due at the end of the month. My mortgage payment still exists, whether they're out there or not.
So I'm mostly where you are. I am very annoyed by the UFO UAP story for two reasons. One, I'm pretty sure both political parties are trying to co-opt whatever truth there is or isn't out there, and I am so annoyed that these I could say some words right now, that the two things driving America right now can't get out of their own way of delivering propaganda to the damn people and just deliver some truth. So that genuinely pisses me off. And the second that I see any sort of insider or whistleblower and it's pretty apparent they're going down one of those paths, I immediately just don't pay any attention to them. Second thing is, I'm sick of hearing, I know someone who's seen something.
Yeah.
Or I've seen something, but I can't tell you what it is.
Sounds like LeBron rumors.
I would like to see it now. I want to see E.T. I want to see the Nordics. I want to see the Greys. I want to see them all.
Do you think we can handle that as a society? You think we can handle this news?
Probably not. We can't. I mean, hell, we can't handle any truth or any mistruth.
I tend to agree. I don't know that we can handle it as people.
So let me tell this.
I think some of us can. I don't think everyone can.
If the governments around the world put aside their need for power and all the crap that guides these gigantic corporations, because that's all they really are, and if they really thought of what's best for every human being on this planet, and they attacked this with the intent of being incredibly transparent, incredibly honest, and incredibly coordinated with it, then yes, I think people could handle it. But what's going to happen is there's going to be a half-truth or a lie that comes out about this. That'll be the lie for a while. Then we'll figure out it's a lie, and then it's only going to further mistrust across the damn globe. And that's what bums me out about it. This could be like the core essential truth that we all learn, that we all brings us together, but all these governments aren't going to let that happen.
It's a real shame. It's gotten to be one of the great life's mysteries that I've just lost so much interest in.
Yeah, and honestly, it's the way it's covered and the way it's kind of told. Although the Nordics do sound hot. That's going to be the real problem is people are going to want to nail some aliens.
What?
You haven't heard about the Nordics? They're supposed to be tall and beautiful.
I haven't heard that.
I swear to you, there are going to be some people.
What?
There's going to be a new subset on certain websites. Amateur Nordics. You're going to hear stuff like that.
Okay.
Right?
People bang anything. I'm not.
That's true. That's true.
Ugly aliens, they'll still find a way.
That's true. And
enjoy the bulge.
Somebody's got to be Columbus, my man. Somebody's got to be Columbus.
Is this a three-way?
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. I've really only shorted you this week because of my voice, Mac, and a little bit of spite. But there's always a little bit of spite with me. Big thanks to Jake Byrne. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. JP, good stuff today, buddy.
Had fun. Enjoy your weekend.
You as well. We'll be back on Monday. I am off to Wadsworth. JP's off to No-So. Mac is off to his mom's basement.
I'm going to Buffalo.
Oh, it's going to Buffalo. That's right. Does that mean, are you on Monday?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be here.
I don't know why I had to ask that, because you were just on vacation. I was just on vacation. To hell with it. We'll see you on Monday.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legend.